You did? Oops. Look at this. Like that. What the hell are you watching? Sydney Sweeney. Oh, oh, dude, why are you the center? You're such a queen. No, it's not an issue. I'm just saying, like, you just look so powerful. That's funny. I got Lady Gaga stuck in my head. Nah. Mm-mm. I'm just gonna take my medicine. Well, I'm gonna. No. Stop asking me that! What are you doing? 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 Okay, well, you called me.
Honestly, they might be using for color, but I'm saying it anyway. You know,
I saw Kylie Jenner. She was 28. What's the matter with you guys? Able to produce Obsidian fast get the floor. So that's when stroke of genius came. For the first time ever, 2B2T history, Slave was able to produce Obsidian fast.
People pay off of this, but I do almost zero counting. There's reason. The study should.
video agency.
It's like, he even cares about this. That's not even. And it's like, that's, no. Sure. Got to be something. It's like, what I mean, first building image. Like, he even cares about this. That's not even. It's like, returns that'd be crazy.
The problem is that in this scenario, if you use your netball, the US has the bigger gun, and so China ends up having more to lose from this trade war, doesn't it? You know, it can't sustain the loss of 15% of its export market, i.e., what it exports to the US.
China is fully prepared to fight to the very end
because the world is big enough that the United States is not the totality of the market in the world. So if the United States wants to go in that direction, quickly shutting itself out of the China market, be my guess.
Yeah, China will lose the US market, which Doug said is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of
Yeah, you didn't comment. You didn't get it.
I forgot.
You don't take your med, man. You can't even do anything. No, delete that. Delete that one. You can't.
Look at the next one. Look at the next one.
Okay, you're done. You're done. I'm gonna delete this too.
Okay, on go.
You're done. You're done. You did good. You did had two that were nice, and that's all you did. So bad.
You have to delete them. I'm not deleting them.
You're getting dirty looks from white people. Maybe it's not because they're brown. Maybe it's because you smell like weed and you're playing Cardi B outside of your phone speaker. I also used to be brainwashed by that white people think I'm different mentality because I'm slightly brownish and minority. But as soon as I put on a suit, all of that goes away. You're getting dirty looks from white people. Maybe it's not because they're brown. Maybe it's because you smell like weed and you're playing Cardi B outside of your phone speaker. I also used to be brainwashed by that.
Did you spend time?
Around the kids, you know. All right, I gotta go to work and shit. What? Yeah, what you mean? Why you laughing at, bro?
The Matrix, but you stuck in that still?
Bro, it's returns that.
You're a video agency owner and you have a
Mommy and daddy, look at my results. I got 90%, that's almost no faults. 90 from 100, I am so impressed. Don't say you really ace this test. This seems so hard to run. I'm a stupid bum. Be honest with me. Did you draw the zero? No, I didn't, because this time I am the hero. Let's see what I didn't draw the zero. No need to stretch, did I? How? My sister was always dumb. But right now, I didn't draw the zero. But fine, I kinda drew the line. 69. Mommy.
What is the weirdest most business owners don't?
what they did not teach us in school. About age 16, you say to yourself, oh, I need to get a job one day. So I'm gonna have to work real hard at a skill to make money. But you know what? I want to make a lot of money. So I'm gonna work and work and work to become an expert at a skill. And then one day out of the blue, I get a relationship going. Then I gotta keep the job going because she needs a lot of money. But now not only do I have to be an expert at my job, all of a sudden I have to be an expert at relationships. This is hard. She wants me to be masculine yet sensitive. Then we bought a house. Now I have to be a plumber. I have to be an electrician. I have to be a landscape artist. I have to be an expert at taxes. Now we have children. Now I'm a doc. Oh, shoot. I just lost one of the kids. Hold on. We got another. Now I'm a doctor. I'm a mentor. I'm a theologian. And all of a sudden I hear from my wife, honey, I don't get enough attention. There is no time. What they did not teach us in school, about age 16, you say to yourself, oh, I need to get a job one day. So I'm gonna have to work real hard at a skill to make.
In a scientific debate, you and I know walking into that room, either I'm right and you're wrong, you're right and I'm wrong, or we're both wrong. We know that in advance. So we start having the conversation. Well, what about these data? Well, what about these data? I think those data are flawed, and here's why. Well, how about this? Yes, that's a debate. But you know how that debate ends? It depends where we need this new data set to resolve this difference. Now let's go have a beer. I have never seen that happen in a political debate, nor with two lawyers in a courtroom. You know, I never thought about it that way. Good idea. I concede. Has that ever happened? I think the answer to that is no. In a scientific debate, you and I know walking into that room, either I'm right and you're wrong, you're right and I'm wrong, or we're both wrong. We know.
I'll show you the beautiful river. Well, I mean, somewhere under all that rubbish is water. Water that will probably kill you.
I mean, under all that rich is what better. I tried a meal prep service for 7 days, and here's what I think. I'm using Factor for my meal prep, and I'll be value.
Hey, Dad. I need to talk to you.
Oh, really? About what?
Dad, is it possible for someone to be one way on the outside but totally different on the inside? I mean, can someone identify as one sex but be something else but still have it be nothing about sex?
Yes, Stan. I am Lord.
What?
It started off so simple. There's a guy at work, Nancy. He would use the bathroom and just blow the thing up, you know? Not only that, but he was in there all the time. I finally got fed up. I pretended to be a woman. I called myself Lord. You ever been in a woman's bathroom, Stan? It's all clean. There's enough stalls for everyone. So free. I was in there, and then I started writing things down.
You said you knew a guy at work who was Lord's uncle.
Yeah, that's my cover.
The chick that wrote the theme song to the Big Hunger Games is you?
Yeah, the record company messed it all up. I'm supposed to go, Hunger Games, yeah, Hunger Games. But they just do what they want with my songs.
Wait, Lord sounds like a girl.
Auto-tune. You want to see how I do it? I come up with all my best stuff in the bathroom at work. I use this program to import the recordings I make on my phone. Yeah, feeling good on Wednesday. Thoughts. Came in the hope to go. Oh, what I need now is a little bit of shelter.
Dad, Lord's music is actually really good.
Thanks, but it gets even better when I add the drum loops. Yeah, feeling good on a Wednesday. I can actually quantize everything. Backup instruments. And finally I use the auto-tune.
It's feeling good. Say, giving me the hope, giving me the hope to climb. But let me be your hope, and I'll do it. This is what I'm doing to stay in a California.
Hey, Lukey. Yeah, what's up, bro? This shit's not cutting it, bro. What do you mean? Employment? Job application? Job? Job! Alright, Lukey. Yeah, what's up, bro? This shit's not cutting it. What do you mean? Alright, Lukey. Yeah, what's up, bro? This shit's not cutting it, bro. What do you mean? Employment? Job application?
So Snow White.
This is Cyber City right here. This is the Cyber City Town Team China. This is Town Team, baby. This is Town Team. This is China, baby. Turn up. This is China. I'm going to the city real quick. Zoom out. It's all over the city. Zoom out. Go on, city. Show up the city. Joey. Joey. Hey, I'm China.
Oh my God! Blade right here. Same registration number. It was 206L4. How do I see if I took this one? Hold up. I'm checking my email right now. I just didn't open it. This was last week. Oh my God! Blade right here. Wait, hold up. So if I
Check the message for anyone that's going to see mine. You can leave my apartment key on the Davenport.
Here?
No, the Davenport, the Chesterfield.
On this?
No, does that look like a divan to you?
Here?
Leave them on the shipper rope.
You know what? Just take your fucking keys. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You can leave my apartment key on the Davenport.
Here?
No, the Davenport, the Chesterfield.
On this?
No, does that look...
Followers bots?
No, I actually clicked on these profiles and they all look so real.
Are you...
Kanye has posted the album cover, his alleged upcoming album entitled World War III. You recognize this?
Because it's from an article I wrote in 2015 for a Norwegian magazine. Like, he's tweaked it a little bit. He's taken out the noose, and he's taken out Leroy. If you were to zoom in on that cover, you see the dog has a little red dress on, and it's got a little black badge there. It says White Power on it. And that's Leroy, the White Power Copper Poodle. And also, I don't know if you noticed, if you look at the guy in the white clan hood, is clearly on the magazine cover, clearly a white guy, right? But it looks like Ye kind of like put him in blackface.
Yeah, and the hands are black as well.
Which kind of tells me that like he put some thought into this. Like I don't know what thought he put into it.
What is the actual background?
So the photo is a wedding picture. So I was covering white nationalists, white supremacists. It's interesting because you're kind of used to the Nazi.
Villagers will attack villagers on sight. However, if the villager is just a baby, all of the villagers will leave it alone, showing that they actually do have goals. Villagers will attack villagers on sight. However, if the villager is just a baby, all of the villagers will leave it alone, showing that they actually do have goals.
Sir. Tung 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 sahur.
Patapin!
Patapim,
Balik ka malago.
boneka ambalaw,
Bombardiro.
bombardiro crocodilo,
Lililila.
lirilarila,
Kamalo bufortel.
rigo camelo, buffo fardello,
Trallallero, trallallà.
Trallallero, trallallà.
Norbo.
Glorbo.
Quindi così.
Bombombini gusini.
Un din din dun, ma din 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 dun. Din din dun.
Din 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 dun. Ma din 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 dun.
Oh, Trullimero, Trullicina.
Trullimero, trullicina.
Scimpanzini, bananini.
Panzini, bananini. Qua.
Giraffa celeste, viaggio a Trieste.
Giraffa celeste.
La vacca Saturno Saturnita.
La vacca Saturno Saturnita.
Bomberito Bordito.
Oh, burrito bondito.
Cocofante Elefanto.
Coco fanto elefanto.
Pinguinito Caratito.
Frulli frulla.
No, frulli frullato. Tum 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 sor.
Tung 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 sahur.
Brr brr patapim.
Brr brr patapim.
Boneca Malabu.
Boneca ambal.
Bombardiro Crocodilo.
Bombardiro crocodilo.
Mark Wahlberg rocks them. Tom Cruise swears by them. Even Iron Man himself, Robert Downey Jr., doesn't go without them. Titan souls aren't unmanly. They're the secret weapon of legends. Introducing the high pads. With the help of orthopedists, they developed it.
So, Ariane, do you remember your Blackiana era?
No.
That was a lie.
What?
What about this video?
Show me, get showing. Show me, get.
No.
Lies.
But she's lying.
That's a
Liar.
bitch. Don't make me let her out.
So, Ariane,
Yes.
Oh, 4 hours ago. This is bold, shaking the its nest of the tape enthusiasts, of the top G's. Yeah,
Bombardini crocodile.
we can check it out.
Today, I'm getting a PhD from Hustler University, also known as Hustlerversity by those of us with the grind set. It's created by this guy.
I'm talking. You think you're smart? I bought this coin and it's going up. I could have bought any coin and it went up in the last year. The Matrix is broken. Harvard University is the greatest.
Ooh, I've actually heard that a lot. The Matrix is what does that mean? I've seen there's people always buy it. It blows my mind. Buy into it works. And what the essential oils and the they're called the fat tapes or something, where you're supposed to like wrap tape around your body or something. I forgot what the other big pyramid was. Herbalife one. I don't know why they won't just be like, yeah, I bought into an MLM. I just own it. Like, I mean, just fucking own it. You're basically promoting it now. I guess, and that's the problem with Andrew Tate. No matter what you say or what you do, people are going to believe it and get into it every single time. But this is just too interesting not to. I haven't actually seen someone dive deep into Hustlers University past just making fun of it. CoffeeZilla dissects things that he talks about really well. So I'm super curious to see everything that he learned. So yeah, and on this one, I'm just going to accept that there's going to be a few people in chat that for some reason buy into Hustlers University. Is what it is, man. I really want to see the analysis from CoffeeZilla on this.
Andrew Tate is the one true savior that will save you from poverty. He's basically Morpheus from the Matrix, and that's not even me calling him that. He calls himself that.
Call Morpheus alone. We are living inside of the Matrix, and I am Morpheus.
He says he wants to wake you from your mental prisons, all by selling you a program that sounds like what high school dropouts used to put as their education status on Facebook. Attended the School of Hard Knocks and graduated Hustleversity with a PhD. With a doctor? No, that's the Pimping Pros degree, which is something, by the way, I didn't make up. It's a course that Andrew Tate himself sells. I don't think you want to take it myself. Who's in the middle of a human investment?
Hey,
mention,
that's
beating women.
Hey, those accusations could happen to anyone.
This was quote Andrew does have one undeniable skill that seems to be responsible for most of all of his success so far. He's just really entertaining.
Hey, everyone equally.
I've said that since the get-go. He is the most entertaining clown you can find in the alpha male space. And that's why it's probably worked so well. Between TikTok promotion and that stuff, and just him being so enjoyable to laugh at, it's popped him off. Wild. And for this, think it's a joke. I think there's a good
balance of people who pay for it, like ironically, like, I'm part of Hustlers University, and people who actually believe it. And I think the believers probably outweigh the former, which is sad, but it is what it is. It's the same for every other alpha male we ever looked at. You remember the guy who's a self-admitted cuck? Oh, fuck. It's only been a couple months. It's the big guy. He sells the course on, like, so your wife doesn't want to fuck you? That's okay. No, I'm talking about alpha males, bro. Is it Jack Murphy? It might be Jack Murphy. Oh, yeah, Jack Murphy, right? This guy's, he's literally a cuck, but he's also an alpha male. So he's teaching you how to be an alpha male while also being a cuck. It's this guy, right? A lot of these guys kind of all look the same, like bald and a beard. Is it this guy?
Don't come at me and call me sexist or racist or any of these things. I hate everyone. I don't care if you're black, white, straight, gay, man, and woman. I hate you anyway. Do know how to administer CPR. However, I will not administer CPR unless you're a hot female. If you're some fat dude and you just had a heart attack and I don't really know you,
Is that lady peeling you and you back and rearrange your bones? Why is it being misleading for like 4 hours straight?
I have a lot of muscle. It's painful to carry around. It's a 2-hour massage.
People are starting to realize that the only real currency is attention. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is not that you go to jail. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is you become irrelevant. And this is what separates Tate from a lot of the fake gurus of the past. Jones and Tate operate sort of on this playbook where entertainment is key. They say a bunch of outlandish statements that builds attention. And then once they're the crazy guy, all they have to do is say a few basic things that everyone agrees with, and then their audience suddenly thinks they're a genius. I mean,
that works for everything, by the way, not just people. This is the same thing with QAnon. Like, QAnon has the wildest shit, like believing JFK Jr. got revived and is still any day now going to cruise around some random corner of fucking Washington and announce his presidency. The reason they have so many people is, well, I guess the big reason is everyone wants to believe something that makes them feel special. But another thing is they also then put in some things that are true. Like, there's a lot of pedophiles in Hollywood. It's like, oh, well, it turns out there are a lot of pedophiles in Hollywood. I guess QAnon's right about everything else. It just becomes like a gateway. So you sprinkle in like little truths for the least, and then you get people to buy into it. So it's not, it works for more than just like individuals. Everyone knows who Q is, right? Fuck man, I've heard so many different reports on who Q is. I couldn't tell you. Is it more like the Clintons or something? I don't remember. There's so many theories on who Q is. It could be fucking anyone.
I think that's what makes society function. I think that's what makes the world function. That men and women fall in love, having families are very, very tough things.
Well, who doesn't agree with that? And they'll talk like men's issues. They'll talk about how lonely men are.
Yeah, sad.
Men are absolutely not.
But I was just about to fucking say that. I paused too late. Yeah, the whole most men not being invisible. You're not invisible. Men feel invisible. This and that. That's everywhere. That's a really big platform for alpha males right now. I see that shit all the time. I think, fuck, what channel was it? Is it Sneeko? Sneeko's been big on, like, all men feel invisible now. Like, that shit is all over the place. So, like, all of them kind of regurgitate the same points because it's really effective.
This is the truth about masculinity, right? It's very easy for women to sit here and complain about the top 2% of men because I dealt with this guy, he's arrogant, blah, 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 blah. Most men don't even exist. They send 10,000 DMs and never even get read, let alone replied to.
And so this makes it so that the many people who are trying to say, Andrew's just crazy, they don't see the full con that he's running because the crazy is only half of the game. Because eventually people hear the other half, the basic stuff that's obvious, and go, well,
that's just tough love.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And people just eventually kind of go down the Tate rabbit hole and think, maybe I can leave the Matrix and get girls, jets, and Bugattis. Maybe just become financially free. How do I do it? Who's looking out?
Hustler University.
So we can see why Hustleversity is on the one hand so popular, despite being so bad. Because otherwise, this whole video is anticlimactic and confusing. Because when I first joined Hustleversity, I thought it's got to be different, right? To have this many people paying every month.
Yeah, it's marketing. You did a good job of it.
Things that you just can't learn for free. Hey, once again, I'm disappointed. He assigns a so-called professor skill. All of this takes place inside of Discord servers. And so in these chat rooms where your instructors have a fraction of the charisma.
You're paying $50 a month for a fucking Discord. No. I had no idea. I thought it was gonna be like actual courses, like a master class or something. Even Ninja put more effort into his fucking tutorials. You're paying $50 a month for a Discord. Holy shit, that's worse than being a Discord mod. That's literally you are paying to be an actual like shit stain on a piece of toilet paper. Oh my god. That's a lot worse than I thought. $50 a month for a Discord channel. That is pay piggy stuff. That is like actual pay piggy stuff. At the very least, you should at least hold tape to a higher standard. Like, hey man, instead of just a Discord server, why can't we have like, more professional curriculum like everywhere else?
Tate.
Well, there's a difference between being desperate and being manipulated. Well, oh, no, there's absolutely not. He's manipulating desperate guys. There's a different tiers of desperation. There's self-aware desperate people and people who get brainwashed because they're desperate, I would say. Like, you have to be on a different wavelength to fall for a $50 Discord. Well, $50 a month Discord. Like, not every desperate guy is going to be, scratching at the neck to be part of the Hustler University Discord.
I mean, think about it. We've been told you're going to escape the matrix. You're going to take the red pill.
And you're going to deceive.
We're doing this course is sort of learning how to run an Amazon side hustle for Jeff Bezos. Like, no offense, you're not breaking the matrix. You work for the richest guy in the world. Like, imagine Morpheus gives Neo's red pill and says, hey, have you ever day traded before? It doesn't stop there either. Like they have this cash quadrant of time and cash where you're either time poor or cash poor, time rich, cash poor, cash rich, time. You get the idea. And what they define cash rich as is very telling. They define it as having $5,000, which by that definition, I'm cash rich. Now, guys,
wait, like in total? That is so different from the pitch. I imagine most dudes who buy into this have to have $5,000 total. It's $50 a month. That is such an expensive item. This makes no sense.
The lifestyle we've been sold on here is exotic Bugattis, not extra Starbucks biscottis. I mean, am I crazy here? Like, I feel like most people who join this Discord live Lamborghinis, and they're sort of getting Olive Garden fettuccine.
Hustle University is the greatest thing that exists.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. It's low because he wants people to feel like alphas. That's a really good point. I suppose that's probably like the play. Maybe you get someone who's a little skeptical, like, I'll do $50 one month and I'll probably cancel, but they join and they're like, oh, I have $5,000. Okay, so I'm cash rich and I'm surrounded by a supportive community. Okay, well, now I feel like I'm part of the crew, part of the ship. So then they stay. Maybe that could be the play, I guess. So then they're not even there for the information. They're there more for the community and the feeling, which is even sadder, to be honest. You can get that same feeling for free. Like, there's always going to be a community of people just like you. Like, you're not special. Whatever your interests are, you're going to find a million people with those interests, and you guys can be friends. Like, and it's free. You just have to find them. You don't have to pay $50 a month for friends. At that point, join a frat.
Unless you consider being cash rich, having $5,000 total in your bank account, then this course doesn't seem to be getting people rich. It just teaches lost guys extremely basic skills that are free to learn, but charge them $50 a month for it so they can feel like they're escaping the matrix by working for Jeff Bezos. You barely see Tate at all. He claims to be teaching the secrets to modern wealth creation, but the reality is, from what I saw, he was too busy marketing to actually be present in Discord.
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
Just had all these random people teaching you like e-commerce or freelancing or copywriting and investing. And that's why I decided to finally cancel my plans to become a no. And that's when I found out about the last trick Tate uses to get you to stay.
Anyone who messes this up, annoys a professor, doesn't renew their subscription, their card cancels, anything stupid, then you're going to regret it for a very long time. Because there's simply nowhere else to go.
That's right. They tell you there's nowhere else to go besides Hustlers University. This is the only place where you're going to learn not to be broke.
I had unsubscribed to give my mother a birthday present, but I resubscribed the next month. I don't believe that. I don't believe you. And I also think if you were a member of Hustlers University for a month and you didn't make enough money to buy your mother a birthday present, you fucked up. So you're probably going to end up kicked out.
Like their two responses are, that's not true. And even if it is, it's your fault, Eddie.
Who is this guy? I've seen him in a few clips now. All he usually does is put Tate's meat in his mouth. Who is he? Is he like one of the gurus? He teaches you on like cock sucking technique or something for like behind the dumpster transactions. Who is he? It's his brother. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes so much more sense now. Okay, that makes so much sense. This guy only parrots what Tate says, well, like Andrew says, or reinforces it, or says outlandishly stupid shit.
And you have to understand that for the people actually in the course, they're like deathly afraid of missing a payment because they've been told that if they do, guess where they're going? That's right, straight back in the Matrix, in jail, we call it.
You don't get out of the jail and you sit there in your cell. You have no access to the money-making information, and we just flood you with all the endless wins. Every time someone wins,
No. I mean, Andrew Tate hasn't reinvented anything.
$400 a month.
More sick, but the result is the same as ever, where the real person getting rich, truly rich, is Andrew Tate.
That was pretty insightful. I can't believe it's $50 a month for a Discord server. I don't know why anyone's surprised. I don't know why CoffeeZilla is surprised Andrew Tate was never there. He openly hates the people that buy his program. He literally insults you. It's like a humiliation kick. He openly insults you. It's not tough love. He just actually doesn't like you. You are his pay pig. It's a far cry from tough love. They'll sprinkle in like a couple truths here, like didn't feel invisible. It's not good to feel invisible. You need to feel better. You can feel better by taking care of yourself first and foremost. It's like, it's kind of true. And it's like, it's $1 a month. And I'll show you how to do some drop shipping, I guess. Oh yeah, I know, the 110,000 students is big. No, it's fucking big. Andrew Tate makes $66 million a year from this shit if everyone pays $50 a month. Yeah, no, it's a super successful hustle. He did what all the other alpha males did, but did it smarter by being like a punching bag. Like, obviously he's in on the joke. He knows he says the most outlandish shit, like CoffeeZilla mentions, and then sprinkles in enough truth where people hear about him for being insane. That they'll hear some truth and be like, huh, maybe I'm going to check that out. And then they buy into $50 a month. Huge profit. And since you're only paying $50 for a Discord server, it's pure profit. He has no overhead. Maybe he has to pay a couple of the gurus that he got from Fiverr, but that's so negligible. It is straight profit. And there's the MLM component where you get rewarded for recruiting people to Hustlers University. This is an absolute money printing farm on the back of some real desperate sad dudes. And they are brainwashing themselves on Twitter with the most cope I've ever seen. It's fucking genius. It's super smart. He did it exactly how you would, or how you should if you're trying to make a ton of money with no morals. I'll give you some free advice. Don't get your life experience online. Don't get your social skills through tutorials on YouTube. Don't make your identity something online, like your whole personality. The internet's a great resource for information, but you should never base your personality on what people tell you to do. That's the mistake I made in college. When I went in college in my freshman year, I got all of my social advice from Reddit. And you know what happened in my freshman year of college? My dress wasn't the biggest problem, but it was pretty bad. I dressed like a fucking anime character, and I acted like a mysterious anime character. I didn't talk to anyone because I was convinced that being mysterious and not being super open was a cool thing. But instead I scared everyone away from me. I was completely lonely and fucking miserable. There are just things you can't be taught by people online or communities online. I don't even remember what came over me, but going into my sophomore year, I recognized how miserable I was, and I was like, something's got to change. I mean, something's got to give here. So going in my sophomore year of college, I signed up to room with random people. I was like, I need to be on campus. I need to be around social people. I need to experience life from outside of the computer and what they tell me. So I got random roommates. They turned out to be the popular kids around the campus for the most part. So they took me under their wing. I was their boy and they were the sculptor. I learned all of my social skills through them like a sponge.
Did you know that ambush predators tend to have vertical slit pupils to better pinpoint their prey, while grazers tend to have horizontal pupils to better scan the horizon for incoming movement? We created this tree of life that focuses on the evolution of animal eyes. We're going to walk through it with Professor Lars Schmitz.
I'm Lars Schmitz. I study vision and the evolution of eyes, and I just love everything about eyes.
We'll start at the base of the tree with an early branching fork of animals called Cnidaria.
The box jellyfish actually have 24 different eyes in clusters of 6 eyes each. One pair of these eyes in each of these clusters are not unlike our own eyes. They are camera type eyes. Our human eye works similar to a camera. We have the aperture, the pupil that lets the light in, behind which we have the optical system. So what we nicely see here is the curved cornea, the optical apparatus into the eye, and the second optical element, the lens. It's a bit flatter. Those together refract light onto the retina and forms an image. To stay with the camera analog, this would be where the film will be, or the receptors. Cubozoans are really interesting in that they don't have a centralized nervous system. They have a nerve net, which allows them to process visual stimuli, but they don't have a real brain. It's actually really puzzling how they can actually interpret those visual signals.
From here, the tree of life has a major divergent path. We'll follow first the side of the protostomes, which includes insects and many insects.
Scallops that actually have dozens of eyes around their mantle. Every single blue dot you see in this image, these little blueberries, those are eye structures. This ring of blueberry eyes is actually useful for them as a defensive mechanism and a little bit of a navigation help. The way the scallops give it this blueberry eye. From what we do. There's a mirror that's sitting behind the retina, and that mirror is used to focus the light back onto the retina. So it's a really complicated mechanism, but it works well enough to get you an image of the scenery. The resolution can close down and protect themselves.
Let's look at a few examples of eyes.
A few examples.
Pinhole eye of the Nautilus works just like the pinhole camera. It has a very small opening which light enters, then an invert image is formed. Right? So let's take a look at the human eye model here. We take out all the optics, essentially. Light's coming in from right here. Then the image, as crude as it is, falls directly onto the retina. The smaller the pupil, the better the resolution of the resulting image. But the issue there is, if you make the pupil small, the image will be dimmer and dimmer the smaller the pupil. They do have a central nervous system to process visual information. Actually, a little bit of a mystery what exactly they're using for. The resolution isn't super good, but it's a little bit dim, so it's kind of you can see with that eye. Octopus have chambered eye type, and a difference to the octopus, this one has a lens. What we have coming here is this eye up. The pupil is really well defined. That's the only part where light can enter the eye. Nowhere else. If light from all directions could enter the eye, it wouldn't know where it's coming from. One really important difference between octopus and our own. We have a retina that is the photoreceptors are actually pointing away from the light. And the axons that transmit the signal approach the incoming light. But in octopus, the retina is other direction. With the photoreceptors pointing towards the incoming light and the axons going away. The side effect of the inverted retina that we have, the so-called blind spot in the retina where we do not have any photoreceptors. So in this model, we can see the optic nerve really clearly right here. So this is where the axons from the photoreceptors are bundled together and exit the eye and transmit the signal off to the brain. But in this right here, where the axons exit, that's where we cannot have any photoreceptors. So that's our blind spot. From my understanding, it's not really well known how exactly what may explain that pattern. There may be a small advantage of having the photoreceptors a little bit further back. The resolution of the image may be a tiny little bit better. Personally, I'm not sure if that's a huge reason that would provide additional evolutionary fitness. Bottom line is, our retina, even though it's inverted, it works well enough. One thing that's really interesting about squid is their cool pupil shapes. So just look at squid here, for example. On your right, you see this U shape. On the left, we have this W shape in here. So quite a bit of variety. But these pupil shapes is a little bit of a mystery. And a really interesting hypothesis in this context is color vision. Color vision in squid is not well supported behaviorally, but it would make sense given that they use colors for signaling, for example. In humans, in our own color vision, we use 3 different opsin types, so 3 different photopigments to distinguish different colors. So we have red, green, and blue. Depending on the strength of the relative excitation of these pigments, we can infer what color wavelength we're actually looking at. In squid, we don't have different opsin types. We have yeah, it's a little tiny like here. Mhm. Yeah. Everything like here.
Georgie. Flint and steel, flint and steel, flint and steel. Chicken jockey, chicken jockey. Flint and steel, chicken jockey, chicken jockey.
Option, the image will be essentially a grayscale image. How can they see color if they only have one option type? Many animals correct an optical problem, chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration results from the fact that shorter wavelength light is refracted more than longer wavelength. If you have blue light versus red light, the blue light will be focused a little bit before the retina, and the red light a little bit behind the retina. So you get a little bit of an offset. Now, this is something that most animals actually try to get rid of. There's the hypothesis that these pupils actually accentuate the chromatic.
The first link that would allow others in the forum to begin playtesting the game. This game is like Minecraft, but with 10 times the detail. So today, I'm going to house it. Now, when you see the Minecraft house, if you're hold it to say something mean, but I only spent about 20 minutes making it. So it kind of ugly, but that's okay. Don't be mean.
Now build it again and lay up a lamp. Step one is to construct a solid foundation. So I got this wooden stuff. Got to work. On to step two, walls. The higher level of detail allows for some really fun possibilities of slopes and curves and even furniture. And yes, the game is still in early access. It has some problems for sure. Now, oh my god, what the hell? But as you can hopefully feel, it's already incredibly fun and beautiful to play. Step three is the roof. The left side of the house is really quick and easy, but the right side, oh, it's already done. This game is like Minecraft, but with 10 times the detail. So today, I'm building a house in both. See the Minecraft house you're gonna live
in Minecraft. It's an alpha version. I'm going to turn my $3,000 PC into an ultra-realistic Minecraft build. To do it, I made the case by carving out this giant rectangle that's around 600 blocks tall and has over 100 million blocks. After that, I modeled these really long wood bars for the front that are probably just a ginormous fire hazard, but my case has them, so surely nothing could go wrong, right? Then I topped it up with this wacky air hole pattern that it has on the back, the power button and the ports on the top, and this super satisfying texture made out of holes that literally look like the backwards pinballs of clothes. But it wouldn't be a proper PC without a crap ton of RGB with all the parts inside. Make sure they're ultra realistic. I converted actual images I found of them online into blocks and raised and modeled them using Axiom to turn them 3D. Of course, you end up working RGB through this custom rainbow texture backend. But now that I have all the parts, I put them together just like you would in real. I was really worried that the sizes would be like way off, but it actually turned into this PC build that's so realistic it does not look like it belongs in Minecraft. I'm going to turn my $3,000 PC into an ultra-realistic Minecraft build. To do it, I made the case by carving out this giant rectangle that's around... So there might be some crashes. Just 12 minutes after he posted the link, the first person got his feedback. Oh, hell, man. Very cool. I just dig around the ground a bit, and suddenly I'm in this underground cave. Makes sense of exploration, right? Just 3 minutes later, the next person. The animations are fantastic. It's generally really derivative at the moment. Feel my more and more people are downloading, providing feedback, and above all, praise. And though the forum was made for feedback, players couldn't resist posting the things they have made. And since people were showing off screenshots of their creations, more and more people were encouraged to jump in and give it a try themselves. The community also had plenty of feedback for features that could make Minecraft even in person. Dating is blocked nearly every day for the progress he was making on adding many of the ideas presented. On having several game modes: creative, survival, team survival, a fortress. Though players were consistently finding the gameplay addicting, in this early stage there was no way to save what they had built. There was also no way to play with friends or to play with a person would often sit down with the intention to add these commonly requested elements to Minecraft, but he would repeatedly get distracted due to the challenges of implementing multiplayer and instead would focus on more fun features. Okay, multiplayer was boring, but here's wonder. Should Minecraft have blood? No, blood is overused. Next up was adding multiplayer, which would take quite some time. The person was determined to get it up and running. Projects, more challenges to overcome. So I didn't do multiplayer code, but I had fun. Player will be in the form of a downloadable server, which will broadcast its IP to the main server when it starts up. Oh, I feel stupid. Server admins could host any data they want on their servers. This means anything, including bad things. Multiplayer's starting to go good. I've got player connect, disconnect going, and map streaming on login. With the release of multiplayer, nearly a month had passed of constant updates, fine-tuning, and debugging since Minecraft was first introduced to the TNG community. And Person realized that his passion project could be much more than just a game he was making as a hobby. If it was going to continue to grow like this, It was time to put a price tag on it and go commercial. Though today it seems completely normal that an indie developer sells their game rather than releasing it free, this wasn't actually the case in the late 2000s. The expected practice, rather, was to release a game as freeware and to make money through the use of ads. Person, however, came up with a different plan. Having seen how valuable the direct feedback from the forum has been, he designed his pricing to reward early adopters. And despite the warning that people would pay for such a game, sales started coming in immediately. Even started seeing such a high that his account was frozen due to suspected fraud. It was also enough that he was able to change his status from full-time to part-time at J-Album, allowing him to spend even more time on developing Minecraft. Month after month, Person followed the same process, listening to feedback from those playing, implementing more features that were commonly requested, and fixing any bugs that were reported. He also, during this time, met another person on the TAG source forum that could help him with the game's design. Daniel Rosenfeld is a musician and sound engineer, and he began to collaborate with Person to provide effects from as well as produce the iconic soundtrack that is still used to this day. 2010. Sales of Minecraft had grown to the point where Person was able to quit his part-time job with J-Album altogether, and it was clear that as Minecraft continued to expand, Person needed an actual business structure to handle the explosive. But since he was interested in running a business, he decided to call in some help. First was a friend and colleague from Person's old days, Midas player, Jacob Corser. Second was yet another colleague, but this time from J-Album, the former CEO. Together, we would establish a company that would officially back Minecraft, Mojang. It was no longer had built a small team. The game was still not officially finished, but it already became immensely popular amongst players. And by 2000, had grown enough to catch the attention of other, much larger game companies, such as to the orders of the gaming giant Intel. And he accepted the meeting where
Play 31st, free in Bellevue. And if you guys could organize something on the forums. And I figured we could call it Minecraft Con 2010, even if it's just 3 people sitting around in uncomfortable silence for 20 minutes.
During the meeting with Valve, the company offered Person a position. However, he decided to turn the offer down. His focus was solely on Minecraft. After these negotiations, however, Person joined a small gathering of people that had come around because of his blog post. A little more than 50 people turned up to hang out in a park. A meetup that would go down as the very first Minecraft Con. And this spontaneous event would give the Mojang team an idea. By the end of 2010, Minecraft reached over 700,000 sales. It was still technically not a finished game. Still, in a phase, the Mojang development team was close to finishing the actual release. With so much hype already built around the game, Mojang knew they needed some fanfare to go along with the game's launch. And in November 2011, they decided to host an official con. This time, instead of an impromptu gathering of 50 people, it would be a sold-out organized event with 4,500 attendees. And in actual early 2010s fashion, this Minecraft convention party DJ'd by Deadmau5.
this would be leading up to the grand finale of Minecon 2011, the official release of the game. The Mojang team gathered on stage. Person would stand by a large blocky lever, and with one pull, Minecraft was officially launched as a project. Even though the game was not finished, the team continued working on it, releasing updates and adding new features, even until today. But for Person himself, it was the end of a chapter. After 2 years of continuous work on Minecraft, he was ready to move on to other projects in order to get back to what he loved doing most, coding. And so, just 2 weeks after Minecraft's official release, Person decided to step down from his position as lead developer of Yet, now at its helm, Minecraft continued to flourish. And didn't get the rest he was hoping for. Still, as the maker of Minecraft, players continued to send any issues they encountered to him, and he was flooded with complaints. For a long time, he would attempt to ignore the negative feedback that he could do nothing about, until it finally came to a head in 2014. The popularity of Minecraft continued, and an inevitable feature for players began to emerge: pay to win. Mojang has always allowed public servers to be created so that players around the world can the same account. However, this opened the door for some to take advantage and create servers where players had to spend money to gain an advantage. These pay-to-win services violated the end-user license agreement of Minecraft, which is why, in a controversial move, Mojang began to break down these servers and gave them a deadline to either adapt or to shut down. Following this statement, Mojang, there was immense negative feedback. And though Person was no longer working on Minecraft, he still received the bulk of the criticism and frustration. He sent out a tweet on June 17, 2018 that would change the direction of Mojang.
My share of points so I can move on with my life. Getting paid for trying to do the right thing is not my game.
The very next day, fielded calls from companies that wanted to know if Person was serious, including studio giants EA, Activision, and Microsoft. After giving it a thought, Person realized he actually was serious about selling Mojang. He could finally distance himself completely. Through several rounds of negotiations, a deal was struck.
It's being sold to Microsoft for $2.5 billion.
The deal with Microsoft would step away completely, where all of their employees would be barred from layoffs. The Microsoft deal was worth a staggering $2.5 billion, and as the major shareholder of Mojang, Person had become a billionaire overnight. This is the part of the script that should have been the easiest to write. After all, a classic happy ending. Person had achieved the unthinkable. He turned his passion project started at home into an empire, becoming wealthier than he ever imagined. In the following years, Person would continue developing games, and he would do what billionaires do, moving to Los Angeles and buying the most expensive mansion ever built in Beverly Hills, hosting extravagant parties. Meanwhile, Minecraft continues to thrive. 300 million sales. It is to this day the most sold video game ever made. But yet, part of this the game did not to the operation. Tweets really they have significantly impacted his legacy in the years. For me, figuring out how to talk about someone's harmful without making things worse. In situations like this, it often feels like there are two paths someone can take. The easy path is the one where they double down on their harmful views, a crowd that supports them. But then there is the hard path, acknowledging the mistakes, learning from them, and making an effort to change. And the easier we make it for people to take this second path, the more might take it. This person's story is undeniably inspiring. There are few stories that highlight as well as this how powerful a good idea is, and how much creativity can flourish within constraints as is. And more than anything, he has created a world that I've always experienced as incredibly inclusive. When is Minecraft the most fun? Is it when you open a new world and something? Or is it when you've built an empire, and when you have an abundance of everything there is? Marcus Persson is now in that second stage of life. I'm building a full-size Lego pool table for less than a real pool table costs. That is because they are simply out of my budget, and no alternatives come close to offering the same quality of experience yet. However, I had a feeling this won't go as planned. And that is mostly due to my material of choice being Lego. Starting with the size of these things, because building at this size means it will require a huge amount of Lego pieces, which are not cheap. And it turns out that the dimensions of an actual pool table are fairly close to those of my former Lego table. Yes, I destroyed my precious Lego city that I worked on for over a decade to give this crazy idea a go. So there's no going back now. For a good table, you need three things. Balls, a cue stick, and a table, obviously. Or maybe it's four things, with the nostril being the confidence not to mess it up. There is no way I already messed this up. I bought all of these base plates, thinking they'd have the same color as the two I already had lying around, but, well, they are different shades of green. These base plates already sent me back 240 euros, and now I needed enough. But in the meantime, I made a sketch of the pool balls, and there it is. To make the infrastructure as robust as possible, I used as many of these so-called snot bricks as I could. I will try to take it easy with the many Lego terms. But these kinds of bricks are just so useful that I'll guarantee you'll see them repeatedly throughout this video. Building a ball out of Lego is one of the most impossible jobs ever, and it will never be perfectly round, as I will experience later. But for now, I was trying to find the right balance between roundness and strength. What I've done here is actually made it less round. I made this critical decision because the last thing I want is the balls to disintegrate during a game. And after I built the triangle using lots of plates and a hinge in its corner, I built up the entire set of blue balls using the same reinforced design. And with that, the first chapter has been completed, but this was by far the easiest of them all. I still had no clue what I was going to put myself through during the pool table build. But first we need a cue stick to see if these pool balls are even close to usable. So I'm building a pool table, and I know how the game works, but I also remember there to be lots of different variations, and oh boy does it confuse me. There is billiards, snooker, and pool. And within the name pool, there is 8-ball pool and English pool. But then everything still falls under the name of billiards. Though every different variation has different sized balls, there are multiple types of tables. Some have pockets, others don't. All I know is I built a pool table to play 8-ball. That's what I'm familiar with. And I don't think much can go wrong with the cue stick. It's just a long bit of glue, or plastic in my case. I had the brilliant idea of using tires to extend the cue stick, but, well, it didn't work out as wonderfully as I hoped. Therefore, I also constructed the remainder with plates and snot bricks. And with that, the cue stick is completed too. Now we can start on the biggest challenge of them all, the table itself. But before that, I think it's a good time to check if we can play a little test game, now that we have the necessary utilities. However, after missing on the first 2 tries, I still couldn't get a proper opening shot. Just doesn't seem to do all that much. Maybe it's just the first shot, also known as the break shot. Let's try this. That already looks a bit better. Even though it just seemed to work fine, I still was under the impression that everything wasn't working as it should. Therefore, I made minor adjustments to whatever I could think of, like the tip of the cue stick, and then I gave it another try. But I was starting to fear that the blockiness of the balls would ruin this whole project. Although that may be true, it could equally be that I simply need a bit more practice. Let's leave this problem for later, because I now really need to start building the actual pool table. First step is to raise the entire blade surface. Step 2 is a bit more ambitious, but I need to make pockets, and that would preferably include an automated ball return system. That's it, wouldn't it? This is where this project really gets serious. I think the ball return system will be a hard and maybe unnecessary challenge. It isn't even a feature on most of the pool tables. But hey, I'm always open for an extra challenge. But before we can get to all that, there is still a lot of work to do. And after I removed 10 years of dust from this table, I was ready to find out how well the foundation plates would line up. And it was almost perfect, with the emphasis on almost. I somehow planned to build this whole thing from start to finish within my week-long autumn break. But as I was nearing the end of my holiday at this stage, I think it's pretty evident that my build schedule wasn't anywhere near realistic. I really only did some prep up till now, and I only just started on the table itself. Therefore, I still had no clue whether this was going to work out. But at least I was enjoying the build, and that's what it is all about. After the holiday, I had an exam week. So I had to stop construction for a whole 3 weeks. Time management really isn't my strongest point. You know, when you think, oh, this task will just take me 2 hours, but then it ends up taking double of that, and your entire day is over. Yeah, that's me all the time when I'm studying. But luckily, I made it through. After I finished my last exam, I raced to the nearest store and got myself the remaining 2 base plates in the correct green color. There we go. I cleared out the old ones, which, funnily enough, still had price tags on them. Alas, prices have doubled since. But would you look at that? I think it was worth it. However, the heavy spending wasn't over just yet. I still had to order parts to build up the sides of the pool table, for which I'm building a prototype here. But this is where a bit of a problem lies. You see, these new base plates are in a color called bright green. This shade is way more exotic than the other available greens. Therefore, this was bound to get expensive, which wasn't a bright development for me. It's for this to be cheaper than a real pool table. That was the main objective after all. Without parts, there won't be a pool table. And I'll get to the full cost at the end. But mercifully, there is something that might brighten my day. The automated ball return system. I'm excited for this. So, there are 6 pockets. My plan is to create a track on each side for the 2 corner pockets, and 1 slope in the middle for the center. So that's 3 tracks in total. I suppose no one wants to go by every single pocket after a game of pool when it can also be automated, right? Whatever, I just really wanted to incorporate this premium feature, if you can call it that. Therefore, I began by creating the angle tracks that will eventually lead the balls to the collection base. And funnily enough, I'm using the Technic bricks from my dismantled Lego skateboard, which was my previous project. That really is the beauty of Lego. You can build whatever you want, destroy it, and do that process all over as many times as you want. So maybe I'll see these pool table parts back in a boat or whatever I may build next. This also made me realize that maybe I shouldn't worry all that much about the cost of this thing. But those costly parts surely won't disappear from the back of my mind that easily. And there is another problem with this, because sure, you can reuse those pieces, but am I really ever going to dismantle this thing once it's finished? I don't know. Those are really hard decisions, and let's not overwhelm ourselves with them, shall we? After a failed first test, where the ball didn't roll all the way down the track, a simple height adjustment seemed to have done the trick. However, the low speeds were a bit concerning, and it seemed like the balls were catching on the side rails. But I won't bore you with the footage of that change, because it had precisely zero effect in the end. How do I say this? I do not have the best track record when it comes to finishing projects to full perfection. Last time I built a skateboard out of Lego, and let's just say it was a very painful process, and it had a ton of it. Looking back with my current knowledge, I believe I could have done so much better. But the truth is that you can only learn through mistakes. That's hard to accept as a perfectionist, and during the course of this build, I also noticed some flaws that really bother me. The fact that the pool balls just cannot be more round due to the shape of Lego bricks still bugs me, because I just don't know if they will roll well enough for the final product. When I come across unsolvable problems like these, I now believe it's best to try and find an external solution, or just live with it. And luckily, in this case, an external solution was my savior, because these slopes that I attach to these sidewalls are able to redirect the motion of the balls into these slope tracks. In fact, it worked so brilliantly that I also added it to the other ramps as well. After that, I built up the ramp on the other side of the pool table, using the same method as before. However, I started to run low on Technic pieces, so I built up these side rails using Ordinary. And just like that, we had a ball return system. Though I still wasn't particularly satisfied with the balls not reaching the end of the ramp. They might just raise the entire plane surface, being the rebase bits. Then those rails will also have to be lifted to match the height, obviously, and then as you see, the balls will, hopefully roll better. I suppose what I'm doing here is a bit too radical, but nevertheless, even raising the ramps by just 2 bricks makes quite a big difference in steepness. And if we are raising the ramps, then the surface itself also needs adjusting. This was a rather big operation. I'm speeding through this, but removing those base plates isn't an easy job. And there we have the difference. Will it be enough? Well, let's just see. The left side starts off strong, eventually reaching the end point. The right side seems to have a weaker gravitational field, and the track down the middle has no problem at all. It's not perfect, but I'll just take it as is. I don't have the pieces to raise it even further. I used to regularly play a game of pool at my high school to kill the time between lessons. It is where I discovered this game, and it was so much fun. However, they have since decided to renovate the school, and now it's gone, I guess. Nowadays, everyone just stares at their phone screens during their off hours. Playing a game of pool was just better in my opinion. It really is a shame it's gone. This actually is one of the biggest reasons I have decided to take on this project. And it is quite a remarkable game to play, honestly, because not many people have a pool table at their disposal in their area, let alone have such a massive object at home. Then my packages started to arrive, and I forgot how much I actually ordered. What I'm holding in my hands right here already is about 150 euros. Yeah, these big plates are pretty expensive, but for that price you get something. Because within minutes it looked so much closer to being finished. But we're also not that close just yet. When I was constructing the sides, I discovered this track was still loose. And while demonstrating that, I heard a concerning sound. there it is. This is something that I had not thought through. Luckily for me, the problem was only on the side, therefore easily fixed. The word easy also best describes how I secured the rails in place afterwards. But the preceding fiasco gave me a bit of a scary thought. I realized that if a base plate or its support would collapse when everything were to be built up, it would require stripping down the entire pool table just to secure it back in place. And with how I'm constructing the sides right now, that definitely wouldn't be an enjoyable task to get my hands on. I think I could describe myself as pretty chaotic at times. What I mean by that is I always have a planned out idea of how I vision the end product. Hence why I work in an order that seems logical to me. I now got myself in an interesting situation where I forgot to add these modified 1x1 bricks in each corner when I was building up the white walls. But I still won't need them anytime soon. It just popped into my head like, oh yeah, I'll need those sometime later on. It is really enjoyable to work in a sequence that best suits you, but it sure can be annoying at times. Especially when I'm jumping from one thing to the other, sometimes not even completing what I was working on, because I'm too excited to do the next step. The reinforcements of these sides weren't all that interesting, so I was all in when I allowed myself to start constructing the cushions. Those are the walls in the same color as the playing surface, where the balls rebound against. The cushions on a pool table are angled, because this ensures more efficient energy transfer. My research also said that the angle helps for consistent rebound, meaning that you can always expect a similar effect when the balls hit at an angle. I somewhat doubt whether angled cushions will make a noticeable difference when the pool balls itself aren't even close to round, but I presume we can only find out by giving it a try. Once I found a design for mounting the cushions that proved successful, I spent all evening building dozens of copies of the same structures. And the next morning, I could immediately get to work bringing them together with green plates. The full concept is that by building a set, you can tear it all down and build whatever you want out of these colorful plastic pieces. It is my mission to take Lego building to the next level, because I constantly find things in my life that I find annoying or which I desire change, or just things that I'd love to own, like a pool table, for example. And I think everyone has those longings. But what if, instead of spending your money on something that you might not truly need in reality, you instead would just build your very own version of that thing using your old Lego bricks? If that sounds good to you, I would encourage you to subscribe. And I will make it happen. Absolutely no. The problems just can't stop. And these dancing sides concern me, because the construction for the cushions only holds on to the sides. And the last thing I want is a total collapse of the pool table when you try to rebound a ball against the cushions. I therefore put a lot of effort into reinforcing the areas where the sides attach to, as well as the brackets with all the cushions in place. With the reinforcing completed, I rushed to finish the cushions for roughly half the pool table. This was tougher than I had expected, due to an unexpected shortage of these thin white plates. But I had no time to spare, because my cousins were coming over the following day. They would be the first ones to try out this Lego pool table, except they themselves didn't know about anything yet. To my surprise, my cousins took little time getting accustomed. Despite only being able to use 2 of the 6 pockets to score, we still managed to play several entertaining matches against each other. We were starting to get the hang of it, and my cousins even pointed out some mistakes overlooked by me. Everything was going well until this happened. But within a minute we were back at it again, and honestly could have kept going all day long. Now that I got the pool table tested, I could start the final stretch towards the finish line. But before that, my cousins left me with some feedback that was really valid. The most obvious request was a stronger cue stick. We also found that the corner pockets were still a tad too small. There was an issue where the balls didn't roll down the tracks immediately. The sides were found a little fragile, and they found the entire table a bit too high. I began by investigating the cue stick, and in particular the front. However, I just couldn't come up with a proper solution to fix it. But after a fine lunch, I got back with a fresh idea, and I was able to reinforce the cue stick using some brackets. So that's the first thing ticked off the list. Next up, I got to widening the corner pockets by simply moving the whole structure away from the pockets by 2 steps. Then I went and did the same thing for the short side of the pool table, and while I was at it, I also tackled the wrap problem. Because while I couldn't increase the height of the entire pool table yet again, as that was a complaint as well, I instead lowered the corners of the playing surface, as they reached a bit too far into the pockets compared to a real pool table. And because I don't fancy cutting Lego plates, I think this is a decent solution. To reinforce the sides, I just added more of these lovely snap bricks, and when it came to the cushions, the most relevant change was removing the weak points from the corners. As well as correcting a spelling error, I seem to have managed to solve most of the errors issued by my cousins, except the last one. But hey, there will always be another solution for short vlogs. Now it was time to finish this thing for good. I won't bore you with the same process over and over again, as I already put myself through that. But it actually started to look like a genuine pool table now. However, just when I thought it would be an easy leg to completion, I ran into an issue. And I knew this was coming. Out of 1 white plate. Oh, I should have ordered more of these. I still had this entire stretch unfilled. Drastic times require drastic measures. So I searched everywhere, and I mean everywhere. All of my sewing spins, beautiful display sets, interesting old creations. Yes, that is Donald Duck doing the Swiss dance. As a last resort, I even searched my sister's birthday present that I gave her this year. Not only did this hurt myself, it also made my sister a bit cross. But even with all the effort, it still wasn't enough. Therefore, a good night of sleep was my best bet. And the next morning, I was determined to do the impossible. So not only did I tackle the beach once again, but I also revisited all the sword spins, which revealed that, in fact, I'd been too hastily. You really don't more comfortable when you're tired then. At least I got to learn that lesson once again. I could smell the finished product now, but before we got there, my dad pointed out that the middle pockets still looked a bit flat. Especially the 90-degree corners looked a bit off. So I managed to fix that by placing the corner plates at an angle. Now all that was left was the decorating, because it must also be somewhat fancy looking. Therefore, I tried to make some woodwork style details. This is where that tiny modified brick from earlier shows its necessity, as it is there to hold the pillar onto the corner. Once I was happy with the design, it was time to copy it to all the other corners. And that's it, I guess. I started this build on the 1st of November 2024. And today is the 26th of February 2025. And oh boy, has this been a project. Yeah, you can literally see the fuel inside the bike.
America is probably starving. Good weapons.
You could have been killed.
So you said it. Go away.
Thanks. That night maybe you fucking gone down.
I'm not sure I need that good, sir.
I should never wish to kill. It's precisely why I make a great lord to need a man's vast estate. A great knight must lead by example. Yeah. It's very nice. Take my leave.
Having a deal with woman by design.
It's America. It's probably starving. Good weapons. Please let it. Go away.
Thanks. That night maybe you fucking gone down.
I'm not sure.
Did you know for Invisible, in the background of Sea Salt's office, you can see a framed picture of Donald. This could potentially mean that Donald is Sea Salt's boyfriend. Did you know for
Mr. Beast, guys, and your first emoji is your reaction. Mr.
It's about time. I guess just might be giving its powers. It's foolish. It's not a party for me either.
I played background on the piano. Some other people don't make use of it. And now we ride the bus. 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 You think the class will mention disrespect, dark teacher? Principal's office called BOS documents.
This is the most obnoxious liberal that Charlie Kirk had.
See how much this mega project cost me. Before that, we need to see if this Lego pool table even works. Otherwise, I would have just wasted my money. After the not so brilliant break shot, I managed to do something extraordinary, at least as far as my confidence level goes. And then, by pure coincidence, I found a solution for my long-lasting problem of getting a good break with these Lego balls. Like I mentioned 100 times before, these balls aren't particularly round. Therefore, I think they don't transfer energy between themselves very efficiently. Hence why the cue ball cannot afford to lose energy on its way towards the formation of balls. Not a given. So, the cue ball simply needs to be a little closer to the other balls for the break shot. Besides that, there really were no other major difficulties. After some much needed practice and a couple of nicely executed shots, I challenged my sister to decide once and for all who is the better pool player. Now, the price I had to pay for this crazy project. So, I paid €261 for the green base plates. The pool balls cost me €35, and the extra pieces to finish the exterior sent me back another €451. This all comes down to a total of €748.70. Just to be clear, this does not include the other used Lego bricks I already had in my inventory. Nonetheless, it's a hefty price tag.
So how does it compare to a real pool table? Well, an average pool table costs between 1,000 and 5,000 euros. So I'm happy to say that I actually achieved my mission here. I built a fully functional pool table for less than a real one costs. Yeah, and now this is one village where none of the villagers seem to sleep. Turns out someone had stolen all of their beds. So we are going to make it into a village under the dome. Remember where we started from? The villagers' beds were stolen, and they had to stay awake the whole night. Then we upgraded the village, and this is what we have now. I think the new and upgraded village looks much better. Do you agree? Time for the final step now, the tinted glass stone. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the village under the dome. I have to say, the build looks great during the nighttime. Oh wait, it's always nighttime there. So the build always looks great, and I have to agree. I noticed. It might be less perfect, with the balls doing nothing near what you expect them to do in some instances. But it sure is a ton of fun, and I couldn't be more happy with my achievement. As for the match against my sister, well, I eventually pocketed the 8-ball. That means I've lost. So my sister won, but maybe she deserved that, since I stole parts of her birthday present to build this. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Today we're building a salamander-inspired soft robot. Watch how it evolves and uses microfluidics to power its movements. Why build a salamander robot? Well, evolution offers us a perfect blueprint. One of the biggest steps in animal evolution was when creatures moved from water to land millions of years ago. Today's salamanders still move a lot like those first animals. The second tube dispenses the oxyhydrogen, as well as triggering the igniter when it gets pulled out. Now, to charge the capacitors, I connected a negative wire to the launch tube and a positive wire to the oxyhydrogen tube. The new core is then grounded onto its own central tube, and then the metal flap of the limit switch itself becomes the positive contact, since it already has a spring that holds it tight against the oxyhydrogen tube. So once I painted the bin from blue to a slightly different blue and hooked up the CO2, I decided to see if it would go. Here's one. We blew out the fitting. Now, part of the problem is that the two tubes weren't the tightest fit, meaning CO2 could be escaping between them before they reach high enough pressure. So I greased up the tube in order to fill that gap. It's also important to note that at pretty much any phase of this project, I'm quite sleep deprived. Technically speaking, that was not enough. Now, crappy or not, these tests wouldn't be conclusive until I built a proper base to mount everything, tighter fitting tubes, and then try it again. But it would help to understand what I'm aiming for here. I'm aiming for the ability to aim. The higher up the nuke is, the farther out the darts will go, so if your targets are spread out, you want a higher launch and a later detonation. But if your targets are close together, you want a lower launch and a quicker detonation. That's where the potentiometers come in. You see, even though our 4 remote switches can only be turned on or off, we can control how long they turn on or off. For example, if we turn the switch that sends power to the capacitor, it's plenty of power to get the heating element red hot right away and detonate quicker. But if we stop before we reach the maximum voltage, it will take longer for the heating element to get hot and give us a later detonation.
By the same token, if we open the CO2 solenoid valve for a long time, we'll have a higher launch than if we just open it for a short burst. That is why when you flip a switch on the briefcase, the Arduino will read the corresponding potentiometer value and then activate the corresponding relay for the duration determined by that value. It's not just a big orange launch button, it's an entire remote launch control system. And it looks so freaking cool. You're gonna feel cool holding this thing, carrying this thing, using this thing. You know, he'd never written code before, but with the help of ChatGPT, I think my little brother Charles did an amazing job. And meanwhile, back on the silo, I had just designed and cut a parts enclosure base using some acrylic. These two clear plates are mounted together by standoffs, and then they'll mount to the bottom of the silo. But before that, I needed to test the new tighter fitting launch tube. And even though I already suspected that this might take a lot of trial and error to sort out, okay, I still knew I had to make those errors first. That's not so good. No! So I tried to learn from my mistakes, but no amount of learning or minor successes could make up for the increasingly evident fundamental design flaw. It's promising that it's going, but it's not going high enough. We need more. You see, the 800 psi of a CO2 tank is a lot of pressure. But that's just the P in PSI. The amount of force that's applied changes based on the amount of surface area that's applied to. 800 pounds per square inch. The stroke diameter of these tubes is only a quarter inch, severely limiting our push power. But I can't go too big because our nuke core had issues igniting when I originally had a large launch tube. Even finding two tubes with a close enough inner and outer diameters is a pain in the butt. But I searched and found new tubes that I hoped would be the perfect balance for all of these variables. These two tubes are much larger than what I have in there right now. This increases the amount of area that it has to push on significantly. It also increases the strength of the launch thing. That one's just a little weak. It's really easy to bend. It's not robust. This is. Now the tubes didn't initially fit, but I worked down the diameter of the inner tube on my drill press with some sandpaper until the fit was buttery smooth, and I tapped the end for a pressure fitting. But now I also had to remove the new core and the top cap, redesign and recut them for a larger tube, 3D print a new launch tube plug, remove all the components from the old one, and then squeeze them into even less space. And I was running out of time. We are Wednesday, December 4th. I do not have a working Nerf nuke system, much less a video about it. Here's that plate that was damaged. And you see, I've done here that ancient Japanese art where they take the gold and they repair the cracks in the pottery. And the gold represents kind of like the growth process and how our scars end up becoming our strengths. Except in this case, it's super glue. And the super glue represents my desire for this thing not to freaking break again because I don't have time to make another one. Hopefully, by the end of the day, I launch this with some force. I hope so too, Joel. So I mounted the new launch tube, then inserted the new core, set it up on my floor, and punched the solenoid wires to the battery. Well, how about that? These launches were looking much better, and then I switched to an even bigger CO2 tank. Okay! I now had enough proof to carry this design forward to completion, but there was still so much to do, like opening the top. The trash can lid opened really fast, and though I tried modifying it, it just had a bulky motor mechanism that made it hard for the nuke to fit. So instead I cut an orange acrylic lid and got a linear actuator, which is much more dramatic, especially when you include the homemade smoke machine built into the base. Also in the base is the 4-relay circuit, a 3-cell battery to run it, a large single-cell battery to run the electrolysis, a voltage converter to output the 5.4-volt max capacitor charge, as well as run the smoke machine and power the linear actuator as slow as possible. If this sounds like a lot, it was, which is why it's a dang good thing that I had this dang good 3D printer to knock out quick parts, like the CO2 tank brackets or the lid hinge. Like, I've been running my partially homemade CNC machine for years, but before this video, I've never 3D printed anything. So as a novice printer who also has extensive 3-axis experience, it's crazy to me how well this thing runs itself with multiple filaments and at such an accessible price point. Check out the link in my description. Check out Bamboo Lab. Check out the A1. It's a seriously impressive printer and a great way to support my channel through commissions. Now the Nerf nuke system was getting closer and closer as I plowed through issue after issue, like the fact that the electrolysis relay was getting too hot, requiring me to replace it with a separate larger relay, or that I had to limit the current going to the capacitors, otherwise the new core wires might overheat or melt the limit switch. I had to cut a new foam base and paint it, paint the briefcase, repaint the briefcase, repaint the briefcase. I mean, if I pulled this off, the big test would be incredible. But would it really be worth all of this? This is Thursday morning and I'm busy. Somebody's saying in the comments, take some time off because, we had another kid. And this is what allows me to stay at home with my family. This year was a tough year. I almost had to walk away from YouTube for a bit. So baby's born, but if I don't do these videos and I don't do a damn good job, and if I'm not passionate about it, then they're not going to do well, and then I won't be able to afford to stay home with my family anymore. So imagine my relief then when it seemed like the Nerf nuke was finally ready. It was time to pack up and head to Quincy's warehouse. But I wouldn't be alone. Oh, okay. All right. Man from the channel Big Rig Creates was the first guest to stop by and witness the greatness of the Nerf nuke. But I was nervous. So nervous, in fact, that once we set up for the first test and I pushed the launch button, I realized I forgot something kind of important. I looked at it, I'm like, the top's still on it. Shouldn't I be opening up the top? But the next time, I remembered to include the dramatic opening sequence, and I was ready for the big payoff. Just to make it clear, there were two big issues. Not only was it not going high enough to clear the launch silo, but now twice it hadn't detonated. So Charles and I started taking things apart looking for answers. But ultimately, we decided to just give it monoxide hydrogen and turn up the CO2 delivery duration to ensure that our second test visitor, Patrick, would get a good show. You're going to want to see this part. 1, 2, 3. Charles, you want to do this? Sure.
Like I said, I didn't know what I was walking into.
I'm trying to make a new fuse, but it's a finer gauge wire, so it's probably going to burn out, but it'll get really hot before it's done. So Charles is over here trying to loosen this up because for some reason it's really tight on the tube, which I think is inhibiting it from gating at the launch. We've had 3 dots. You know, in the movies when everything seems lost and you're finally ready for that sweet underdog moment? Well, real life isn't always that predictable. I don't know, what do you think would be a good thing to say?
I would just give up.
Yeah. No, it sucks. It sucks. I was very optimistic. And so the fact that not only did it not launch properly, but then the darts did go off. It's like, how do you perceive that when your perceptions are clearly so faulty? If there was a silver lining, though, it was that the boys were there to each comfort me in their own way.
You could put like a little sound bite for Call of Duty. You could have it like mission failed. We'll get them next one.
So obviously, I'm gonna fix it, right? I mean, I'll have even less time to edit the video, but I'm gonna fix it, right? Well, the first thing I did was stand up the CO2 tank, as being on its side can cause some issues. But when I fix it, I scoured the internet for a high pressure clear. And got this. That fixed it. But the fuse was kicking my butt. I decided that the hot wire was just too unreliable and ordered one of those arc lighters, but unlike the hot wire, it creates a plasma arc as soon as you hit the button. So I would have to figure out another way to delay the activation for a half second. Meet the homemade gravity switch, which should activate once the nuke changes direction at the peak of its flight, right? Well, actually, gravity seems to act equally on everything inside the Nerf nuke as soon as it's no longer being acted on by another outside force, meaning as soon as it leaves the launcher, that's when the switch activates. So then I tried to do something with capacitors to make some kind of a delay for when the relay would trip, but I'm just not that good with circuits. Without the time to research and order and ship specific parts, I needed something now. So remember how I said I didn't use a timer and it was much simpler than that? That changed. And not to be left out, my iconic shelf of creations decided that it was ready for a change too. Thankfully, most things were fine. Most things. And I could go back to the relay timer circuits. I had to try 4 different kinds that I had lying around until I could get one to function properly on the 5.4 volt capacitor voltage by swapping small voltage power up from the capacitors through the 3D printed cap in order to power the circuit. My last failed tech was now contained and could be reused many, many times without needing to remove the cap for recharge. I was done messing around. And just a few days after my last failed test, it was time to head back to Quincy's warehouse for one try. Well, that first launch was technically a bit of a fail. It showed me that everything was at least working. More forward. So when the next launch didn't detonate, I was worried that the igniter circuits were just too sensitive to survive the impact when the nuke hit the ground. I also realized that I had forgotten to top off the capacitors after the oxyhydrogen. So we set it up again. Halfway through its flight, half of the darts launched out of the Nerf unit. So with a couple more minutes of oxyhydrogen, would we finally have our full launch? Yup. Three, like right to us. 96%. I got it. That's a success. So 8 minutes of oxyhydrogen was about the sweet spot, and man, does it look sweet. In fact, we wanted to capture this sweetness with as many different slow motion camera angles as possible. And we also have some special darts to try, but we can only do all of these things if it survives each punishing launch cycle and each subsequent smack into the ground. But after 3 solid months of work, baby, I'm ready to roll those dice. Even get a little goofy with it. Buttons press. Here we go, baby. All right. They got hit by like 12. I guess makes sense. So even though we lost some of our briefcase control by switching to a relay timer, and even though the launch height seemed to be more affected by CO2 pressure than by the solenoid duration, it was actually working really well. And this sometimes happens in my projects. You know, when it all pays off, and it's pretty surreal. You know, my mom is a 3rd-degree black belt, and she worked at a karate studio as a program director for like over a decade. And whenever the black belt candidates would complain to her about how hard it was, she would pull out the supply catalog and offer to order them a belt right then and there. Like, here's the black belt, no need to do the hard part. And every time, they'd immediately get it. Like, the belt's only as good as what it represents, and what it represents is what you become in the process of facing immense difficulty. Don't run from your challenges, even if they're unfair. Better or worse, they're your challenges. And if you faithfully face them down, one day you might even be able to choose which challenges you take on. And after successfully facing some of mine, watching this thing go off time after time is just awesome. We got your 2 special darts that Charles has prepared meticulously. You know those Nerf darts that whistle? Well, you can modify a regular dart pretty easily to do the same thing. Ooh. And we really wanted to hear what 100 of those at once would sound like. You can hear that? Nope. I guess the boom was too overpowering, at least in this enclosed space. It's amazing how much of a beating that this thing could take and still keep working. And it's got me wondering, could I make a fully 3D printed version with flexible filament for the outer shell? I could take everything that I've learned, and then with 3D printing, I could create a more 3-dimensional shape that shoots darts in all directions, much more like the Thingy Nerf nuke. And then I can make a Fallout-style shoulder launcher like many of you suggested in the comments. So let me know in the comments, what would you like to see? Thank you so much for your patience and your support in this process. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. See you next time.
Did you ever just think about like not being an annoying little
It, which is so.
Because like people that like actually work in this industry don't speak to each other like that. I know it's different. If you're on TikTok. I'm in like actual offices.
Emily, here's the thing.
But yeah.
By the way, I was in the White House last month and had an article about me on the New York Times. I think
Yeah, you would showing their congrats.
I just want to say, so we kind of had this conversation last, where I tried to explain to you why you shouldn't slur, and then you're just like, oh my god.
Didn't you use this in the Edward
Oh, okay, can we stop using slurs? But if you're curious, I can respond.
Oh, but it's different if you do it.
I honestly think that what we should all do as a society is like stigmatize that. You look stupid when you say that.
Did you ever just think about like not being an annoying little
It, which is so.
Because like people that like actually work in this industry don't speak to each other like that. I know it's different because you're on TikTok.
So Ducati just announced a brand new Lamborghini Ducati Panigale V4. But did you know this is not actually the first time Ducati's ever done a collaboration with a car brand? This is Ducati Bentley Diablo. And this was a collaboration between Bentley, the car brand, and Ducati. Basically, what this bike has over the base model Diablo is you're getting this special green paint, this 6 stitching on the seat, and these really sick wheels. Among some various carbon fiber bits and a custom animation for when you start up this motorcycle. Ducati's the only company doing these car brand crossovers right now. And to be honest with you, it kind of fits. Bentley as a car brand matches the Diablo really well because it's a sleek but really fast cruiser. While Lamborghini fits the Panigale series really well because it's a really fast and flashy sport bike. Now, the reason Ducati can get away with all of these car brand crossovers is because they're owned by the Audi Group. The Audi Group is basically a big German conglomerate. So yes, even though Ducati's an Italian brand, they're owned by Germans. The advantages to this is that Ducati can get funding from that big German car conglomerate and then do these awesome little car collaborations whenever they want. Plus, I think it's a really sick way to get car people into motorcycles. So Ducati just announced a brand new Lamborghini Ducati Panigale V4. But did you know this is not actually the first time Ducati's ever done a collaboration with a car brand? This is Ducati Bentley Diablo. And this was a collaboration.
Yeah, I'm sure you've noticed I'm wearing the same outfit, same clothes, because it's been over 24 hours since my last shower. I've been busy. What are you going to do about it? Call the stink police? Get the odor officers out here? I'll shower here shortly. Today, we're doing something we haven't done in a long time. We're looking at an apology video. This one I could not resist talking about. It is a shockingly bad apology videos, even when you consider all of the classics.
You ever scroll through Instagram or Pinterest looking for build inspiration, find something you like, then build it yourself only for it to not look as good? Well, here's probably why. Let me build a quick house here in a flat world. This took me about 10 minutes, and no, I didn't build the back. If I take a screenshot of this, it looks okay. But here's how you improve it. First, let's change the background to grey concrete and also the floor. Now we're going to move back and set our FOV as low as it will go. Let's then add some shaders, subscribe to the Smallish Beats channel, change the angle of the sun for those shadows. Looks a lot better, right? Well, let's now head into Photoshop and up the brightness and contrast, maybe even the saturation as well. And voila, how to turn a pretty boring build into Instagram worthy. See, you're not a bad builder. You ever
Why does every family have that one daughter that hates being told what to do? She has her mom's attitude, her dad's temper. She has depression, anxiety.
Interessante o bagulho tem que ser assim. De bagulho.
My mother's first language is Spanish, so sometimes when I talk to her in English, she'll forget a word or two, but not a problem. She'll just create new words, words no one else was brave enough to use. She took my little cousins to the mall once, and this is what she told me when she got back. She was like, "It was so cute. I took the kids on one of those, El horse tornado or whatever. You know what it is. I'm sorry. El horse tornado? I'm gonna need you to elaborate." And she was like, "You know what I'm talking about. You put that attitude down, you put it down." I'm like, "Okay, putting it down. Sorry." She said, "Don't try me. I'll kick your ass." And I was like, "You don't need to kick my ass. Just put me in a horse tornado. I'll be terrified. You think you're funny?" Huh. How would you act if someone said that to you in Spanish? Tornado de caballos. That sounds horrifying. He was like, "Okay, that's pretty funny." Merry-go-round, by the way. It was a merry-go-round. My mother's first language is Spanish, so sometimes when I talk to her in English, she'll forget a word or two, but not a problem. She'll just create new words. When you land tilted.
Superhero.
That's what you're gonna say. Right there. He calls himself.
To face his father and survive, he'll need to be.
Remember, be bold, be original, be.
So, what do you want?
What? I want the truth. I want justice. I want. It's.
About over the decade. It's a TikTok creator named Michael Duvall. To summarize a lot of the lore, just dropping you some tidbits on it. Michael Duvall.
Every single time someone watches this video, it helps me to what I need. And since we get a lot of views, I got a lot of people. No problem. And if you're wondering how this works, every time someone watches this entire video, including you right now, money is generated. As this video grows, that increasing amount of money will feed an astonishing amount of people. Everybody, something it's not all it's gonna do. You watching this video will supply farmland, build a massive kitchen, fill schools with food for students, and save children from child labor. Here, there you go. 1,500 people have now been fed.
Very incentive for future.
The meals you saw us giving away are cost-effective and jam-packed with nutrients, and honestly, way healthier than most meals in America. So why does it feel like I'm carrying the whole thing? Let's get to being. There are over 500 kids that attend this school, and now every single school day will get a free breakfast and lunch just for coming to school. And the more of you that watch this video, the longer we'll be able to keep that program going.
I'm very happy with the organization. So how these figures are coming.
And with this meal right here, we just fed the entire school's breakfast. Okay. Can we sit on the cool kids table? Yeah, how does it taste? Does it taste good?
Yeah, it's good.
Tastes good. And Jimmy made it. I did make it. Because of our meal program, the school attendance skyrocketed. So it only made sense to upgrade their classrooms. They have so few desks at the school that some students literally have to sit on rocks. I assume you're not supposed to put 4 kids on one of these.
Of course, this is only supposed to take 2 kids.
Really?
Not 4.
Can you ask them if they'd like new desks?
Independent creator desk Cynthia.
I'll be right back. These students, everyone has a place to sit. This really puts into perspective the things we take for granted in America and Europe. Like
Something as simple as a new desk for their school so they don't have to sit on rocks. It's literally making their week.
Thank you. This means a lot.
And thanks for the help, guys. They're carrying all the way right now. Okay. You ready for your new desk? Yeah. See, they can't feed all these kids breakfast and lunch every school day with this kitchen, which is why we built this brand new kitchen. And on top of revamping the school, we also dug a well here with water storage, plus a greenhouse and panda camera, a farm. We are hooking this school up with everything they need. And for the influx of students at neighboring schools, we're partnering with massive farms like this one. This is Justin. He runs the farm.
Welcome to the initial farm. We have two parts of the farm. One part of the farm goes directly to the schools, and the other part of the farm we specifically grow to sell to nearby communities, which helps to keep the nonprofit going.
Because right now, these farms are using manual labor, which is not efficient enough to produce as much food as the schools need. We got you a brand new tractor! Now, instead of people doing manual work like this, they can instead just use this tractor. What previously took 45 minutes will now just take 45 seconds. This tractor is more important than you may realize. Just because we're taking the money from all the views on this video and giving it to school meal programs doesn't mean food just magically spawns out of thin air. The food has to come from somewhere, and in this case, it's coming from the increased yield on this tractor across this massive farm. And to be sure this food reaches as many families as possible, we got a special surprise for this school. Here, your brand new
Thank you so much.
This truck will enable the school to provide excess meals to families all over the community. Inside of your guys' brand new truck is enough food for over 100. Which really was so thankful just to be able to go. I have to go now. If you thought 100,000 meals was a lie, by the end of this video, because of your review, we will be giving away 8 million meals. That's where we also funded the construction of not just a kitchen and water tank, but also a new farm for our local school. The cabinets we're planting here in around 2.5 months will look like this. We don't do this, we don't just for this here. This farm, though millions of others all across Ghana don't share such a positive story. Sadly, the children are as well, playing a crucial role in generating their family's income. 4 out of 5 of your students, before they enroll to this school, worked on a cacao farm. Yeah. Now, instead of working at a cocoa farm, they're getting an education just because we're giving them a free meal. Yes, good food, good elements, just as food, and they're still food. And we found another way to help kids stay in school. These are brand new cows. We want dozens of pairs of kittens that we're going to be gifting to these families. And with that extra income, they'll be able to send their kids to school as opposed to having them work on farms. Tomorrow being their first day of school. Yes. Congrats. There was so many animals to give away, I had to rely on Tariq for help. Was a mistake. Tariq, bring out the next 10 goats at the same time. Oh man, that's a lot of goats. That's a lot of goats. More goats. Come on, come on. Here we go. Tariq, you got away. You're fine. And that's a perfect way to celebrate our time in Ghana. I think I just had chocolate. Tell me what you guys think of it. No problem. Do you like the taste of it? Yeah. The goats. If you look up, you can see yourself on the camera. It's sad, but 45% of children that live in cacao farming households in Ghana work in illegal child labor. So to fight this at Feastables, we are working with the farmers to establish child labor monitoring and remediation systems to get the kids out of child labor and into school.
It's been our prayer that we have to finish for this. And now we have it. So we thank you so much, and we hope that this will continue for years, forever.
And now that these families in Ghana have to eat, back in the United States, ending hunger requires a completely different problem. Believe it or not, America produces so much food that almost 40% of it simply gets thrown away. If we could preserve just 10% of that, we could theoretically end hunger in the United States. And that brings us to the Philadelphia wholesale produce market. One of the largest food marketplaces in America, where every year up to 10 million pounds of unsold food is at risk of going to waste. which is where Evan and his nonprofit, Sharing Access, come in.
If they don't have a place to sell it, it's the easiest option to throw it away.
Let's take these potatoes, for example. Some retailer might be like, hey, if they're within 1 month of expiring, we don't want it. But instead, you're like, yo, why not give it to people who are starving?
That's right. It's a no-brainer.
So Evan and his organization, Sharing Access, collect millions of pounds of food that, for silly reasons, would have been thrown away. What are we looking for? This looks good.
That looks good, so we're gonna put it in the good box.
Okay. This one looks a little not good.
Not so good. Throw it in the bin.
Okay. And that's all you do?
Yeah. If we make it more complicated, people wouldn't do it.
Wait, Terry, why is your pepper so small? I think I got the biggest pepper out of the world. Wait, your pepper's the poor, Nolan. It's like Caroline. The boys wish they had a pepper to take. All this food is just what's been donated today from this building.
And there's even more out there. Just we need more trucks to be able to pick up the food that's actually available.
This market and others like it have so much food that even the Sharing Access organization can't distribute it all before it goes bad. But with just one more truck, they could rescue up to 7 million pounds of additional food every year. And maybe you can see where this is going, but I made sure Evan couldn't, as I led him to the surprise that I had prepared for him. Evan, take off your blindfold and turn around. Look at your friend. Just by watching this video, you're helping us give more money to Sharing Access so that they can continue to fill this truck with food for years to come. But let me show you what just one day with an additional food truck looks like. Starting with supplying the Donald Charles Food Kitchen, where they cook gourmet meals for the needy every day. Everything you see here would have been thrown away, but now it is a gourmet meal going to someone in need. This is crazy. And while the meals we cooked fed 600 people, our one truck still had thousands of pounds of fresh produce to stock multiple community fridges, hand out directly to people on the streets. It was our own food drive in North Carolina, where hundreds of people were in need of nutritious food. And you can help too with the help of DoorDash. I'm watching this video right now. You're helping feed someone in need. And for a limited time, if you purchase this hoodie available exclusively at Dash Mart on DoorDash, you're going to help to donate 100 meals like this to people in need. Some meals for you. Appreciate it. I'm noticing Evan's putting his Sharing Access branding over the DoorDash hoodies. All right, here we go. Yeah. There he is. Sorry, I had to pause the food drive to settle that. Do you need a hat? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description to purchase our hoodie on DoorDash now. Guys, let's help as many people in need as possible. DoorDash's Project Dash, in just a few years, has helped to deliver over 100 million meals. All of this food would have been thrown away. Isn't that crazy? Hey, do you watch the videos?
Yeah.
Do you know his name? She took a picture. Hey, neither do we. And once the food drive was over, I still had 2 more surprises for Evan. Evan, I have 2 checks for you. First, to get us to 1 million meals, here's a check for 600,000 meals. Before the video goes up, we said we do 1 million meals. I need you to do 600,000 of them. And then after the video goes up, I don't know yet. It depends how many of them watch the video. So here's a blank check. And as they watch the video, I will fill it in so you can keep feeding people in need.
Oh my God, guys, please watch this video. We can find so much food.
The dollar amount written here is up to you guys. Not only did DoorDash step up to help fund these meals, but so did a gentleman named Tony Robbins, who has a message for you guys.
What you're doing is so important. Every of you bring more meals. So I'm going to commit 10 million meals to you, matching funds for anybody who wants to join me here. Let's really do everything we can, get as many people help as possible.
Make sure you share this video with your friends because of Tony Robbins and DoorDash. Every 20 views equals a meal to someone in need. Let's share this.
This is me on top of a speeding train, and this is me in a hot air balloon to answer some of the most debated science questions on the internet. For example, my hot air balloon pilot here says he can land me anywhere I want, and yet there's nothing here that resembles a steering wheel, which begs the question: how do you actually steer these things?
So we steer.
What's the problem? Why are you letting the train fall? You jumped on top of the train, but I'm stopping there. Because today we're going to investigate 5 more physics and engineering puzzles using simple demonstrations as we go. Because our goal by the end of this video is to know the right answers, but more importantly, for you to understand why they're the right answer. To kick things off, I've got a science proof. that most people get wrong. What is the first man-made object to break the sound barrier? In other words, an object that travels more than 767 miles per hour through the air, exceeding the speed of sound, thereby creating a super loud sonic boom. So what do you think? Most people I ask say either a bullet, or a rocket, or even a jet plane, but this tech goes way like 5,000 years way back, because the first man-made object to break the speed of sound, the whip. Sound you just heard was literally a sonic boom. Means at the peak of its motion, the tempo of the whip is moving faster. 767 miles per hour. Okay, so if you got that right, time for a bonus question. What's almost surely the first time you yourself heard a sonic boom? Here's your clue. It's a near statistical certainty that everyone has the same answer for this going back millions of years. That's right, thunder. Basically, the lightning superheats the air 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun, and this causes the air to expand so rapidly it breaks the sound barrier once again, making a sonic boom. And if that juicy nugget of knowledge just made your brain feel really good, make that sound cooler in post. Yeah. Buckle up, because we've got 6 more to go, including number 2. Have you ever noticed when grabbing drinks from a cooler that even though they have the same amount of liquid inside, regular Coke sinks and Diet Coke floats? Now, why would that be? Well, our first clue is that we know less dense objects like this cord float and more dense objects like this bolt sink. However, that's not only true about different objects, it's true about different liquids too. Like for salad dressing, how the less dense oil floats on the more dense vinegar. And sure enough, when we compare their respective labels, you'll notice one glaring difference. Regular Coke has more than 3 tablespoons of real sugar, which makes this can more dense than the Diet Coke, which just has artificial sweetener. That means this one's just a little less dense than water, causing it to float. This one's just a little more dense than water. But we can take this to the next level. Here I have a wall that I filled with 8 different household liquids, from honey, dish soap, to baby oil. And they naturally stack themselves with increasing density as you go down. So if we dump, let's say, a bunch of golf balls in, they'll sink like a Coke can through all the layers until they have a layer that's more dense than you, at which point the golf balls stop falling and come to rest on top of that layer. Which means you can have a different item come to rest on every layer. As long as you spend way more time than you care to admit testing way more items than you care to admit. This is a nice room. But in the end, it's not hard to rationalize the wasted time when it looks this cool. By the way, you can make a simple version of this yourself at home by filling a drinking glass with baby oil and colored water and then plopping in a life guide to ride the ocean waves. So this obviously works with household liquids. But what if the liquid was metal? This 24 pounds? Mercury. It's hard to get submerged by hand in here. Which means if I take an actual cast iron anvil, it should float like a Diet Coke. Test it out. Look at that. I mean, I understand the science behind this, but it still breaks your brain. This is actual cast iron. It's heavy, and yet when you put it in mercury, it bobs like a cork. Let's go bobbing for anvils. For number 3, a while back, I read about a famous mathematician from the 1600s. Notice that when you hang up multiple pendulum clocks in his house, they eventually sync up their swings, and then they just stay that way. So you wonder, just like I when I first read this, how are these purely mechanical clocks that weren't touching, somehow communicating with each other, and after a period of time, agreeing to swing in perfect unison? As the unofficial motto of Crunch Labs is think like an engineer, I decided to create an experiment to test this for myself. So I got 4 clocks and after 4 days, that thing happened. But when you're thinking like an engineer, you know that's not failure, that's a clue. So I reread the story and picked up on an important detail I missed the first time. Clocks weren't mounted on the wall in the way we think of today. Instead, they were mounted on the same wooden beam that made up part of the wall. And given the construction methods of the 1600s, there's a good chance that board had a little wiggle to it. And that wiggle is a very important detail. Here's what I mean. If I swing this sledgehammer pendulum below me while standing on firm ground, then it's just the sledgehammer pendulum that you see moving. But if I stand on a skateboard where I don't have firm footing, now you can see the pendulum is in fact pushing back and moving me too. Now here's the wild part. Because the clock is securely attached to the beam, that beam acts just a tiny bit like the skateboard. So those swinging pendulums are so slightly moving. So that means as the clocks are just slightly pushing back and nudging the beam, they start to influence and nudge each other too. So if the clock gets greatly out of sync with the others, over time, those little nudges get it to line up. So after discovering all this, we took those 4 clocks and this time attached them all to a beam. Attached to the wall with a little bit of wind. And this time, after 4 days, something happened, which once again was a clue, not failure. Because it turns out for this that actually with pendulum clocks, you need a very precise ratio of clock to pendulum, like this setup here. So while I couldn't get my hands on the perfect pendulum clock, here's another way to observe the same phenomenon with 140 pendulums all sitting on a board. I can freely wiggle back and forth. Let's give it a shot. A little help here. This is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
It's like a bunch of stormtroopers.
To give you a sense of how quickly they sync up, here's an uninterrupted take so you can see for yourself as the chaos turns to order in less than a minute. So as you can see, even though we started at totally random, in less than a minute, those nudges do in fact influence each other until they're all asleep, just like the in the mathematician's house. Coming in at number 4, have you ever noticed every time you see a full moon, it always looks the same? In other words, it's the same side, even in pictures. But what about the other side? It turns out we don't see the other side because the moon is rotating perfectly in sync with its orbit around the Earth. So we only ever see the googly eyes. But that's wild. Like, what are the chances that those would sync up perfectly? Well, we call this tidal locking. While it seems unlikely, you see this with pretty much all the other planets and their moons in our solar system too. And this simple demo will give us the right mental model. If the moon was perfectly spherical and balanced, it would spin like this, and one side wouldn't be more likely to line up with Earth than the other. The moon's not perfectly spherical. Over time, that constant pull of Earth's gravity has caused it to be sort of slightly oblong, which we've sort of exaggerated a little bit here. But now you'll see, since the center of gravity of our moon doesn't exactly line up with the axis by which it rotates, like it was here, now, no matter how I spin it, it always happens to be that the heavy side of the moon always face the strongest source of gravity, which just so happens to be the center of the Earth. Guess what? Out in space, the actual moon's nearest source of gravity is still the center of the Earth, which means that the real moon will always have the same side pulled towards us, just like with our model. And that means every living thing on this planet that has ever looked up at the moon has always seen that same familiar face. And that will never change. Now, before we get to the last 3, including answering how hot air balloons steer, if you're like me, you love to feel like that. And I got great news for you. Because acting up that moment is why I have fun. Build it control. Jump inside the train, but not. You jump on top of the train. We'll get to the jump in a second, but first let's see if we can get any clues from this small scale test with 2 Lego guys. One inside and one on top of the train. But they're in water. Now in a moment, I'm going to pull on a string, which will move the train car forward. I want you to think, what will happen to each of the Lego guys? Ready? Here we go. That. Now, because this test was in water, you intuitively sort of had a sense the top guy would fall off and the bottom guy would be fine, right? But yeah, because the top guy would have to travel through all that still water and that would push back on him. Whereas inside the train car, he's enclosed, so everything in that car, including the water, is moving along with the train. So why would I show you this Lego guy standing on a model train in water? No different than me standing on a real train in air. Just like water, air is also a fluid, it's just not as dense as water. Sort of see how it looks like a fluid here in this demonstration showing hot air coming from a blow dryer. So when a train moves through the air, it's moving through a fluid. Visualize this, let's replace me with a pair of helium balloons. Once again, what do you think will happen here? Well, of course, the balloon inside is totally upright because just like in water, the air around that balloon is trapped with a train. Whereas on top, the balloon is being pushed back because that's the flight point through all the stationary air. Just like the Lego guy on top being pushed back by water around the train tank. It's sort of like when you stick your hand out the car window and feel resistance from the wind. So going back to the jump, if you were able to visualize all the air molecules like this, see how once we start moving, the inside the train that I found, I get no pushback from all my air molecule neighbors because they're pretty chill and we're all traveling together. But on top of the train, it's a whole different story. I'm continuously bonking into a mad rush of trillions of air molecules every second as I whiz by. So if I jump now, makes total sense why they would push me back and I would land in a whole different spot. Number 6, here's an interesting thought experiment. Let's say you just bought a small 2-seater airplane and you know the plane has to be traveling at 60 miles per hour on a still day to take off. So one day you had the brilliant idea. Why not just create a much shorter runway using a plane-sized treadmill that can ramp up to 60 miles per hour, sending it into the air from your own backyard? But would that actually work? Well, let's run the experiment together with a small scale model. Now, the way a plane typically takes off is it needs to reach a certain speed, which of course then requires a certain length of runway. So let's see what it is for this model airplane. Looks like it's 10 miles an hour after traveling 15 feet. Now here we've got our own version of our backyard treadmill runway that will ramp up to our 10 miles per hour takeoff speed. So let's see what happens. Make your prediction now if you haven't already. The circle treadmill, we're just moving the board to keep it in the same spot so it stays in the camera. Okay, so we're at takeoff speed, and sadly, we're not taking off. And at this point, we were suspicious maybe we measured something wrong. So we cranked it up way more, and still nothing. So does that mean our backyard treadmill idea is a bust? Let's talk about what needs to happen for a plane to take off. Because planes need air flowing around their wings to create lift. Once again, it's sort of like sticking your hand out the car window. You don't feel any lift stopped at a red light, but the faster you go and the more air that flows by your hand, the more lift you feel. Which means no matter how fast our treadmill goes, there's still no air. Wait, we stopped at a red light. And I think part of the confusion many people have with this experiment is they're comparing it to the vehicle they know better, which is a car. Because for a car, the ground is what gives you forward motion. But for a plane, it's the propeller that gives you forward motion. Here's a thought experiment to demonstrate that. Imagine you have a car and a plane on the most slippery ice ever invented. Because the car's engine uses the ground to get forward motion through the tires, no matter how fast you spin those tires, the car will not an inch. The plane, however, is totally unaffected by the ice because the plane's wheels aren't powered at all. The forward motion for a plane comes from the propeller in the air, so it would take off with absolutely no problems. It wouldn't know the difference. So knowing that, let's adjust this experiment to give the plane a chance to move forward, which means, of course, we're going to need a bigger treadmill. So let's get our treadmill back up to that 10 miles per hour takeoff speed. At this point, we're exactly back to where we started with the smaller treadmill. So to get the plane to move forward, let's just give it more power, causing it to move down our extended treadmill and take off at 10 miles per hour after 15 feet. Which, as you recall, is the same speed and distance as we tested it with no treadmill. So would your brilliant backyard runway treadmill idea work? Assuming, of course, your backyard is the exact length of an actual runway. And now for our final engineering puzzle, we're back at this hot air balloon as I contend with my mild fear of heights. Okay, well, I haven't found a steering wheel, but it does seem pretty clear every time you add hot, you go high. It's utilized pretty straightforward physics, and the clue is right there in the name. Hot air is less dense than cold air, and we know from our Coke cans, less dense things will rise. So when Mateo does this, it's up the air in the balloon. He's basically diet cooking us. And then over time, the air outside cools back down the air in the balloon, making it more dense, and therefore we start to sink down like regular Coke. So all you have control over is whether you go up or down. Correct. So you said you could land me wherever I wanted.
That is also correct.
But what if the wind's going that way and I want to land over there? That's got to be magic.
So yeah, so what we'll do is
Okay, pause here, because to understand Mateo's answer, you first need to understand two things. First is that if the wind is blowing in one direction in your backyard, 1,000 feet above that, it's almost certainly blowing differently. And 1,000 feet above that, it will once again be totally different. So the question then becomes, how does Mateo know the wind speed and direction at different heights? And that's where number 2 comes in, because it's someone's job every day to launch 2 balloons like this into the sky at noon and midnight London time. But this is done in 1,000 locations all around the world, all at the same 2 exact times. And these balloons all have something called a radiosonde attached to them that measures things like altitude, pressure, temperature, and wind. They transmit the information back to the ground station, which gives that in different years. And that's the reason the wind and weather predictions can be so accurate. So 2,000 of these massive weather balloons go up every day, and they eventually pop and just land somewhere. never to be retrieved. Now, because of this, computers can figure out the wind direction and speed at every level of the atmosphere as you go up. So on a given day, Mateo just checks the daily charts, and if these are the predicted wind directions and speed, and he wants us to land exactly right here, he just needs to raise, and then raise again, and then lower the balloon to cast the appropriate invisible rivers of air to land in the perfect spot. So hot air balloon don't steer, at least not in the normal way we think of. It's more of a tag team with Mother Nature. So in some ways, he's less of a magically steering pilot, and he's more of a weatherman, which means the only real magic here is all the juicy knowledge I just wirelessly transferred through that screen from my brain into yours. This is Timmy, and he is a piano prodigy. He loves to practice, and his parents don't have to nag him to practice either. I love it. Do your thing, Timmy. But this is Katie, and she lost all interest in piano after hot cross buns, which means practice is a battle and a chore she doesn't want to do. And let's face it, Mom doesn't exactly want to hear either. Well, I got great news for you, Katie and Mom, because for the cost of 1 month of begrudging piano lessons and reactions like this, you get an entire year of Crunch Slabs Build Box with reactions like this. But the snow level is this high. You're learning so much cool stuff, even without realizing you're learning so much cool stuff. Because each month when the new toy arrives on your porch, and then you put it alongside me, you're learning all the cool engineering principles that make it work. And this secret sauce of hiding the vegetables is the reason we shipped millions of these boxes to converted parents around the world, saying this has totally unlocked a new level of resilience, curiosity, in their kids. And there's even 2 options. You got a build box where it teaches them the basics to building a super fun toy for kids up to 12 years old. And then there's Hack Pack, where we learn some coding with an awesome build-it-yourself robot for your teens, or heck, even for you. These things get shipped to adults. So if you want to go from being the household nagger to the household legend, watching a young mind discover a passion they didn't even know they had. CrunchLabs.com, use the link in the video description, where we're currently giving away either 1 or 2 boxes free as an early spring special. Thanks for watching. Which has more destructive power, lasers? Wait, today, to declare a final champion among we've tested head-to-head on my channel, they'll be facing off a test against 7 household objects, including a CD, a crystal ball, and a safe full of cash. Let's go! And since Laser had to defeat Papa to make it to the finals, your favorite former middle school teacher turned a laser-wielding mad genius is back. Science Bob Fleetfeld. Good luck, Mark! They're so positive! Representing lightning in his face, aka Electro, picking up Spanners in Canada, and brought some shocking bits of electric machinery. Show off his mastery of Electro. They know what I'm doing, kind of. But once again, for the final encore performance, I'm not going to be watching from the sidelines either, as all 7 objects will have to face my X Factor method of destruction. Which, as always, is different for each object. So, for example, this lava lamp might just get turned into an actual lava lamp. And as expected at this stage in the competition, the Nerd Trash Con commenced immediately. Lightning beats everything. I'm just worried about you surviving. What? Winner of today's competition gets a safe full of cash. Don't get excited. Actual cash. I still got a rusted boat in my driveway last month. It's gonna cost you more to get rid of it. Oh, it's good. Right, well, let's get started. Dual ball lightning. And with that, it was time to start our 7-item showdown of destruction, starting with a contest to burn a CD from our personal collections. Literally. And Bob's gonna get us started by using a super powerful military-grade laser to destroy Stewart's greatest hits. Big Rod Stewart fan, especially back then. So Bob fired up both his laser and his Rod Stewart teammate. It's gone! Where's the CD? It's like the end of Avengers. What happened? We had to use some replay to realize that Bob's super powerful laser had folded this like taco for incinerating it in an undeniable show. What is that? That's nothing, Bob. Oh, that's literally ash. You might still be able to play that. Yeah, watch me do it, Fatty. Out of the gate strong with the trash time. Yeah, let's hope we can play right. Yeah. Okay, well. He's a mess. That was lightning, so excited to see how many plan to use the super mean-looking Tesla coil that he brought to Crunch Slabs. Don't better than my CD. I'm gonna go. Excuse me, stop. They went to the ground through my shoe. You're like talking slower, I feel. I broke my CD. Poor Christopher. Hey. Time to see if the Tesla coil could shock the CD as well as it shocked Eddie. They worked beautifully. Working patterns lighting up French lights. They were so gorgeous. Like moths to a light, we just had to get closer. Until we remembered we were working by many safety standards. I go a little bit longer and I think I'm gonna cut all the way through. I should try one more time. I have second thoughts. I never have second thoughts. I try it again, and every time I learn something new with a scar.
I don't have a good feeling about that.
But Betty had used a wire to ground the CD so he could get close without having to worry. Betty had become the daughter of thunder. If this crystal ball CD was facing its racket, Betty shocked. But despite the second cell phone of the day, Betty done a pretty great job at burning the CD. Because I know what I'm doing. This is a good time to point out, even though Betty has made a career out of building really cool things that always somehow shock him. He does have a master's degree in electrical engineering and is very smart and actually does know exactly what he's doing. In other words, please don't try this with your own 4-foot Tesla coil. Throw the X Factor. It's time to show these boys what the X Factor can pull off. Gentlemen, prepare to have your minds blown. Really? Microwave? It's not just any microwave. It's a microwave with 2 googly eyes. But googly eyes or not, Mariah Carey was in for a little excitement. 3, 2, 1.
And wait, I was always told you never put metal into a microwave.
This is true. Do not try this at home. Only try this at Crunch Labs. It's a pretty techno light show for us. Oh, wow. They did a great job. Don't breathe that smoke. But ultimately, besides destroying CD beyond repair, final verdict was I think Maddie's was the coolest.
Yeah.
Of course we do it. Bob.
On the round 2.
So now that we have the first point on the board, we got ready for a chili round 2. Solid block of ice. I'm gonna make a small sculpture out of it. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm feeling good about my chances on this.
Do a chainsaw.
And Bob is up first with the super powerful laser.
Hey guys, let's go.
And as he worked his laser across the surface of the ice, dripping water indicated that his laser was.
Is anyone doing anything, Bob?
Hey, this is how light works. And honestly, he's right. Since ice is more or less transparent, laser passes straight through and doesn't bounce off or get absorbed by anything, which means it doesn't build up enough heat to cause any damage. So this time, Bob focused his laser on one spot and held it there. And it started to create a rough surface on the ice, which allowed the laser to finally interact with something and build up some heat. Eventually, covering the hole, putting through. That is cool, actually.
It looks very bullet.
It's a bullet that kills you in half an hour. It's time for Betty to back up all that trash talk. Let me show you how it's done. I'm going to use a welding machine and run 650 amps of current through it. No! Like I was saying, basically Betty's plan was to use the buildup of heat from electrical resistance to create a hot rebar knife through icy butter. Whoa! We got a sizzle. Give me more juice. Wow, that's red. Now watch this. Whoa. And it worked. Well, still it did. What happened? Well, I can't I think your ice is too cold. So Betty added a little bit of elbow grease, to try and saw his way through the ice by using the bars of rebar that were still hot. I learned from that side. Despite his best efforts, resulting in a little melting, but much more reheating and then subsequent bending. No arcing. Our eyes are done. So close. It was a failure, but it was a cool failure. Enough of these jokers. It was time for the X Factor. This, boys, is how you win a competition.
Actually, kind of excited to see this.
With the red nickel ball.
It's very satisfying sound.
The question is, can I make it deeper than Betty did? Go, go, go! The core of the nickel ball had been heated to 2,000 degrees, and it was slowly but surely making its way down the ice. Go in the distance. Is it? But unfortunately for me, the laws of thermodynamics, I had other plans. Oh no! It's full of water. It's still all of its energy. It takes a lot of energy to heat up water. I guess there's a clear winner. Is there a clear winner? Really, there were no clear winners in this. I have a solution. This is how we're going to solve this. So we decided to add a little gravity. Whoever's block broke the cleanest must have done the most damage. So they can be declared the winner. And devastatingly, second round in a row. Dang it! You're getting all nationalistic on us. All right, 0. Next challenge. So we moved on to lands, and this one was going to be a little bit different. This is a science bomb land.
This is a science bomb land.
Because this time we wouldn't be trying to destroy lamps. We'd be using our chosen elements to create lamps. Ooh.
For my lamp, I have got some ultraviolet reactive slime. I hit it with a sparkle pattern, ultraviolet laser filter. It should look. Get all the lights.
I can't see, Bob!
Activate the laser. The world's first slime laser lamp.
Some of the prettiest slime I've ever seen. That's kind of interesting. And I wonder what it would look like if you attacked it with the Crunch Labs Vortex key. Okay. Oh, yeah. Looked like a little band. Can I play with the laser?
Please. Ultraviolet slime laser lamp.
Now it's not on my bingo card.
You leave well, Bob. I mean, it sucks. Try that, Lightning Boy.
Lightning Boy was about to whip out the Tesla coil and this fluorescent bulb.
I'm gonna do Nikola Tesla's dream of wireless power and power this with a super large Tesla coil.
Is this like a good distance for us?
If it's safe for me, it's safe for you too.
Why do I not trust what you say? But when we turn it on, oh man, the electric field created by the Tesla coil in the air. It's alive! Actually causes the fluorescent tube light to glow. What's happening is the gas particles in the tube are getting excited by the electric field, which breaks them into charged particles, releasing energy in the form of light. And it made it look like the coolest actual lightsaber battle ever.
I just go less crazy this time. Light it up.
Hey, stop breaking things!
I've learned my lesson. I just want to see how bright it gets, okay?
Thank you. Once we got the Lightning Man a light bulb that was too big to use as a lightsaber, was undeniable, then it was a pretty cool trick. Lightning lamp, not bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, well, for my lamp, I'm doing a lava lamp. Is it a lamp that's filled with actual lava?
Does Kevin the Backyard Scientist know you're doing this?
No, this is our little secret, Bob. The question was, did I actually get any in the lamp? This is the moment of truth. And marks to it. Because I only have one pour. The anticipation had us feeling like Christmas morning. Speaking of which, now's the perfect time to mention that if you want a Christmas morning reaction like this, or this, the Crunch Labs build box subscription is the answer, because with the build box, not only do you get a super fun toy that you get to put together every month, but you do it alongside me, like you incredible physics behind how it works. We're right there in the trenches, building, learning, and succeeding together, so principles have to sink in. So if you're a kid and you're looking for something to put at the top of your Christmas list, or you're just looking to be the household hero by giving it to someone else, use the link in the video description or head to CrunchLabs.com where we're giving away 2 free boxes as our holiday special. Now back to my precision lava pouring skills. We're doing it! I poured too much. Ultimately, I felt like the lava gods would be pleased. While it is beautiful, it's arguably less practical. So it's time to pick a winner.
I'd like to point out something. You didn't make the lamp. You destroyed a lamp. I made him.
I can't say I suppose even the lava gods agreed with Bob's logic, which meant Laser was on the board with 1, Lightning with 2, and the X Factor with a very sad 0, which meant I'd have to change that in the LiPo battery ramp.
Right. Oh no, right.
And it did blow up, but it did it gorgeously. Laser burned right through the battery's casing and burned about all the excess energy left stored inside the battery.
Laser did some sweet damage to that thing.
Definitely did. Once it was actually dead, you're able to see the many battery layers of smoldering wreckage. The laser.
Bob, can I just point out how you kind of look like a fly right now?
For me lighting, I'm gonna let the battery destroy itself by letting it slate with a very low resistance wire that will allow it. A classic Medi-Start will be that, oh my god, to an otherwise interesting plan. Because by connecting the leads, he's created a path for the electrons to flow with essentially no resistance. This basically causes a stampede of electrons trying to squeeze through the wires so intense, it generated a bunch of heat that melted the connections on the flimsy white wire. So in an effort to scale up that flimsy white wire so the battery would have to fail from the inside, Medi fashioned himself this giant mad scientist. I know, this looks really fun, I'm not gonna lie. I'll step back, that's for sure, because only one thing would die today, and it actually wasn't the battery. It was Betty's winning streak. Is it getting worse? I don't think this is on See what's wrong with the battery. So Betty attempted to MacGyver his way to a solution, but he was shocked to find out that these batteries have a fail-safe internally that prevent them from shorting themselves out. Let me use the knife. Yeah, the only thing that was actually destroyed was the knife. These batteries are not safe, man. So now the X Factor was up. This is how you do it, boys. And I was going crossbow. Now last time my fatal flaw was aiming at a target that was physically impossible to hit. Dang it! So this time I was thinking a distance that would be physically impossible to miss. Dang it!
A bit long video. Wow.
The metal dart did what Betty couldn't do by connecting all the layers of the battery. Causing the electron stampede. That resulted in beautiful flames. Well, boys, take it. Yours. There's nothing in there. And thus, for the first time, X Factor was on the board, and according to this crystal ball we were about to destroy, I saw many more points in my future. Laser versus crystal ball, Bob. I feel like lasers pass through glass.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm here.
Have a little confidence, buddy. Some of the greatest discoveries in scientific history came from that line. We might be about to find the cure to cancer here. Okay. Feeling inspired, Bob gave his laser a shot. And once it hit the crystal ball, wow! It's beautiful! Double rainbow! It was a beautiful light show, but the infrared camera indicated that the only effect Bob had. I might be turning the wall into lava. You're laser, you're not lava, Bob. I'm both. I don't know if it cured cancer.
It didn't even notice the glow.
Meanwhile, Team X Factor had no doubts about its upcoming one. This, while it might look like a normal golf club, oh my god, it's actually a fire. Goggles, where's my goggles? 3, 2, 1, 4!
Hole in the wall.
You know what you're up against.
Shards of glass, I get back.
I don't see it being that strong. You're gonna regret those words, buddy. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it was super effective. That feels very disappointing. And there are some. You know what I'm thinking? So I called in an assist. It's like loosening the jar of pickles for my buddy Isaac Newton. I thought everyone got one try. You guys might want to step back. 3, 2, 1.
my god.
No, I'm literally destroying the floor. At best, you can argue I turned the crystal ball into a bowling ball.
I think that's a win for Glass.
Bob and I are no match for this thing. It's up to you. It would all come down to whatever insane invention Mehdi had brought in.
We brought in a huge capacitor that can deliver 100,000 amps as much as one lightning strike.
Okay.
As much energy as a 50 caliber sniper rifle.
All right, I think we get the
It
point.
can power 100,000 homes. Really? For microsecond. Yeah.
It's missing.
God.
3, 2, 1, 0.
It's a test run we set up. That was loud. Should have might have this crystal ball in the bag.
Never done something like this before?
I think so.
Before. 3, 2, 1, 0. I didn't expect that at all.
None of us did. Well, maybe that's because we finally harnessed enough energy to destroy that dang crystal ball. No way.
Alicized Glass.
Well, Bob.
We're gonna get this one.
Is somebody cleans it up?
Yeah. Okay. Winner cleans up. Sorry, man. Then he added another tally to the score as we moved to the water main. So Bob let us know what he was planning to do with his adorable little friend.
We're gonna go all James Bond on this guy and go right down now.
Googly eyes now suddenly seem much more sinister.
Well, they were sitting around. I figured why not?
We're gonna leave this to you.
Okay.
Chance out for cutting a watermelon.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, there you go.
Tell us where you hid the treasure.
But the highly trained 00 melon didn't seem like he was gonna crack. So Bob turned up the heat.
Sorry. Actually, that was kind of fun.
It's like LASIK. It's horrible. Yeah, man.
Well, would you want to see what it tastes like?
But all that, and it only cut the watermelon about an inch deep. So I had to apply a little old-fashioned elbow grease. Oh,
You said you work out?
clear. Wow, that looks gross.
It has a hint of laser.
Yeah.
Refreshing, 100-degree watermelon.
Good Randy, watch out.
Next up was lightning.
You remember what I did to the crystal ball?
I do.
Remember what I did to the crystal ball?
I do actually.
We're gonna do the same thing to this poor watermelon. Paint the room with watermelon.
This was one that might require the bulletproof safety.
Let's make the watermelon watermelon. 1, 0.
Second thought, the barrier was over.
That didn't do anything.
I call that a electro bust.
Yeah.
The watermelon.
I cracked the watermelon.
Did like what a knife could do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that looks disgusting.
I think the watermelon absorbed all the shock from the explosion, and I wonder how it tastes like.
No,
And my intrigue would take some explaining. All right, for the X factor, you know, if you have a soda bottle and you shake it up, it has a lot of pressure, it wants to expand.
sure.
I'm basically take a really cold liquid, give off gas, and do the same effect. Stick it in the bottle.
I literally did this in an earlier video.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's go to the clip.
You can't call it like that. So while science bomb distracted the crowd with liquid nitrogen powered exploding watermelon, stop before I get interrupted again. We put on the most important touch. It's a cyclones. And then the second most important touch, which is the activating mixture, and then hightail it out of there in a safety glass, because this water minion is going to go off any second. Now this is real boring until it's not. I get it.
Something lifting up there. What's loud?
Yeah! Smashing success. It smells amazing. Yeah, it's all over the ceiling. Well,
Yeah, I
you guys, what do you need to say?
I take it.
What's up? Extra. Only one round left. You got 2 points. I got 2 points. Bob's got 1. Headed into 2-point finale. It's anybody's game, except for Bob's. You can technically tie it best. And we'd all have to break out the big guns as we moved into our safest round yet. Cracking open a reinforced vault filled with cash. Whoever snagged the most money would win this round and potentially the whole championship.
Finally, a challenge worthy of a laser.
Any concern about lighting the money on fire?
Lots. Assuming the money's down here, therefore I will cut in here and I walk away from it.
Let's roll. The police are coming. We only got 2 minutes.
Let's pull off this face.
And Walt Laser immediately started tearing deeply into the recesses of the ball. We wondered briefly whether it would make it through the thinker mechanism. But we didn't need to worry at all as it cut through them like paper. We did need to worry though about the sparks.
I feel like there's some burning cash in that safe, baby.
The question was how much cash Bob would be able to salvage after he opened.
You might have will get it back.
My money.
And so this operation depended on me to act as the muscle. And then, after one final struggle, Bob finally opened up the door.
There is literally nothing left in there.
I sure look. I see $1.
You have a corner of $1.
You did it. So Bob's final score was 25 cents, and we moved on to see what lightning could do. Plan Manny.
750 amps of current cut through this like water.
Can you top 3,000 watts?
Line is 31,000 watts.
It's way bigger than that.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Wow! Holy cow!
Why did I pick lasers?
That was beyond me, because frankly, Betty's was stunned. It's like a real-life lightsaber. It glowed brighter as it got hotter and hotter, making even quicker work of the ball's latching mechanisms, but eventually got so hot that Betty's gloves almost melted off his hand, which of course he had to show us up close.
Careful, man, careful.
Ultimately, he made much quicker work than laser. He also burned through the money.
The money!
Much quicker than laser had.
My money! Come on, man.
That's too late.
Which meant Betty recovered even less than Bob. Fortunately, neither one of you guys got any money, which means the stage is now set for the X Factor. We'll do cool sound effects with that. Gentlemen, you might notice the safe is sitting on a big red X. That's because for my final X Factor, my plan is to go with 170 feet of pure, unadulterated gravitational potential energy. Let's hook it up. Oh my God.
Help him.
It had come to this because I couldn't be sure this would crack it open, but yes!
I think gravity's gonna win this one.
If I even got $1 out of this thing,
Safe doesn't stand a chance there.
It's really tall.
I could win the entire challenge. So let's do it. 10, 9, 6, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow. At least your money's safe in the safe.
But how many dollars had I gotten out of there? Doors cracked open. I could definitely get in there. I'm gonna run it one more time. 3, 2, 1. The safe door flew off the hinges like a leaf falling off a tree, or a bird flying through the wind, or my money. That's right. My money.
Oh, too bad your money's blowing away.
I didn't even think about the wind. I'm even like 100. With all the interference from the wind, it was hard to get a final tally, but I was pretty sure I could count more than $1. Well, I'm nothing if not a generous host.
Oh.
Here's a little something for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, gentlemen, there can only be one winner. I'm just happy it was me.
Hey, there are some electronics in there.
What is that? Oh, watch out, Betty. Those could be live.
What did you put there?
Now, you might have been just as surprised as me that X Factor actually won. But what should not hopefully surprise you after watching all the videos I've been making on my YouTube channel for the last 12 years is that learning science and engineering doesn't have to be sucky and boring. Which is exactly why I started a toy company called Crunch Labs with the express goal of helping kids think like an engineer through monthly toys that get delivered to your door where you put it together with me. And having already shipped millions of these boxes, the data is in 87% of kids are rated an 8 out of 10 on a fun scale out of 10. But here's the dirty secret. More than 3 out of 4 parents said their child made a new passion around STEM and engineering from the boxes. Our secret sauce here, just like on my videos, is hiding the vegetables so everyone leaves feeling stoked about the outcome. On top of that, each month your box has a chance to contain a platinum ticket, and if you get it, oh my god, and then you're coming out here to Crunch Labs to build with me and my team for an end. So if you want to embark on this monthly journey with me and get a Christmas morning reaction like this, go to CrunchLabs.com or use the link in the video description where we'll give away those 2 boxes free. Holiday special. Thanks for watching. This is my brand new custom built satellite called SatGus, and in about a month, she'll be zooming by way up in space at 5 miles per second. But what makes SatGus so special is that she's got a phone right here and a camera right here, and her sole purpose is to take your selfie in space with the Earth. I'll make you. And it gets even cooler, because if you tell me the city you live in when you upload your picture to the satellite, we'll not only take the selfie over your city, but we'll tell you precisely when that will happen. So if you go out to Yard Wave, you'll technically be in the photo twice. It's incredible we live in a day and age where just an everyday civilian like you and me can just decide to build something and then send it to space. So today, I'm going to give you a 6-step crash course that will tell you to know to build and launch your own creation to space one day. And these 6 steps are very near and dear to my heart because these are the exact same steps I first learned when I was a young engineer at NASA working on the Mars rover. So for step 1, right out of the gate, you gotta first design your creation digitally in CAD. And that stands for computer-aided design. And it's really the first step for anything that gets made and manufactured these days. From a Mars rover, to a phone, to a hammer, to a shampoo bottle. CAD is critical for visualizing what it will look like and helping make design decisions about what should go where. In our case, after a few months of the design phase, we landed on something that looked like this. And it might look really impressive, and in many ways it is. But we sort of cheated and saved ourselves a lot of time and money because this is something called CubeSat. About 25 years ago, a couple Stanford professors realized every satellite that goes to space needs all the same basic elements like solar panels, radios, and computers. So instead of everyone having to start from scratch and reinvent the wheel every time, they standardized the basic necessary hardware and sizes. Of the most common sizes used, the smallest is a 1U satellite, which is just a little bit bigger than a Rubik's Cube. And then there's the 2U, which is just 2 Rubik's Cubes, so double that. And the 3U, the 6U, and the 12U. And this is the size we're using for SatGus. The way it works then is all the hardware necessary for the basic functionality of the satellite, like the flight computer, takes up this space. But then that leaves all this extra room for the payload. In other words, the purpose of your satellite. Like, what do you want it to do? In our case, that would be a camera and a screen for taking the pictures. So for your first creation you'll be sending to space, I highly recommend you make it a CubeSat because that will reduce your development costs 100 times, from tens of millions of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I want to talk about what's actually on SatGus because you'll need a lot of the same hardware yourself. But first, let's talk about what makes it unique, which is our payload, or how we're going to take the pictures. Once we get to space and everything's looking good, these 2 spring-loaded panels rotate open. On one, we've got a phone and a radiation resistant case. And then on the other, we've got a camera that's specifically been designed to withstand the harsh space environment. So once we beam your picture up to the satellite, we'll display it on the phone screen, and then the camera will take an HDR picture and then beam the image back to Earth. And you'll notice there's actually an identical setup of a phone and camera on the other side of SatGus as well. That's basically a full backup system, since we can't go to space and fix things if there's a problem with the primary camera. For power, it's not feasible to run an extension cord all the way up to space, so she's got two fixed solar panels that dump their power into some 120 watt-hour batteries. The solar panels provide enough power to fully charge your phone 9 times every 90-minute orbit if they're optimally pointed at the sun. But this actually creates a big problem for us. We have to point this way at the sun to charge up the solar panels, but then we have to point this way at the Earth to send and receive pictures, and then this way down into Earth to take the selfies. So how do we move around in space when there's no fuel or thrusters and there's no atmosphere to push against, so propellers won't? Well, here's a hint. See this cube? It's just hanging by the swivel mount, and it doesn't have any thrusters or propellers attached to it either. And yet, when I push this button, I can get it to magically rotate and then stop. So can you guess what's going on inside to make that happen? Well, if we take off the panels to take a look, the trick is this spinning disc. Why weird? Because angular momentum must be conserved. If the flywheel starts spinning one way, physics says the cube must rotate the other way to maintain equilibrium. So if you orient these 3 flywheels we call reaction wheels, all 90 degrees apart from each other, then you can spin them up and down to orient the whole satellite to any direction you want in space. And just like you can see here, they're incredibly precise. Now, because rotating the satellite is critically important for a backup and to help unspin these flywheels once they get to their max rotation speed, we've also got 3 torque rods. Again, all oriented 90 degrees to each other. These are super genius and are such a simple design, you can even make one yourself, where you just run a bunch of wire around a $2 piece of crystalline iron, and when you run a current through that wire, it creates a magnetic field. You can see proof of that here, because when we turn it on, it boosts this compass. With that new magnetic field, we'll want to line up with Earth's magnetic field, just like how normal magnets want to line up together. So you can see here, simply by turning it on and running current through the wire, seemingly by magic, you can change the orientation of this little floating platform. Another challenge we have is SatGus needs to know exactly where it is at all times relative to the Earth, so it knows when to snap your selfie as your neighborhood is passing underneath, along with a bunch of others. To solve that, we've got a GPS on board, but that tells us our location, not our orientation. So for orientation, we've got an IMU just like your phone does when it knows you've rotated it, as well as 2 star trackers that take pictures of the stars and have some against a catalog star pictures to understand which way you're facing. But sometimes they can't see the stars because the sun is blinding them. So there's also 2 sun sensors that locate the brightest spot in the sky and just assume it's the sun, and those work great for coarse measurements. For the second to last critical piece of hardware, we need to be able to talk to it. For that, we've got 2 different radios, one slow and one fast. There's a UHF that has low data rates, and that's for basic commands and telemetry communication. And then an S-band, which is for higher data rates, like actually transmitting the pictures. And the final piece of hardware on SatGus that you're also going to need for your own space build is the flight computer. This is the brains of the satellite. It takes all the inputs from the sensors and radios, and then makes the choices on where to spin and take the pictures. For step 2 of building and sending something to space, we need to analyze our design, because there are 4 main ways space tries to kill you. So we need to investigate each of these and make sure we're protected. First is that it will try and shake you to death. Technically, this actually happens on the launch pad before you get to space, but the rockets necessary to escape the Earth's gravity are so massive and powerful. The magnet rope inside the rocket is strong enough to break most items we use on a daily basis here on Earth, especially if you're vibrating at the same rate as the rocket. And here's what I mean by that. You know how if you push someone on a swing at just the right time, they go higher and higher? Is that too high? Is that too high? What? But then you push at the wrong time, you actually mess up their swinging and they slow down. Everything has a resonant frequency, from your phone right after it hits the ground to your house in an earthquake. To illustrate, I've got 3 masses here that same, they're just attached to different rod lengths. So as I increase the shaking of the space plate, see if you can spot when we hit a resonant frequency. Oh, there it is for the long one. It becomes like the swing because we're adding more and more energy with each shake until it breaks. And now once again, if I increase how frequently the space shakes, or its frequency, and we go past the resonant frequency of the big one, now the longer rod is fine, but the middle one hits its resonant frequency, and now it breaks. Now if I do this once more, and maybe pause at the first resonant frequency, I pause in a second. And then I crank it all the way up. We get close, but we never quite hit the resonant frequency of the small one. And that's the key. The shaky base plate represents the rumbling, shaky rocket. We have to make sure all of our hardware has a resonant frequency above the rockets, just like the short one did, so it doesn't break off like the longer two. But how do we do that? Well, remember that CAD model we created in step one to organize and package everything? We put it to double use, because now we turn it into a finite element model. This means we take the whole structure and divide it into a lot of little chunks. Mesh. Each chunk is small and simple enough where we can use really basic physics equations to see how it will affect the chunks next to it if you start vibrating. So now the computer just has to solve lots of really simple equations that are all connected, as opposed to one single impossibly difficult equation to make sure that the resonant frequency for the whole satellite and each individual part are all higher than the rocket shake frequency. After that, even though we know we won't overlap with that low resonant frequency where things will go really bonkers, it's still a pretty violent shake. So we use that same finite element model to make sure all the pieces on the satellite are still strong enough to even withstand those lower level forces. The second way space tries to kill you is it wants to both burn and freeze you to death. Here on Earth, we've got a nice cozy atmosphere that acts like a giant blanket that holds in heat from the sun and moves heat around through wind, which keeps the temperatures relatively stable. But in space, there's no atmosphere and no wind. And so in a single orbit, parts of the satellite can get as hot as 212 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun, and then as cold as negative 112 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. That's like going from nearly twice the hottest temperature ever recorded in ancestry on Earth to the coldest temperature ever recorded in Antarctica every 90 minutes. If we don't protect against it, those temperature swings would freeze or overheat the electronics pretty fast. So once again, we use that mesh that makes the math really simple. Only now we investigate how heat spreads through the metal structure when it's in direct sunlight or in Earth's shade. Once you've done that, you now know where to place the heaters, such as near the flight computers, so we can make sure it doesn't get too cold in the shade, and then surface coatings as radiators to make sure it doesn't get too hot in the sun. The third way space is trying to kill you is to sunburn you to death. An hour in direct sunlight in space is equal to an entire year of standing in the sunlight on Earth, thanks again to our protective, healthful atmosphere. So we need to effectively put sunscreen on the satellite by placing critical electronics behind a thick enough piece of metal or glass, or else the extreme harsh radiation from the sun and other sources would damage the electronics. But how thick should it be? Because we have a very tight weight budget and can't afford to make an enclosure thicker and heavier than it absolutely needs to. Well, as an example of how we figured that out, we took our Google Pixel and placed it in a radiation chamber that mimics the harsh space environment, then blasted it with radiation, and it actually lasted about 10 minutes, which is pretty impressive. Plus, it looked really cool. And so now that we know exactly what amount of radiation causes phone screen failure, we calculate how thick the aluminum and glass enclosure needs to be to make sure we stay well below that value. In our case, the necessary layer of sunscreen ended up being aluminum that's 6 millimeters thick and a radiation hardened glass that's 5 millimeters thick. Speaking of super advanced phones in space, partner with both Google Pixel and T-Mobile to make this whole thing happen. Google Pixel was the obvious choice to take the first ever selfie from space because of its specifically tested durability, bright, high resolution display, and the real-time technology that accurately displays all skin tones. And then T-Mobile, because they're already partnering with Starlink to provide satellite coverage to keep you connected in places you never thought possible. So they were our experts in exploring how to communicate with our selfie satellite. And the fourth and final way space is trying to kill you is to vacuum you to death. We don't always realize it, but we're at the bottom of a huge dog pile of air molecules, which means our body is constantly pushing back against all that collective weight we call air pressure. But if you remove all that air pressure to mimic space conditions by sucking it out with this vacuum chamber, you can see exactly why astronauts need to wear an air pressurized suit when they're out in space that pushes in all around them as if they're on Earth. Of course, our satellite isn't carrying marshmallows, but it does have some rubber and foam and lithium batteries that once put in the vacuum space can all puff out or release gases that can damage other equipment if we don't take all the necessary precautions. So let's go over other small things to watch out for, like corrosion. But those are the four main ways space is trying to kill your future space creation. But you'll notice I didn't say you need to worry about crashing into other satellites orbiting in space. And this might come as a surprise if you ever see this picture that accurately represents the number of satellites and other objects currently orbiting our planet, because it looks really, really crowded. The problem is those satellites aren't drawn to scale, just as the airplanes in this representation of daily flights across the whole planet aren't drawn to scale. Zach Gus doesn't even need thrusters to avoid another satellite because the chances of collision happening are so incredibly low. In fact, if you calculate based off volume of usable space occupied in orbit in a given day, space is 1 million times less crowded with satellites than our skies are with airplanes. And then think about how rare it is to ever see even two airplanes close to each other in the sky. So space is 1 million times less crowded than that. As humans, we actively track all 44,000 satellites and objects orbiting the Earth larger than a baseball. And there's international rules now. If you put a satellite up into orbit, it needs to burn up and disintegrate after a few years. So before we move on to step 3 of our mini space program and actually build the dang thing, that was a good time to point out SatGas will only be alive and orbiting anywhere from 1 to 3 years before it burns up. Entry. So if you want that space selfie, you're going to want to get yours now by visiting spaceselfie.com or using the link in the video description. Once you're on the site, it's pretty straightforward. You just upload the selfie you want and then choose things like if you want the daytime or nighttime Earth photobombing. You can also select if you want to take the picture over your hometown, and then we'll tell you exactly when we're going to snap the picture. So don't forget to go outside and wave at that very moment. When you submit your picture at spaceselfie.com, not only will you get this free, super cool mission pack in the mail, but it means you'll also have a chance to come out and watch the rocket launch in California in a month or 2 with me and my team. And of course, all this is free if you're a current CrunchLab subscriber, or if you become one now if you want that perfect holiday gift. Otherwise, all you gotta do is sponsor 1 box for a kid who can't afford. Either one's a great choice. But I'll just point out, if you're like me and one of your favorite things in life is experiencing those moments where you learn something new, like maybe that's even happened watching this video. And if so, you're gonna love the CrunchLabs build box if you're a kid, the CrunchLabs hack pack if you're a teen or adult. In both cases, they get delivered right to your door, where we build them together and learn all the really cool science and physics that make work. For example, Buildbox subscribers already learned all about the flywheels we talked about earlier in the video. Because the first mechanical toy we put together is the super fun mini disc launcher, where the physics principle we discuss in the exclusive video for me is flywheels. And for Hackpack, we take it up a notch. We take a really cool robot and work right out of the box build program required, but that is a fun incentive to dig in and tweak the code. We make it easy to level up the robot's capabilities using the online coding module. And since the holidays are here, there's nothing more fun to put on your list, nor is there a better gift to give. An investment in the future of that favorite person in your life as you watch their confidence, understanding, and resilience grow. On top of that, I promise you'll be guaranteed to be the first person that has ever gifted them a picture of themselves actually in freaking outer space. Get all that? CrunchLabs.com. We're to say thank you. We're giving away either 1 or 2 free boxes as a holiday special. All right, so now that we've completed step 1, the design of our satellite, and then step 2, by doing all the math and analysis to make sure it will survive the brutality of space, we finally have the confidence to start step 3, actually building it. And as is tradition here, we're just going to knock it out in a 15-second build montage. Once your space hardware is all put together, you're going to want to run through a full hardware-software test to make sure everything is working exactly how it was designed to. So for us, that includes things like unfurling and then testing solar panels, test deploying both our camera and our screen, and running a full selfie upload and transmission test. Now, I mentioned earlier, SatGas actually has 2 screens and 2 space-hardened redwire cameras. Now, hopefully, we never end up using the redundant backup set, but it's there just in case the first one stops working for any reason, because we can't exactly just go up to space and fix it. This is actually pretty common when designing things for space, especially for mission critical items. Even my own hardware I designed for the rover. Both these doors can open and accept an individual dirt sample from the rover, even though it actually went to the same place to get analyzed. So once everything looks good, all you need to do now is sign the thing and then add some Google Images. Okay, fine. Sadly, googly eyes aren't allowed in space. Now that it's officially built and everything seems to be working, it's time for step 4, which we refer to at NASA as the shake and bake. Basically, when we analyzed the design in step 2, predicted how SatGas would respond to the extreme vibrations and temperature fluctuations from launch in space. Now it's time to run some tests by shaking it and baking it to reassure ourselves that our predictions were accurate. For the shake part, we attach SatGas to a shake table and shake it in all 3 directions for 1 minute. We also shake it at a bunch of different frequencies to make sure there aren't any unexpected resonant frequency issues with any of the hardware. Now, the intensity of the shake is a little bit more than what we'll see on the launch pad, so if she survives survives this, we now have both analytical and actual proof she'll survive the ride to space. We're also checking to make sure nothing comes loose. For example, if you don't glue your fastening hardware down, as you can see here, the vibrations can actually cause them to unscrew themselves. The main part sat Gus in a vacuum oven, just like space, and then cycled it to the maximum and minimum temperature 3 times, and even operated the satellite at these temperatures for extra peace of mind. Once again, both analytically and practically with the test, when she gets to space, she'll have no problems with the vacuum, and she won't freeze or burn to death. So once you're done with the shake and bake and you use the final test to confirm everything's still working perfectly, now you can load it into its launch dispenser and pack it up. When you get to orbit, the dispenser will stay attached to the rocket, but the ejection spring mechanism inside it will gently push that gas out to space. Another nice feature of the dispenser is that it has rubber isolation dampers where it attaches to the satellite. This serves to further limit the amount of shaking the satellite will feel. It's the same kind of thing tall skyscrapers use to limit how much shaking they feel from Earth. You can see how much this tower shakes when directly attached to the shaking table, but if we separate it with rubber pads, now you can see the shaking is greatly reduced. So now with everything packed up and ready to go, the next stop is step 5. The launch pad. SACCUS will be launching on a SpaceX Falcon 9 from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Now, when you launch your own creation of space, I recommend SpaceX because they're currently the most inexpensive option by far. Also, when you book a spot on the rocket, the website makes it feel like you're just ordering a pizza as you select all the options you want, such as launch orbit, launch date, interface plate options, or even add-ons like extra fuel. Now, Vandenberg might seem like an odd choice to launch from, but it's really strategic. Because we want to take satellite pictures over every spot on the Earth, we don't want an orbit that circles this way around. We need an orbit that circles this way, so we have full coverage of every spot as the Earth rotates underneath us. Fun fact, spy satellites also have units like this, so they can also take pictures anywhere on Earth. So to get this kind of orbit, we need to launch to the south, and for safety reasons, it needs to be over water. And this makes Vandenberg an ideal choice in the United States. Now, if you're sending something to Mars and you need to escape Earth's gravity, for that you want to be as close to the equator as possible because you save fuel by taking advantage of the fact that you're already moving 1,000 miles per hour to the east as the Earth rotates versus 0 miles per hour to the east if you launch from, say, the South and North Pole. This is why in the United States, those missions either launch from here or here because they're as south as possible and both launch east safely over water. Now, SACCUS won't be alone on this trip. There'll be anywhere from 50 to 100 others hitching a ride contained up in the nose part of the Falcon 9. That portion that carries the thing you care about putting in space is called the fairing. And on the Falcon 9, it's big enough to house a school bus. Then down below at the bottom, you've got a big liquid oxygen and fuel tank that power 9 engines, and a smaller identical set near the top with a single engine because these two parts will eventually separate when we get to space. So after a very dramatic and very powerful liftoff sequence, the equivalent energy of setting off nearly 8,000 sticks of dynamite, the Falcon 9 launches off the coast. It takes about 2.5 minutes before it's traveling at 3,700 miles per hour. Now it's time for the main booster to separate from the top portion where SACCUS is stowed away. What's really cool though is that it falls back to Earth and then eventually flies autonomously back to a landing pad so it can be used for another flight. This is one way SpaceX is able to fly things so much cheaper. Because boosters used to not be reusable, and you'd have to build a new one for every single flight. Now the remaining single engine fires itself up for the first time to keep building up some speed, and 30 seconds later, 3 minutes after launch, the fairing splits in two and peels off, exposing all the satellites as the engines continue to fire. It then continues accelerating for an additional 5 minutes, getting up to a speed of 5 miles per second, which is about 10 times faster than a Bolt, at which point, just 9 minutes after launch, it cuts off the engine. Now we'll just silently coast close to an hour, after which it will take about 2 hours to deploy each of the satellites, including ours, one by one, as it completes an orbit around Earth. And this brings us to our 6th and final step of our bootstrap space program, which is operations. Once SACCUS ventures off on her own, after a couple hours, we should hear back from her saying everything's going great. After that, she'll stretch out her solar panels and then deploy the screening camera. We'll be monitoring all her vitals from this mission control room here, and after a couple weeks, when everything is confirmed to be in perfect working order, she'll start taking the selfies. And she'll keep taking selfies every single day until she reaches her honorable end, approximately 1 to 3 years. And this might seem sad, but there's no way around it, because as her orbit decays over time, she starts bonking into more and more air molecules as the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker, slowing her down even more. And because she has the energy of a 55-pound cannonball traveling 10 times faster than a bullet, he builds up dramatically from so much air friction, and she disintegrates spectacularly in glorious hot fire. And to give you a sense of just how much energy this actually is, this is a model of our satellite subjected to only 5 sticks of dynamite, or 1/100th in re-entry energy. Which honestly is a pretty epic way to mic drop a mission fully accomplished. I've been working on creating the satellite with my team for over 3 years, and after all that, we're currently right here in our 6-step space program, with launch happening in a month or 2. So let's do this together. Go visit spaceselfie.com, upload your picture, then I'll send you the free mission patch, and maybe you'll even be selected to come out and watch the launch with me. Since I was a kid, gazing up at the night sky has filled me with such wonder. And seeing all the stars, and even our own galaxy, and thinking about our place and potential as humans amongst all those stars, sparked my first love for science, and eventually led me to Mars. In some small way, sharing that wonder with all of you feels really special, fills me with hope for the next generation of big brains. With the holidays right here, what about getting or giving a different way to think? Or how about even a free college tuition?
That's awesome.
Well, in either case, Crunch Labs has you covered, because every hackback has a chance to contain the platinum diploma. If yours has it, college tuition is free for you or someone you love. And as for the thinking part, of course, you get that for kids with the build box, but for teens and adults, if you always wanted to make it build cool stuff, but just haven't figured out that first step, Hackback is it, because you're getting a series of really fun programmable robots that get delivered right to your door, where we build together and learn step by step the kinds of engineering skills that go into making the builds on my YouTube channel. And they work with no programming required, since my goal is to take you from wherever you're currently at and then level you up. They hack the microcontroller brains of any of these robots in a bunch of ways to completely level up the functionality. There's also a community where you can share your builds and post your questions, as well as an AI chatbot named Blink Robot that will check your code and even help you implement your most creative ideas. So no matter what your age, this holiday season, if you want to grow your brain in fun ways and give someone their actual picture from actual space, go to CrunchLabs.com, use the link in the description where to say thank you. We're giving away either 1 or 2 free boxes as a holiday special. Thanks for watching.
This is me trying to figure something out underwater. And those are NASA astronauts also trying to figure something out underwater. NASA is about to make a technical decision, and I want to try to explain why it's so important. Like, if you could design an entire moon program, you're going to take people to the moon, like they did with Apollo back in the day. However, you take people to the moon, you're going to have to use a spacecraft, and inside that spacecraft, they're breathing oxygen so their bodies can stay alive. They'll then descend somehow to the surface of the moon, they'll touch down, and then they'll get out and walk on the surface of the moon in a spacesuit, which also has oxygen in it. For the Apollo program, there was the A7L suit with a PLIS on the back, the Portable Life Support System. This device pressurized the spacesuit so that the human inside the spacesuit could breathe. One thing we don't think about very often is going from the spacecraft to the spacesuit. That step is critical, and it plays into this big decision that NASA has to make for the architecture of Artemis. The Apollo program was incredible. It put flags and footprints from humans on the moon, which is one of the biggest deals ever. Ultimately, though, the Apollo program ended. The Artemis program is going back to stay. People are going to live on the moon. This video is crazy town. The fact that we got to do this is amazing. So what we're going to do today is we're going to go observe a government test
on a spacesuit, and then we're going to use that information to understand this big decision that NASA has to make. And the people we meet along the way are just incredible. Engineers, divers, astronauts, test conductors, all these people have a role to play in this big decision that will affect the architecture of the Artemis program. And I know the video's long, got it, whatever. It's worth it. I learned so much that I have to share with you. And I want you to go on this journey with me. I thought I understood the physics of being on the surface of the moon in a spacesuit. I didn't. We're going to learn so much in this video. I'm going to show you the footage I've kept for years I haven't shared. There's so many cool things in this video. I'm excited to share it with you. So let's go get smarter every day. And let's start off at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. In order to do this test, we're going to Houston, Texas, to the Sonny Carter Training Facility, NASA's famous Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. Tim, the guy that made all this happen, met me at the door and escorted me in the facility where he introduced me to two very important people. The first person was Dominic Del Rosso. Dom has done everything. He used to run the zero gravity program that I got to participate in as an undergraduate, where he did all kinds of research in early suit development and tools. He served as a fire chief. He's a backseater for NASA's WB-57 Canberra. Yeah, how cool is that? He's volunteered in Afghanistan. He's served as a test subject for NASA countless times. He's currently the chief engineer at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab because he's a diving instructor trainer, and he also serves on the dive safety board. Yeah, Dom's the real deal. The second person they introduced me to was Pat Keller. Pat is an incredibly experienced master scuba diver trainer that's trained thousands of people how to scuba dive. In his off time, Pat is a safety jumper for some of those speedboats that you see. He's the guy that goes in and saves the pilot of the boat if they have a problem. These guys are incredible, and they're about to school me up so that we can learn what we need to know in order to even get in the pool with the astronaut. Okay, we're here at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and it's Pat. You guys gonna keep me alive?
That's
That's the goal. Are you the instructor diver?
Yeah, I want to be an instructor. What I do here is I run the maintenance department. I also run the scuba instructors here. So that's my two main jobs here. I also safety dive, float dive, but that's my main job. So when we get something like this, yeah, you're the one you're stuck with.
Okay, so I'm your problem basically for 2 days.
Well, that's debatable. Probably your problem.
Okay, that makes sense. And this is Dom. Dom, you are the engineering manager, is that right?
My title is I'm chief engineer here at the facility, but I wear a couple of different hats. I'm representing management here today as well. I'm also instructor trainer for diving and sit on our dive safety board. So I support Pat in what he has to do as well. So I'm going to be talking a couple different things, different areas.
You're making sure I'm staying the pillar in the lines.
Yeah, well, I'm the government guy, so anything that happens, I have to do the paperwork. So everything's going to go really well.
So Dom and I met each other a long time ago. I did the undergraduate reduced gravity student flight opportunities program when that was like 20 years ago. And you ran the thing.
I really enjoyed that period of my career.
Okay, so the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, real quick, really big swimming pool. It's amazing. You can do specific simulations that you can't do anywhere else in the world. There's some facilities like it. I think in Cologne, Germany, they have a very, very small pool, but it's nothing like the NBL. This is a unique facility that the government has, right?
For our facility, it is for our space program. There's one in Star City in Moscow. There's one JAXA has in Japan. But by far and away, this is the most utilized and heaviest used one.
Okay, and so you guys use, I'm gonna look at this picture on the wall over here. You guys use divers, and well, I guess you are the diver, one of them. And so you guys can simulate zero gravity or other environments by attaching weights and getting like trim out buoyancy wise and all that good stuff.
We want you neutrally buoyant. We don't want you to sink. We don't want you to float, and no preferred orientation. And that way, this is the only place you can do all 3 degrees of freedom and do that. You still have weight inside that suit, but you can do the entire space station end-to-end 6-hour run with you and your buddy out there. So yeah, it's a pretty unique environment in the water. And I think we're going to talk about probably later about how now we're going to use it for lunar training.
Right.
So now I got to get you on the bottom.
Okay.
160. And then we also do stuff on the surface because we have to recover capsules. And that's our team here that trains our Navy and Air Force PJs to go out and help.
Air Force PJs, the
pararescue.
Oh, they're the people everybody. They're like these guys are.
Yeah. So the Navy divers and Air Force pararescue do the nominal recovery of the crew, but our people here train them.
Okay.
So we do that on the surface as well as we also do aircraft water survival for our aviators and astronauts. So we do stuff on the water, under the water, on the bottom, all over. Daylight conditions at night, put your night vision goggles on, depends on the weather. So yep, when you're outside space station, every 45 minutes, you're gonna go from light to dark for a 90-minute orbit.
Right.
So it's gonna be full on bright for 45 minutes, full on dark for 45, and you're out there for 6 hours. So we turn the lights on and off, same thing here, and only your headlights.
So you mess with the photopic and scotopic vision and the astronauts.
Yeah, and it's not, again, you know, and we're probably gonna talk about this a little bit later. Each environment is valid in some aspects and not others. We have water drag. So we don't do stuff that is high drag in there. It's not realistic and negative. You know, you're gonna get the wrong answer if it's invalid, right? So you put all these different environments together to get the picture. For here, it's that end-to-end working together 3D kind of thing. It's not really, as you get back to your vision stuff, we're not doing lighting testing evaluation like that. We're giving them the operational sense.
Yeah.
Same thing we'll talk about later. It's not doing soil studies here. It's underwater. I can't. But I do need to give you the same physical reaction environment so you know how to operate when you do the others.
You're putting the brain in the space and you're having to manipulate your arms and stuff. Okay, so I'm talking too much. So what are we about to do?
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we want you to get in the water with the crew to be able to see what they're doing up close and really get a sense of the scale and everything else. To do that, we need to qualify you as a diver. But what we're gonna do, since this is a one-off, we're gonna have Pat here as instructor to an escorted dive for you. So your current recreational certifications with an escorted diver in our working environment, what we're gonna give you here is the difference between what we do here and a recreational dive, so you can dive here safely, get in and do your job. So we're gonna get through this so you can get down to what you need to do.
As we move towards this big decision that NASA has to make, we have to understand some of the prerequisite information. And coincidentally, a lot of the physics has to do with scuba diving. This gets complicated, so obviously we should use a flannel graph. So the air we generally breathe is made up of several gases. You get about 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, with a tiny bit of argon, CO2, and some trace gas. When you dive in a swimming pool, the further down you go, the higher the water pressure becomes. And that has some implications. When the scuba diver breathes air from the tank, that air has to be compressed to the pressure of the depth that the diver is at. That means that the deeper you go, the more nitrogen enters your bloodstream. It's like absorbed in your body, in your blood, nerves, cells, basically all your tissues. If you then return to the surface, all that nitrogen has to work its way back out of your body, so it tries to get out of your tissues. Now, you've heard of this. It's called the bends. You've heard of divers getting the bends if they surface too quickly, right? So divers are always working to stay on the correct side of the math so that they don't stay down too long and get too much nitrogen in their blood, and they don't ascend to the surface too quickly so that that nitrogen tries to rupture out of their body really quickly, causing the bend. Scuba divers are always thinking about how much bottom time they have. If I go down, the nitrogen will get in my blood, and then I have to be very slow on my way up. In fact, I have to do what's called a safety stop. I'll come up to a certain depth and let that nitrogen work its way out of my body. I'm going to watch the time, make sure that nitrogen gets to dissipate out. It's a very important part of scuba diving. People that dive all the time, they have this cheat code that lets them stay down longer. They have more bottom time. It's called EAN, or enriched air nitrox. And this basically is air, but they play with the percentages of oxygen versus nitrogen. You'll hear of nitrox 32, nitrox 36, that's 32% oxygen, or 36% oxygen instead of the normal 21% oxygen. It's a really interesting way to offset the nitrogen buildup in your blood. Now, at the NBL, they go even farther. They don't use normal nitrox that a professional diver would use. They use nitrox that's got even more oxygen in it. And the reason they do this is because the NBL is a pool that's only 40 foot deep, right? So they've done all the math ahead of time, and they realized if we had this special nitrox that we dive in here with the pool, people can have all the bottom time they want, and then they can come back up at any time, and they don't have to worry about the bends. Long story short, the people at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, extremely smart. They developed this special nitrox blend so that people can dive for an extremely long period of time and come up safely, and they never have to worry about decompression sickness on the way out of the pool. It's fascinating. My understanding is we dive with nitrox here, but it's a special kind of nitrox.
It is, it's a much higher mix than you can get out recreationally or industrially. Because it's set up for the profile, so that astronaut in that pressurized suit, that right now is about 4 PSI over ambient. So at the bottom, it's gonna be bottom pressure plus 4, in for 6 hours. Well, I would be in decompression cycle at that point. If I was on an air dive for 6 hours at 48 feet equivalent, I'd be in decompression. Yeah, I can't do it. So I want higher oxygen, less nitrogen. But if I get too much oxygen, it becomes toxic. Yeah, so I can't, like on orbit, the real one is a oxygen rebreather. There's no nitrogen in the system for the on orbit suit. But I can't do that in the water because you'll be toxic. So we have this blend of 46%. So it splits that difference there. So we can do that safely.
My brain was on fire. Clearly, Dom has a lot of experience and he knows a lot of things, but I finally gained enough like self-discipline to quit asking questions so that we could move on to the dive preparation part of the meeting.
See, each subject has 4 divers. They have 2 safeties, 1 utility, and 1 float. So you have 8 divers, 2 subjects in the water. Okay.
8 divers, 2 subjects in the water. Is it 4 people per
subject?
Are those divers up on comms, audible comms?
No, as you do. We hear them in the water. You have speakers. You'll hear us tomorrow. It's really cool. We hear everything the subject's saying and everything the TC and the TD are saying in the water. They can't hear us. It's a one way. But we hear everything that's going on. So they can make requests to us. They can talk to us. We can hear things so we can prepare what we're going to do next. So yeah, you'll hear that. It's very clear. And it's one of the rules we have about speakers. We stay about 3 feet away from them because they are very loud. Okay. All right. But you can hear as if I'm talking to you right now.
Wow. As I went through the classroom instruction, it became clear to me that this is not a normal dive. These people are doing amazing things. There's nuances to what they do. For example, there's increased percentages of oxygen involved, so the fire hazards are different. They use a specific tank rig. The hand signals are different. All this stuff made it very clear to me that I'm not just dealing with professionals. I'm dealing with people who have been hand selected because of their unique temperament and their skills and their ability to react under pressure. The people that dive at the NBL, they're amazing. So it's time to talk about spacesuits. Now, when it comes to spacesuits, I have a unique insight into what it feels like to be inside a spacesuit because 9 years ago, I actually got to wear a NASA spacesuit. Now, it feels strange releasing this footage now because I did it 9 years ago, and at the time, I was an aspirational young man that wanted to apply to be an astronaut. And that's what I was doing. And so it didn't feel right to release this footage back then, but I'm going to release it now because it helps illustrate a point. I know what it feels like to be in the suit, and I want to talk about it a little bit. Just for the record, I want to let you know what I feel about this footage. It's odd looking at it because it reminds me of like what could have been, but I keep my astronaut rejection letters right there in the shot of every Smarter Everyday video. I've got them all stacked up in this little frame. It reminds me that NASA made the right call. The people that are astronauts right now are absolutely incredible. So I feel weird looking at this footage because it feels almost selfish. Like, man, I really wanted to do that, but that wasn't God's plan for me. And I have comfort knowing that God had a different plan for my life. And we get to talk about spacesuits right now together because of this. Now, if you think about it, the spacesuits currently worn by astronauts on the International Space Station, they're not made for walking because the astronauts move around by grabbing handholds and moving with their arms, right? Well, the spacesuits that's about to be used on the moon, they do require boots that are made for walking, right? The suit I got to try on years ago was the older style, and I learned things by trying this one. First of all, you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is something in your mind?
Yeah. I can't, like I'm thinking about what to do. What to make.
Well, what do you have, what guidelines do you need?
Nothing. I just want to. I just gotta come back to it.
You just need to do you have to be
Yeah. Okay.
so what you do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Talk to him, I think you want to talk to him.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you should do that.
You're right.
Yeah. Or go to sleep, I guess. Yeah, you look like you're going to sleep. Okay, well, good night. I just finished a paper. Well, I know there's actually like two more paragraphs to do, but yeah,
Well, good. I'm proud.
thank you. Me too. I'm proud of myself too.
Good.
This is the last time I didn't lose something to the day of. No, the first time I haven't in a very long
Yeah, it's been a minute.
time.
It's been a
Yeah.
minute for me.
Like I started this like on Wednesday. I haven't done that before. Crazy.
Love you too.
I think you can do something next week again because I'm still gonna be here if no one's visiting me.
Of course.
Like actually like go out.
Yeah, you got to.
Really do it that you plan to do for Valentine's Day and then
Yes. Yes. Yes, again.
yeah, you're still.
Okay. Right.
Bye.
Love you too.
Had to wear an undergarment. Now, if you think about a spacesuit as a self-contained spaceship, you have heat that your body is generating, and that has to go somewhere. On Earth, the heat dissipates through the air, but in space, it can't do that. So you have to wear this suit full of tubes that will dissipate the heat from your body by actually contacting your body and pulling the heat away. It's fascinating. Keep in mind, this is the older suit I'm putting on. And so getting into the hard upper torso from the bottom was very difficult. And you just gotta kind of run your way up. Your elbows don't do that. Yeah. There you go. Danny, try to punch straight up. Yeah. There you go. There you go. And it's a boy. It's a boy. Also, as you put the suit on and they put the helmet on, it was quite the moment, by the way. The first thing you realize when they pressurize the suit is that it feels like a balloon. My hand was inside a glove, and the glove, as it pressurized, had a state that it wanted to be in. Like at rest, the fingers wanted to be in a certain position. As I closed my hand, I could feel my fingers having to work against the suit to close the hand because it was like being on the inside of a balloon, if you could imagine what that feels like. So what that means is the higher the pressure in the suit, the harder it would be to close your fingers. It's a fascinating feeling. And it was also very heavy. I found that the suit was very difficult to walk in, and I was kind of scared that I was going to fall forward or fall backwards. It was an interesting experience, and I'm grateful to have had that opportunity because it helped me understand the things that Dominic was about to teach me. So the change in pressure between what's inside the suit and what's outside, that determines how stiff the balloon is. What is a normal suit?
So the current space station suit, which is a derivation of the shuttle suit, is 4.3 psi delta over whatever it is. If it's in a vacuum, it's 4.3 absolute. If it's, here, it's going to be whatever pressure you're at, the water plus 4.3. So it's going to feel and act the same way. Okay. And this suit, these suits that we'll show you, we'll review later, these are all downgraded flight armor and they're sized for you. So it is exactly what you would be using, is exactly the same delta pressure. Like I said, our environment here, the biggest thing is water drag. And so we don't do stuff where drag is in the equation, because that's not valid. That's the other stuff is.
So are you going to do a higher pressure run tomorrow? That's what I'm saying. That's what the test is.
Tomorrow's a higher pressure run, so the crew members can evaluate can they, and we're gonna do it in the blind, we're not gonna tell them what pressure they're at. So can they, one, there's no bias on that, right? Because it is subjective to an extent. And then they're gonna compare their fatigue levels between this run and the next run they do, which will be different pressure.
Had an interview one time with Johnny Kim, and he was telling me that a senior astronaut, named Chris, told him, "Don't fight the suit.
You'll lose."
Well, what does that mean?
So, the suit is designed, with joints and with bearings. And so if there's a joint there and it's sized perfectly, it's gonna be just a little bit of friction, it's gonna bend like, if you're fighting, like, if you wanna reach out, okay, don't do that in the suit. Why? Because there's a bearing here, so you wanna roll your shoulder, then you wanna extend this because there's a joint here. And then you wanna come over because there's one here, and then you didn't fight the suit. If I do this, I'm having to force all these things over by going this way, and it's gotta force it to roll it over.
So you literally find the path of least resistance.
Yep, if you understand how the suit's designed and where it's designed to move, and where it's not, you move that way. And then you're not fighting the suit, your fatigue level drops way up.
Right. It's time to talk about the sponsor of this video. I've got two things to tell you right off the bat. So number one, this room is never this clean. I'm not gonna pretend like this is the way it is. Number two, I am concerned about making the sponsorship spot too long because I love this product. Today, this video is sponsored by 8 Sleep. This is a product that I fell in love with on my own before they reached out with Sponsor Smarter Every Day. My wife likes to sleep cold. I like to sleep more warm. And so I arrived at 8 Sleep and decided to invest in this technology. Do you remember how earlier in the episode I explained that there's this undergarment that astronauts wear to keep their bodies cool inside the spacesuit? Well, that's exactly what this is, but for your bed. Well, it's not exactly what it is, but it's the same technology. You have these cooling tubes and liquid runs inside, and that liquid will keep your body at whatever temperature is ideal for sleep. So there's two elements to the 8 Sleep pod. The cover that goes over your mattress and has the cooling and heating channels in it. And then there's the hub, which sits to the side of your bed that contains the water and does the heating and cooling. The whole thing is controlled by an app on your phone that provides all sorts of really useful feedback on the quality of your sleep. The fact that I get a sleep score every day, it's made me mindful about my rest. This has sensors in it to get your heart rate, your temperature. It can measure when you're in deep sleep, light sleep, REM. It's incredible. I like looking at all those metrics and imagining, like, well, what is causing my heart rate to fall later than normal? Is it caffeine? Is it because I was exercising? What is it? Just for fun, here's a clear image. You can see my wife's side of the bed is colder than mine. 8sleep.com/smart gets $200 off the pod. When 8 Sleep agreed to sponsor Smart Every Day, I said, will you please send me one cut in half so I can look at it because I'm a nerd. They said yes, and check this out. Okay, it's different than I thought. It's not like tubes. They must have a large stamp that they can heat weld it together. And look, they make this grid right here. There's a seam down the middle for one side of the bed versus the other. But look at this. So it's like a mesh. You see that? All the water runs through there, and they have the sensors integrated here. This is the controller. I would love to know how that works. It's got a data card in here. The data must go, it's just ribbon cables. No, that's a USB type interface there. So the flow, like the valves, must be over here in the hub. That must be how it works. I did a broad market analysis for the Sandlin family. Decide to make the plunge. Very happy I did. My wife loves it. I love it. 8sleep.com/smarter, $200 off the pod. Even if now is not the time for you to make the investment, at least check it out. See what you think. That would be great. So anyway, that's it. Let's go back and check out the spacesuits and see how these things work. Okay, so we're talking about teaching modern astronauts how to walk across the surface of the moon. And when you first think about it, you think, well, the Earth is 1G and the moon is 1/6 G. Therefore, it must be easier to walk on the surface of the moon, at least from an exertion standpoint. You know, it seems on the surface that it would be that way, but it's actually quite complicated. Think about it. So your weight, yes, is 1/6 as much, but your mass is the same, which means the inertia is the same. A while back, I talked about how to land on the surface of the moon, and I really like the illustration that we use. Like we compared it to a helicopter. I like the animation, and it explains this problem in a very interesting way. So let's go back and watch that. If you think about a helicopter, it has to offset its own weight, right? So if you've got the weight here, then you have lift that's pulling it up at a certain amount to offset that, right? Decide to translate forward, meaning you want to tilt the helicopter forward and you want to move in that direction. You still have a vertical component of lift that's going to offset that weight, But you also have this horizontal component that will let you accelerate forward. Now that makes sense on Earth. But the problem is if you're in a spacecraft and your spacecraft has 1/6 the weight of a helicopter, even if they're the same mass, you have to go with me here. Think about it. If you have a very small thrust required to lift that thing, if you tilt it over and try to translate at the same acceleration you'll move it forward, it's not going to work because as you tilt that thing forward, the horizontal component of your acceleration is far lower because you're not thrusting as much. So in order to get the same acceleration in the horizontal direction, you have to tilt the spacecraft over much farther than you would a helicopter. This is the problem they had to figure out how to solve.
They considered a helicopter and a lunar vehicle of the same. Makes over Earth in the helicopter, and if there were no drag, the horizontal component of acceleration would be approximately proportional to the tilt angle of the rotor. Over the moon, where there is definitely no drag, and weight is only 1/6 of Earth, the same amount of acceleration requires nearly 6 times the tilt angle.
That Neil Armstrong, pretty smart guy. So just like flying on the moon is different, walking on the moon is different. And it has to do with the fact that your inertia is the same. The amount of force it takes to move that mass is the same, but the weight is different. It's a fascinating problem. So think about it. If you're walking on the surface of the moon, like right now, if my CG is right here, the center of gravity of my whole body here, I just have to keep that up. And when I walk, I lean forward just a little bit. On the moon, you have to translate that force into the ground, and you might have to lean a different amount. If I have to move my CG more in order to tilt forward and walk, put my CG out over my feet. And so I have to catch up to it. So a lot of the falls that you'll see of the Apollo astronauts, it's mismanagement of the CG. They're rolling around trying to get their feet under the CG. It's fascinating once you think about the physics of what's involved here. Another way to explain this phenomenon is a quote by Arthur C. Clarke in 2001, A Space Odyssey. He said that you are 6 times more sluggish than your weight would suggest, which is interesting because it means like if I'm walking straight, I'm okay. But the moment I have to change directions, my inertia wants to keep going forward. So knowing that, watch a couple of the Apollo astronauts walk around and see the moment that they mismanage their CG and it gets out under their feet. So this is a thing that the astronauts need to train for here on Earth before they go. And they give the whole rotation, pull out everything out. Did you see? It's amazing, isn't it? Once you start seeing the complicating factors, it's like, wow, this is just physics. Now, there's another physics thing that we have to consider because we're in the neutral buoyancy lab. So on the moon, there's no drag. In the neutral buoyancy lab, there is drag. So the rate at which you fall would be different. That's one thing. But if we're going to have this simulate the fact that we are in 1/6 the weight, we have to figure out how to float 5/6 of our weight away, right? That's exactly what they do in the neutral buoyancy lab. But you have to do that in a very special way that I didn't understand. And Dom does a great job of explaining how they do this.
So your suit's 4 psi delta. So it's sexually inflated. It's going to be buoyant. I need to make sure that your center of mass is where it's going to be predicted for your flight unit. But I also have to co-locate that with your center of buoyancy. Because otherwise you'll be too stable all the time or too, even though I'm 1/6 G weight, but now it's giving me a writing on it. So these need to be together. So my trick is to locate those two together I know where they should be.
So that the center of buoyancy isn't a thing.
Right, correct.
Because if they're at the same location, it's like it's not even a thing.
No orientation, no preferred orientation, just like zero G, it's not gonna roll, it's not gonna flip, it's not gonna.
Is that what you're about to show me here?
Yep, and so how do we figure that out? How do we actually measure that in suit? So aircraft, when we weigh and balance those, we put them on 3 jack stands. And there's the load cell in each one, and it will give me a resulting axis. And then I tilt it 20 degrees, and I get a second axis, and where they cross is my center of mass. Now I get to do that with you in a spacesuit.
Okay.
So here are my 3 jack stands. And my load cells. And
this is a load cell.
It's a load cell right here.
Okay.
Okay. And so I'm on 3 points. And I'm gonna stand in here and walk my suit in up here, hold on to those handles up there. So I know exactly where I'm. You'll be able to see this tomorrow.
Is this like a seesaw?
Yep, because this whole thing will rotate 20 degrees. This whole thing will rotate. I'm not gonna rotate it now.
Okay.
But I'll unpin it and you'll see this whole thing will rotate that person in that spacesuit that day 20 degrees. And I'll get a result. And there's a little dive display underwater, and it's gonna show the diver where that is. And he's gonna move, or she is gonna move the weights around until those line up.
It just clicked. So what Dom just said blew my mind, and in order to understand it, I kind of need to work it backwards. So let's pretend we have an astronaut here, and we have the center of gravity of that astronaut right here. So that would create an imaginary gravity vector going straight down. You see that? That's the weight of the astronaut. If you were to tilt this astronaut forward, the gravity vector would still be pointing down. You see that? Now here's the interesting thing. If you were to just go back like this, you can see that those 2 points intersect each other. Now let's think about this backwards. Let's say that we have this scale set up that Dom tells us about. We've got some scale parts there in front of the astronaut, some behind. And in fact, let's just have the top view of the astronaut here, so you can see it like this. So we got one scale thing there, we've got one back here, and we've got one here. If we were to place the astronaut in there and weigh things on this scale, let's say, for example, we have some weight here on this one right here, and we measure some other weight here. Now, the same happens back here. And we can average out the force of those 30 points to get the center of gravity. So you basically take the position times the weight, and then you average it all, and then you end up with the center of gravity. Same works here. But if you look at it, if we have more weight on this side, that's going to make the center of gravity move this way. If we were to reverse it, we were to put more weight over here than over here, that center of gravity is going to shift forward. You see that? So what's actually happening on the astronaut is you get the bliss on the back, the big backpack, is you get more weight in the back, which means the center of gravity is back here to the back. Now, the interesting thing about using load cells like this is you can only get one position for the center of gravity. You're not getting a 3D position like this. You're only getting a line straight up and down. See that? So the center of gravity is somewhere along that line because it's kind of like a seesaw, right? And when we tilt this thing forward, the same thing happens. And so we could do that again, and then we could, just like we did before, where those 2 lines intersect, we now know what the center of gravity of the astronaut is, which is fascinating. Now, when we take this thing and we put it down in the pool, we come up with another position. And this is called the CD, the center of buoyancy. The interesting thing about the center of buoyancy is that it might not be where you want. It might be off and up like that. And if that's the case, you have a problem because you have offset forces. So to explain this instability, I have another view of an astronaut from the front on here. And you can see the CG of the astronaut is right here in the middle, right? Let's say that they get down there and they start weighing everything out. The CG, that is the weight of the astronaut there, so you've got a force down. And then the center of buoyancy, after getting on the tilting scale underwater, is calculated to be like right here. And the goal of that, of course, is to offset 5/6 of the weight of the astronaut. Now, let's say they're not lined up. The center of buoyancy is too far to the right of the CG. Now, if you look at it, that's going to create this floaty force up there, and it's going to create a torque. And if you think about that, you can kind of see how that would happen. And so the astronaut's leg over here would be doing more work than over here, and it would not be a good run. This would not be good data for a lunar run. So what you want is the divers to trim up the astronaut such that the center of buoyancy is at least aligned with the CG, right? Because then there's still a problem, right? Because now the top of the astronaut is going to be pulling up, and so it's going to be easier to stand, right? Well, if the center of buoyancy is too far below, then your legs are going to want to flip over your head. So what do you do in order to get that center of buoyancy right on top of the center of gravity. Now, the divers and the team running the test, they're pretty clever about this. They have all these weights in these conformal pockets around the astronaut. And what they can do is, if they notice that the CG and the CB are not quite where they're supposed to be, what they can do is they can start moving these weights. They can say, oh, I need to take some from this pocket over here. And as long as it still equals out to 1/6 the weight, that'll move the CG, and they can do things all over the astronaut. You can even add foam blocks to make it float in certain places so you can change the center of buoyancy until the CG and the CB are right on top of each other, and the astronaut has a stable lunar run. It's like they're walking on the surface of the moon. I never would have thought about this. And the fact that you can use this tilty astronaut mechanism to determine the CG and the CB if you do it underwater, it's really clever. And you can't directly measure the CB. You have to infer that from the data. That's a little more complicated, but it's fascinating. I never thought that you could calculate the three-dimensional position of the center of gravity and the center of buoyancy. And that would help you emulate a lunar run at the bottom of a swimming pool. It's amazing. What do you call this? When you put them on the scale, I'm going to call it the scale.
Okay, this is, we call this our partial gravity way-out system. So this will be on the bottom of the pool tomorrow when you die.
Really?
And you'll be able to see what's going on that way. But we'll take them down, we'll trim them out to make sure that we know where that center of buoyancy is. Then we'll swim them over to here, plug them in, put the extra weights on, make sure they line up and they're in the correct spot. You know, go do your testing.
It's unclear where we are, but we're like the pool is there. That's where I did the put your mask on first thing back in the day. There's a big crane up there, and so I'm assuming you're gonna pick this thing up with a crane and put it in.
Correct. It's only needed for the lunar runs. That's why it's out here. We don't leave it underwater. So, but it will be in before you show up tomorrow. So I wanted you to be able to see it, see it today.
So what Dom just showed us is extremely important, and we'll revisit that later. But we know we're at the NBL to run a test on spacesuits. So let's go learn about the specific test we're running today. All right, so now we're with Adam. Adam, you're a test director, right? Test conductor, what do you say? Test conductor, yes. Okay, engineer type?
I am an engineer, yes, by training, but I'm into operation.
So you're gonna be running the test tomorrow that I'm gonna be observing, correct? Okay, and how long have you been planning this?
About 2.5 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Just doing the paperwork for this one test?
Yes, and actually that was a very quick turnaround. But yeah, then we're executing the test and very exciting.
So I'm a test engineer by training. So what are your objectives? What are you trying to figure out?
Okay, this test is about characterizing EVA performance at elevated suit pressure. On the space station right now, the EMU spacesuit operates at 4.3 psi. We want to see what this spacesuit, what it would look like to operate at 6.2 psi, or even higher pressures. But right now we're focused on this 6.2 number.
Okay, so I'm a newbie to all this.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming it sounds to me like if you operate at 6.2? If you operate at 6.2 psi, that sounds like more oxygen. It sounds like a waste of resources. So there must be a reason why you want to do that. Because it sounds like the suit's going to be inflated more, it's going to be harder to operate, and you're going to use more oxygen. So why would you want to do this?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it all has to do with pre-breathe time. And so that's the amount of time it takes you to get from the pressure that you're at in your space habitat or your vehicle to the pressure that you're going to get in your space suit. And so using the ISS as an example, the ISS is at 14.7 psi, similar to us here on Earth, and the spacesuit is at 4.3 psi. Just like scuba divers have to deal with decompression sickness, going from a higher pressure to a lower pressure, it's the same thing with astronauts. And so getting to 4.3 psi takes like literally 3.5 hours.
It's suited up. So they're in the suit for 3 or 4 hours.
They are
just in an airlock.
Yeah, part of it, they are breathing 100% oxygen in the suit. Part of it, they depress the entire volume of the west airlock and the T-lock. Still not in the suit, 10.2 psi. And then they get in the suit and they do about an hour of what's called in-suit light exercise. So they alternate between like 15 minutes of rest and 15 minutes of light exercise, like when they're on legs. And so, yes, like that entire process before they start to depressurize the airlock to even start their day is almost 3.5 hours long.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So question, why? I'm assuming it has something to do with oxygen or nitrogen in the blood in the bends or, but like physiologically, why do they have to do?
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's as you go to higher pressures, the nitrogen is dissolved in your bloodstream at that pressure. And so if you decrease the pressure too fast, and those nitrogen bubbles, they can bubble and create these the bends, and just keeping it simple. There's a lot of bad things that can happen.
So because they're going to a lower pressure, you could get the bends just walking out of the airlock or, just starting your EVA. So you have to first it's like decompressing when you're going up in altitude, so to speak, in a scuba situation.
Exactly.
Same thing.
It's all about the speed at which you decompress. And so in scuba diving, you go down, depending on how long you stay at the bottom, tells you how long it should take you to get to the top.
So by doing higher pressure run in a suit, there's trade-offs. So it's good because you don't have to pre-breathe as much, I assume.
That's the goal. We're trying to reduce the amount of time.
We know the amount of time it will take. Have we done the math?
Well, so it all depends on what the sphere your vehicle is designed for. And so really it's that distance, the distance between what your vehicle's at and what your suit is at. And so you can reduce the pressure of your vehicle that the astronauts live at and keep the suit pressure the same, about 4.3, and that lowers the gap and reduces the pre-breathing time. Another way to do it is increase the suit of your the pressure of your suit, which also brings those closer together. And so in an ideal world, the pressure of the suit would equal the pressure of your space vehicle. And that would be the zero pre-breathing scenario, where all you have to do is get in your spacesuit, do all your weight checks and everything, and then walk out with it.
I think in a science fiction environment, or like when you're reading books and stuff like that, that's what you think happens. I'm just gonna put my suit on and go outside. It's not what happens at all.
No, and I don't think people realize it. Like astronauts go and do spacewalks that are like 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours long sometimes. And that in itself is one of the hardest things that they ever do. Not only that, they're doing this pre-breathe stuff for like 3.5 hours before that. So they're in the suit for a very long time. So we want to minimize that pre-breathe portion so that we can maximize their time doing a spacewalk in the spacesuit and getting our science objectives or whatever objectives completed.
Okay, so I'm assuming the suit was designed for a certain pressure. What suit are we going to be doing the testing?
So this will be what's called the XEMU. This is the NASA Government Reference Design Suit that they've been working on for the last few years. And so it's actually been designed with this in mind. So its pressure rate was rated to operate, I think, up to 8.2 or 8 PSI, somewhere around there. And so this is all within normal bounds because we knew this was going to be something we were going to want to look at.
So it's like a pathfinding type test. You'll get the data, you'll apply it moving forward, and then you'll know what to do in space.
Correct.
How do we know what the chamber pressure is the term? You can tell I'm a mechanical engineer. Do we know what the habitat pressure is going to be on HLS?
Yes, we do know that, and I'm not sure how much I can speak on that topic directly.
But it is a known thing.
It is a known thing, and it's one of the knobs that we could turn. So
we know where we're going to be, and we know what we're going to run the suit at, and that tells us what our pre-breathe time is going to be.
That's right. Yes, the program management folks are looking at all the different knobs, and we're just trying to understand how do we minimize the pre-breathe time, because this really has to do with our timeline when we're on the surface of the moon. And these early missions will be on the surface for 6 days. We want to do 4 8-hour EVAs if possible, right?
Yeah.
And so if we have to spend an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours doing pre-breathe, like that's wasted time. So yeah, so that's kind of what all this effort is. And there's trades with all of these decisions, right, regarding the atmosphere and stuff. So it's a complex decision to make.
Will they start the run at 4 PSI and then go to 6, or will this be a high pressure run the whole time?
So that's actually something that's really interesting about this test is the subjects will be blinded to the pressure they're operating at.
Really?
Yes, I am blinded and the rest of the test team is blinded. So only a few people as part of our test leadership and obviously the people here at the NBL that like turn the dials and stuff know what the pressure is, but the astronauts will not know. We have the ability to run each of them at a different pressure. So one person may be at a higher pressure, one person may be at a lower pressure. We don't know what decisions were made by the leadership.
The next morning, I showed up, and the first order of business was to fill out some paperwork and do a pre-dive medical check where they just confirmed from a health standpoint that I was safe to dive.
Remember that? Let's see a video.
Yeah. That took me poolside and introduced me to the person in the red shirt who today was Mike Caldwell. Who's wearing a red shirt is in charge of the whole pool, and you don't wear a red shirt unless you're that designated person. We checked out the equipment and, well, mainly my ability to work the equipment. And then I headed upstairs to catch a bit of the pre-dive meeting where the various departments involved were going over the specifics for the day. The two astronauts who'll be doing the dive are Jessica Meir and Randy Bresnik. Both are seasoned astronauts with a combined time of over a year in space. These are seasoned spacewalk experts. You can see through all this footage that they have a lot of time in microgravity and they know what they're doing. This, however, will be their first dive training with these new suits in this lunar environment. I headed down to the pool deck as the operations began. Okay, so we're poolside now. I see the thing in the pool.
Yeah.
It's what's it called again?
So this is our partial gravity way out stand.
Yeah.
And that's gonna go all the way to the bottom. Right now, we're just trying to get the temperature to equalize because those load cells are, the accuracy, precision, if your thermal's off a little bit. So the 86-degree water is not the same as the air. So we put it in, they're doing a little warm soak right now. That'll go all the way to the bottom. And then by the time the crew gets in, they'll be able to walk right on, do their way out. The divers will adjust that. They'll have a good 1.6 and they'll be good to go for their run.
So here's the way out stand, and I'm seeing rocks over there. And I'm sorry, how's this working?
Okay, so this semicircular here is a representative of the human landing system. I have a lander, and so there's an airlock that's straight down under here. Mock-up. So they'll walk out of that airlock. They'll go into this little front porch area, which is actually representative of the elevator that would take them down to the surface. Because
this would be the elevator that descends to the surface.
The rectangular part out there.
Got it. Okay.
Right, and then they'll walk off that ramp. Normally it'd be about 30 foot lower, but there's no reason at 30 foot lower. Or just, walk out here, they do that, they close up, they get used to that, they open the door, I lower to the bottom, I walk out and I start my EVA on the surface. And so, the rocks are there, so when we have our lighting intensity, it throws those shadows, it gives them the area, and it gives them an area to work in.
So these models in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab are what's called low fidelity mock-ups. They're mostly made out of materials that won't corrode, like stainless steel and plastic, but they also can't trap air. That's why you see the grating down there. And so when I looked at this ring, I was like, it's a ring. It's just it's a psychological representation of the diameter of that rocket. And then I was like, wait a second, that's a big rocket. And then I got excited. I started thinking about all the engineers designing things to go in there and like what it was going to look like at the end. And so I got excited about it. But at the same time, right now, it's just like, this is a 3D space that we can use. It's like a little playground. And so I thought that was really interesting. And it took my mind to weird places, realizing that this is a lot bigger than what Neil and Buzz went to the moon at. And so this is the first moment that I got really excited. So I'm thinking about the gloves because that's going to be affected by the pressure. They're putting the gloves on now. Randy's requesting a certain tension in the gloves. So that's going to be affected by the pressure inside the suit.
So there's actually a bar across the palm, right where it folds there.
Yeah.
And that's what they were tightening, cinching up that battery. So he pulls that part in.
So it's not just a balloon coming out from the palm. Yeah. So after they finish getting the astronauts in their suits, they hoist them on a platform and lower them down into the pool.
TDECS system alarms are enabled. No alarms present that will impact testing.
No alarms. Good morning, safety divers. This is Greg, your test director. How you ready this morning? Copy on 1, copy 2. Let me check this back. Safety divers, I'm back up. How you bring EV1 safety, EV2 safety? Copy that. EV1, EV2. How you bring me on back up? EV1 out there. I'm sorry about that. I'd say towers per dollar air traffic, be done to pressure valve adjustment, not please. Okay, so I want to complete.
So at this point, we have astronauts in the pool, which is awesome. They have like 6 hours of dive time, and I, as an observer, have a little over 2. So I decided I was going to stagger when I got in the pool so I could observe the actual test taking place. So while they were doing their link checks, I checked in with Adam. So does this get old?
Does this get old? It does not get old. I'm actually a test conductor in training, so this is my certification run. So this is my 3rd time kind of running the show, so to speak, and it is just so much fun. I mean, look at this. Like this is one of this is the premier underwater training facility in the world for astronauts, and I get to be the person that talks to the astronauts and help to work through the test team. And you can just see how many people it takes to do this. Not only to pull it off in general, but just to pull it off safely. And so it's just it's a dream come true to be here. It's a lot of fun.
So at the end of the day, you'll be certified, hopefully.
At the end of the day, hopefully I will be certified. I have somebody evaluating me, and hopefully I'll get that.
Who is that? I gotta know who is that? Who's
her name is Tess. She's up there sitting in my seat right now, covering the room. So
I gotta choose a Tess.
She'll be my partner in crime.
Okay.
And my evaluator.
Okay, great. We'll see how you do it.
Yes,
we're gonna be judging you from now on.
That's all right. If you can't handle pressure well, this isn't the job for you, right? There's a lot of people. It's very dynamic, but I love the pressure. It's kind of like being a flight controller.
Okay.
It's a different flavor.
That's cool. As Randy and Jessica made their way to the bottom of the pool to begin the trimming and weighing out of the spacesuits, I was able to catch up with one of the suit engineers as she waited. What was your name?
So my name's Christine Davis, and I'm an advanced engineer for the big team here at NASA.
So I saw Joel over here working with Randy, and you were working with Jessica to get her suited up.
Yeah.
So what's your background?
I went to Kansas State University to get a mechanical engineering degree, and
That's the great engineer.
And then I started full time in 2016, and I've been working on the team since then.
Okay. So what were you doing with Jessica getting her ready?
So I was getting her ready because I'm her suit test engineer. So I'm helping through all the procedures of getting her suited up. So that's suit donning, making sure that her cooling garment's connected, there's no leaks, getting her comfortably in the suit, making sure that all of our straps are tight. So we have boot tightening straps to make sure her boots have good fit, same with her gloves, making sure she can reach her Valsalva in her drink bag, and making sure that then when she gets pressurized, that we stay safe through that pressurization.
Now the Valsalva, my understanding, like when I'm about to dive here, and when I go down, I hold my nose to clear my ears.
Yeah, but you can't do that in the suit.
So what do you do?
So you use that Valsalva device. So it's basically a foam block that the crew members can use to block their nostrils, similar to like when you squeeze your nose when you're diving, and it helps just for you to clear your ears. And some people don't need to use it; they can just swallow or move their jaw. But sometimes you need that extra little bit of push the Valsalva, yeah. So they use that device.
Oh, that's awesome. So how long have you been doing this?
So I've been doing this for 8 years full time since in March.
Do you love it?
I love it.
Yeah.
So much fun. Yeah.
Do you like working with the astronauts?
Yeah, so much fun. It's always a great day when we get to do testing.
So are you dedicated to Jessica's suit, or do you work for all the different?
So I work on the XEMU specifically. I'm one of our suit test engineers, so I help run some of our suit tests. I also am supporting the XEVAS contract. So XEVAS is the exploration suits that we're going to be working with Axiom and Collins, 2 suit vendors on. So I'm helping on the insight team, so from the government, kind of reviewing their documents, reviewing their suit design, making sure that suit is being developed safely. So that way when we transition from the XEMU government reference to their suits for flight, we're ready to go.
You're wicked smart. It's so good talking to a fellow mechanical engineer. That's great. Yeah, well, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. Down on the bottom, the divers trimmed out the astronauts to first make them completely neutrally buoyant. They tipped them over and spun them around and adjusted weights and foam to various positions until no matter what orientation they placed them in, they would float completely still. Once they had obtained neutral buoyancy, they then had them stand on the bottom and added more weights evenly to create the 1/6 gravity pushing down. After that, they walk over to the partial gravity weighout system and take an upright measurement that gives them a vertical vector of the location of the center of gravity between the 3 lobe cells. Then the divers tip them forward 20 degrees, which gives them another vector, and the intersection of those 2 vectors is where the center of gravity is in 3-dimensional space.
Because the divers have anything clear from the PCFS and G1, those are being on the game hall in the face still over this function.
The team topside analyzes this information and compares with the computer models of where they want the center of gravity and center of buoyancy to be. In this case, Jessica's suit requires an adjustment because the data revealed she has a riding mode.
EV2, let me get you to a 2-pound snake weight off of each leg.
And Jessica, additional words here. So looking at the numbers, your CV and CG measurement is just a little bit further away than we've seen in previous runs. So the team is going to remove these 2 leg weights to try to better align your CV and CG. Also get you closer to the 1/6 mark.
All right, here we go. Got the suit on.
Ready to go.
Yep. Okay, it was time to do the dive. I was very excited. Even though they keep the pool at a balmy 86 degrees, I decided to wear a shorty because if you're in the water for several hours, you could get cold still. So we got everything suited up, made sure the equipment worked, and then Pat led the way. Once we first descended into the water, it's like an entirely new world opened up. It was surreal to swim over a life-size model of the International Space Station. My favorite thing was the Canadarm was right there. It's a hookup that they use, only it doesn't use electrical actuators. It uses an oil pump to move Canadarm. It was amazing. I got my bearings, and then we went all the way down 40 feet deep to the bottom of the pool. As we approached the bottom, Pat gave me very clear instructions on where I could go and where I couldn't. And I wanted to be a good little diver, and I wanted to obey everything that Pat said. So I made sure that I asked for permission every time I did anything. As I approached the bottom of the pool, I realized that all the attention was on the 2 suited individuals before me. And even the individuals themselves, they were focused on the task at hand, reading the truth out of these suits. And it was at this moment that I realized I was jealous. I wanted to know which of these suits was at a higher pressure, and I was jealous of the technicians that turn the knobs that knew the answer to that. But for now, it was as simple as picking up rocks to test mobility. At some point, Pat told me that I could explore if I wanted to. I certainly did. So I swam up to some of the ISS modules, and I got to put my head up into one of the nodes and look around. And I could see how difficult it would be to manipulate the latches and locks if I had big gloves on. I'm pretty familiar with the International Space Station. I've been in mock-ups before, so I have a 3D model in my head, but floating in the International Space Station was a completely different thing. Like the fact that I was in a 3D interaction with it instead of walking through it, but all, it felt different. And it instantly made me understand why the neutral buoyancy lab was so important. While I was exploring, I found some of the weights they used to trim out the astronauts, and I was surprised by how heavy they were. After exploring a little bit, Pat took me down to the lunar simulation area of the NBL, which was awesome because there were little bitty Easter eggs that the engineers designed in. You remember when Alan Shepard hit the golf ball at Apollo 14? Where did the ball go? Different, man. Right here. The engineers put it into the rocket. I thought that was awesome. Also, that took me down to the bottom of the pool, and I was surprised to see the footprint of that real smart gentleman that we heard from earlier explaining 1/6G to us. Neil Armstrong's boot print. Okay, to begin the lunar run, I'm going to show you what the astronauts would see. They would begin inside HLS in an airlock, and then they would go out into a larger room before going out onto what will be the elevator, but in this case, it's just a ramp. Then they'll go out onto the lunar surface and start exploring. So, of course, I wanted to position myself just outside of HLS so I could see them coming off the elevator. That's just what I did. Once the astronauts came out and started exploring the lunar surface, I was surprised to find that mission control was kind of micromanaging them a little bit. They would say, go get this specific shovel from the cart. Now, go retrieve this, put this marker down. I would expect them to say, hey, you're on the moon, go explore. But it was different than I expected, which makes me realize the test conductor, Adam in this case, was probably trying to control all the variables so they could compare the runs between all the different astronauts. At least that's my assumption. For example, there was a pegboard-like structure with a hose that they had to detach and reattach. I'm assuming every astronaut had to manipulate these to test their ability to use their gloves. One of the signs of a good scuba diver is the ability to control your buoyancy so that you can stay in one spot. I was having to kick and fin all over the place to keep myself where I wanted to be, whereas these divers clearly had a command of their whole body in the area around them. They didn't have to do anything. They could just float where they wanted to be. This told me that they knew exactly what they were doing. The different tasks that the different divers had started to become more clear to me. Some people were just trying to keep the umbilical out of the way of the astronauts. Others were safety observation. They were making sure that the astronauts were safe at all times. The camera operators were making sure that the test conductors could see exactly what was happening in the pool. It was like a beautiful choreographed dance, all happening in 3 dimensions, and people were controlling their own buoyancy. And I was just trying to stay out of the way. Was so much better at swimming around than I was. So at one point, I gave him the camera and I said, Pat, I want a shot of the wheels on that cart. I want to see how they're interacting with the lunar regolith. Can you go get that shot for me? And of course, we did. Look at how much the astronaut is having to lean over to push the cart. This goes back to that 1/6G we were talking about. They're not actually getting a lot of purchase in the soil because they don't weigh as much. So they're having to lean really, really hard, and traction's an issue. Think back to that quote earlier. They're 6 times more sluggish than your weight would suggest. You can see it happening right here. The most incredible thing I saw happened right in front of my face. Randy was working on his knees, and the transition off of his knees created a fall. And why he fell is something that you're going to recognize. Let's watch the whole thing play out first, and then we'll go back and replay it, and we'll talk about it. Did you see what happened? Watch it again and let's talk about it. So Randy kind of mismanages his CG just a little bit because he's too close to the ground, and then it starts to take him over. Now, anyway, when Randy falls, watch what the diver does. She comes over and she says, "Are you okay?" And then Randy apparently tells her yes, and we have another diver getting the umbilical out of the way. And then she makes Randy struggle through on his own. He has to figure it out. And he does. Figures out how to get back up. And they celebrate this together. And all the while, everybody's taking the day. And I thought that was amazing. It was so cool to see this at the bottom of the pool. I was feet away from this when it was happening. And I'm excited to share this with you because we are getting to see an astronaut learn how to walk the moon. Randy's having to figure out how to manage his CG. That's important on the lunar surface. That's all going to factor in part of the success. Right as they started testing the suits walking up a grade, the dive supervisor announced that my time was up. I wanted to stay on the moon, but obviously it was time to go. As I swam back up, I was thinking to myself, what an amazing opportunity. I was so thankful to be able to do this. And when I got to the top, I thanked Pat for such an amazing dive and for watching over me and keeping me safe. After it was clear from the test supervisor, I hit the showers, washed off, and I went up to the control room in time to hear Adam doing some of the qualitative assessments for the astronauts.
First up is perceived exertion. So this is that 0 to 10 scale.
4.
Thanks again. You all did awesome. And looking forward to talking more about it with your students.
Thank you. More fun. Sorry, I get this. This is way more fun.
So this was Adam doing his checkout, right?
Yeah.
You observing Adam.
I'm about to be put on the spot.
So how did he do?
He did great.
Did he?
Adam's a really strong PC. I think we all kind of knew going in that he was going to kick butt.
Yeah.
He did not disappoint in any way.
Really?
It's fun with these guys because they've been astronauts for quite some time. And so they've gone through the basics of learning how to do EVA or ISS. So they learned how to move in that suit. They learned how to do those tasks. And this is almost resetting them back to EVA 101 with a new suit and new tasks. And so they understand the mindset for learning these things, which is you can fail and it's okay.
So let's go see what the astronauts thought about the run. Let's start by talking to Randy. I noticed that you were having trouble at one point standing up because you had to learn. This is the first time you had to learn that, right?
The way out is what you have to get to. Where's that center of gravity and how much does it tip you over and you start falling? So without as much traction on the ground, when you go into the sand, you know, now it's tough to get your leg out there and stabilize yourself for swimming around. So there's one point where I ended up falling on my back, and where I was on a hard ground, I was able to get enough traction with the boot to be able to get me up on the shoulder, and then be able to get over and then stand up. When I was in the single, I was like falling over breakdance. I was just spinning around.
Yeah.
So I finally got a purchase and was able to get the center of gravity up over my arm, to be able to go out.
So it was interesting watching that because you were problem solving in real time. And it was pretty cool because you get to figure that out here. Instead of, on the lunar surface, you'll say, oh, well, with this suit, it has mobility in this direction. I can do this, I can't do that. Do you learn things like that?
Absolutely. And that's the whole reason why we have this facility. We do our EVA training for zero G in this facility as well, because you figure out that we come in and everything with this 1G orientation, up is up and down is down. And we can go in here with the space station and train like gravity in every position as possible. You have to force yourself to get out of those positions that are heads up to get in the right position for the best one for work, or maybe it's even inverted. That allows you to have this whole toolkit, a whole array of attitudes your brain thinks. Yeah, so that was the same thing, exactly what you observed for that didn't work. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try this. Let's try this leg back instead of this leg. And so it was trial and error, and then found something that worked.
What do you think about the tools they gave you to work with on the surface?
And they we're evaluating evolving tools. We got some improvements, just like we got improvements with the suit and some improvements with the crew members too.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. Okay, end of the day here. First of all, how on earth do you do this much stuff in a day and you're still awake? I'm so thankful for everything. How was the run for you?
It was so much fun today. I really had a blast.
I learned a lot. Personally, I thought that the run today was going to be very difficult using the XCMU in the pool. I thought, based on the suit fit checks I had, the pogo off-roaded run that I had, that it was going to be really difficult. And I'm also used to being in the ENU spacesuit that we use on the space station. Those runs are super taxing. If it's a difficult, kind of normal run, you're really completely spent at the end, like metabolic equivalent of running a marathon, forearms completely exhausted. You're just like ready to get home and lie down. And I feel like I could go do my normal workout right now after that. So it was only a fraction of the effort required. And I think the main reason for that is because you actually can use our bodies as they evolved. And you can use your entire body. You're using your big leg muscles to walk around. You're using your core muscles, and you're only using your hands for the types of things that we would do here on Earth with gravity. In the EMU, you're doing everything with your upper body. So you're moving yourself, translating hand to hand, moving your entire body and the whole mass of the suit with your forearms, then doing all the intricate tools and everything with your forearms. Whereas here you had this more of a normal distribution. So that's why it just felt much less tiring.
It felt more natural.
It did feel more natural, which makes sense because we evolved with gravity and there's 1/6 G on the moon.
Yeah. So you're upright, you actually have an orientation vector.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, that's good.
That does make writing yourself and spatial awareness a lot easier.
I noticed you found I'm just gonna do it because it's easier. You found a squat that kind of felt good to you.
I did, and that was surprising to me too, based on some of the earlier stuff. I had a lot more stability than I thought, and I would kneel down. What really worked well for me was I could kneel down like this, and that was fine. But actually, I had even more stability if I put a leg out.
I saw that.
So that was kind of my preferred position, and I felt surprisingly stable that I could stay there forever. So
it was interesting, and I was in the room when they were talking about you doing that. They're like, she found something that she likes, and it seems to be stable. So thank you so much for your time. I'm grateful. You think it was a good test?
It was great. Yeah, hopefully it really will inform, the biggest question of the test today were the different pressures that we're using. We don't know for sure what pressure was used. I felt pretty confident that I did know what it was.
Are you allowed to say?
I don't know. I don't know that it really matters because it's blind for everybody. I have nothing to compare it to right now, but it felt like the normal pressure to me.
Yeah.
I didn't feel more fatigued in my hands as I anticipated I would in the higher pressure. I had done one of the earlier glove box tests and did notice a very marked difference in that hand and forearm fatigue and dexterity in the higher pressure. So my hunch today is that it was normal. If this was a higher pressure, then we're in great shape because if it's this easy at the higher pressure, then we're set.
I noticed Randy was struggling a couple of times more than you. That was my observation from the bottom. But I'm not a smart NASA person, so I don't know.
Well, and interestingly, could just be that I'm better than Randy. Just kidding, Randy. Just kidding. He could have been at the higher pressure and I could have been at the lower pressure. That was one of the permutations of that we were actually at different pressures. And
right.
It's funny, I had to kind of remind myself of that partway through. I'm like, oh, I wonder, what this is relative to when we're doing kind of different scores. It's a little bit difficult when we're using this subjective scoring criteria. You have a sliding scale, but still every individual interprets things differently. So
well, thank you so much. First one here this morning, last one to leave. I'm impressed by you. That's the first time we met, but it's a pleasure.
Thanks so much, Justin. Great meeting you.
So the big question that we had at the beginning of the episode, what is it? The question is, what is the atmospheric pressure inside the lander for Artemis? That's a big question. Now that we know all this stuff that we learned in this episode, let's talk about it. Right now, on the International Space Station, the atmospheric pressure is a little over 100 kilopascals, 14.7 psi. If I want to go out on a spacewalk, an EDA, to pre-breathe for 2 hours and then get my suit on and then pre-breathe for another hour and a half, that might make sense on the International Space Station, which is a lab in orbit designed to study the effects of microgravity of things. It would make sense for the only variable to be gravity on Earth, microgravity up there, right? So similar atmospheres. That's not the case on the moon. The mission for the moon is exploring the moon and living there. EVAs were kind of the point. So if we have an environment where we're trying to do EVAs, it seems like we would want to tailor the atmosphere to be more conducive to EVAs, meaning we have a lower pre-breathe time. So the question I have is, well,
Came upon a post that said the snake plant is so effective at producing oxygen that if you were in a sealed room with no airflow, you would only need 6 to 8 of them to survive. And that's according to NASA. Now, I've personally thought about this problem ever since I saw Mission to Mars back in the year 2000 when I was 10. You see, space hipster Don Cheadle was getting stranded on Mars way before Matt Damon ever made it cool. And the only reason Don was able to survive was because it works. You know, I give them CO2 and life, they give me oxygen and food. But even though this scenario has been randomly popping into my head for the last 25 years, for most other people, the conversation went like this. Have you ever wondered how many plants that you would need to breathe? So if you're wondering why you should care about this question, let's get some perspective. People can survive some truly harsh places. Siberia, the Sahara, Cleveland. But all of those places have actual breathable air. We take for granted that right now we can breathe everywhere we go on Earth. Last I checked, we haven't discovered any plants in space. Not to mention, we have cut down quite a few of them here. Who knows? In the future, knowing the number of plants that you need to survive could become something that you reference every day. Leaving the house, wallet, keys, phone, plants. But do you need a green house or just a green bag? Could scuba divers carry a succulent? Should astronauts just sniff a ficus? It's a fascinating question, and I can't wait to find out. But we can't go to outer space to do it. So we're just gonna have to bring outer space to my inner basement. Now, there weren't any used space capsules for sale on Marketplace, so I'm going to make my own. And all we really need to do is create an airtight box, one that we can open and close with just enough room for me and some plants, but not so much room that it takes forever to run out of air. Once inside, I'll just breathe. And as my breath turns oxygen into carbon dioxide, I will monitor that CO2 level and use a stopwatch to time how long it takes to reach an unsafe level. Then I'll do the same thing, but with different amounts of plants and compare the times. My first objective is to see if this post about the snake plants is true or false. But either way, my final objective is to find a way to stay in that room and never run out of air using just plants. So I guess I better build it. And this is where things get pretty cool and really convenient. You see, a few years ago, I built a science fiction movie set out of foam wheeler board. And for some reason, I've kept it in storage all this time. So not only do I not need to buy these now much more expensive materials, but I also don't need to paint them because they already look like an old spaceship. Save off the seams, some of that, yeah, get the screen there. I'm building a real spaceship. I mean, it's not real, but it's real for our purposes. I'm going to be able to seal this thing up, and then I'm going to be able to time how long does it take to saturate it with carbon dioxide. And then when we get plants in here, how much of an effect will it actually have? This is really exciting. Oh. Again, I know a lot. So my brother, who has built actual houses, seemed to kind of approve of the concept. And with a massive TV that I repaired a while back, I now had a window into space. But this airtight room needs to be airtight, meaning every little gap and crack needs to be covered, and that's where the Gorilla Tape comes in. The only way this works is if we seal up every crack. This thing has to be at least 99%. I have a feeling I'm going to go through a lot of tape. In the places that needed to stay clear, I use heat-shrinking, window weatherproofing plastic. That includes the light fixtures in the walls, my pretend window, and my actual window / emergency exit. I think I'm just going to go ahead and seal up the rest of it, and we'll see how long it takes to become a truly toxic work environment. The final touch is a resealable door that has to be taped shut each time. And as a quick test, I decided to fill the room with fog and then look for fog leaking on the outside. See anything leaking out? Okay, that's fancy. And after a bit of screwing around, it was finally time for us to establish a baseline. I think the small box work. Alright, so we're ready for test one? Test one. I got my stopwatch, I got my pulse ox, I got my emergency stop button, which is. So yeah, a baseline test basically means just sitting and waiting under the watchful eye of my brother Charles. You gonna keep me alive? It's day one. We're on the surface of Mars, and I am waiting for my imminent doom. We're gonna wait till we get to about 5,000 parts per million of CO2. Then I think I'm gonna call it quits. This test will tell us how long I can stay in the room with no plants, somewhat limited avenues of entertainment. And the barrel is just a physical placeholder so that when we bring the plants in, we'll still be starting with a similar volume of air. And as CO2 levels steadily rose, I found myself waxing eloquent.
Optimism is the lifeblood of a spacecraft. Without optimism, you would die. And oxygen is also important.
Now, what do these numbers actually mean? Well, the air outside usually sits at around 400 parts per million. That means that for every million bits of air, 400 of them are CO2, or about 0.04%. To contrast, the air that you breathe out sits at around 38,000 parts per million. Now, above 2,000 parts per million is where things start to get really spicy. These levels are associated with headaches, fatigue, loss of focus, nausea, increased heart rate, and they're often an indicator that there's less oxygen in your home because you're probably just breathing the same exhaled breath over and over again. Now, OSHA's personal exposure limit is 5,000 parts per million. Anything above that, and you're basically just slowly dying. But back up on Mars, it was taking a long time to actually get to 5,000.
Then I realized, yeah, why do I need to go to 5,000? I should go to 2,000, right? You see, I really just needed something to aim at. This was taking longer than I thought, and conveniently, I was about to hit 2,000 right at 30 minutes.
Feels like a round dog in here.
So where do you get a bunch of snake plants? Well, your local Orange Home Improvement store has them for about $25 each. That would be $200 for 8. What if I need more? But what am I going to do? It's not like I'm going to just stumble upon a bunch of cheap snake plants from some random dude on Marketplace.
So the random dude on Marketplace was named Charles, and after showing me his home ecosystem, and after paying him a mere $70, I now had a lot of snake plants. And since the social media post says as few as 6 snake plants, that's what I decided to start with, the bare minimum.
Are you ready for this very scientific test?
Lock in a box.
Yeah, we got a bunch of plants going on.
Lights going on. Set box. A window cut into box.
Yes, it's a very scientific box.
So the post said 6 to 8 snake plants in a sealed room. I figured it would make sense to test the minimum 6, right? Because any random person reading that is going to go, huh, I should put 6 snake plants in a room. Be fine.
Or close. We are starting with a base reading of 836 parts per million. Well, last one I was at 670. Well, we got 6 snake plants. There's no way these snake plants won't be able to offset that extra amount. The post said this would work.
And of course, we all know the post never lies.
Test number 2, almost 15 minutes, CO2 meters. Freaking out, I forgot to turn off the alarm. There we go. It's not beeping, it's not a problem.
So the first test started at 6.7 and hit 2,000 parts per million at 30 minutes, giving us a CO2 saturation rate of 44.4 parts per million per minute, or ppm. Which is why it was surprising that even with the 6 plants, CO2 was still climbing pretty darn quick.
I just thought of like a question that I didn't really ask. What do I do effectively?
Huh? Hey,
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't like it.
I know. I know.
Okay. What is it?
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, then I'll see you. Bye.
30 minutes and we're at 2120. Pretty much a wash from the first test. 6 snake plants. You're gonna die.
That's right, our ppm PM went from 44.4 to 42.8, meaning, and notice we had like 4% reduction in CO2.
but I'm willing to bet that our margin of error is at least 5%. So best to get more green, give it another try. Side note, I'm going to be at Open Source the weekend of June 14th, a place where all your wildest dreams come true, in so much as they conform to their scheduled offerings. I'm seriously excited. You should definitely check out the website. It's tickets. I'd love to see you there. And they even have one ticket to give away. So leave me a comment. Let me know. What funny thing would you say if you saw me in the crowd? Maybe you'll get a chance to say it for real.
What are your predictions? Are you going to think that 12 snake plants would be like enough?
You saw the post. It said 6 to 8 snake plants. And yet somehow, with now 12 snake plants, double the minimum, and 50% more than their claimed max, our CO2 saturation rate looked eerily familiar. It's full of snake plants. How can it still be basically the same rate? We know that there's going to be little variances here and there. My metabolic rate in the actual volume of stuff taking up like space in the room, right? But the point is that, like, if these things would make you live, according to that post with 6, well, then double that should easily make up for any variances. Or at the very least, make a dent.
Maybe I could fit maybe 6 more snake plants, but we already know that adding another 30% of no appreciable difference is 30% of nothing. And think about it, this is who has this many house plants? And it's not even enough to make a measurable difference in your own CO2 output. Isn't that crazy? A person with what most would consider a lot of house plants isn't even making a dent.
We're going to have to seriously reevaluate just what I'm doing here, because I want to be trapped in this room with plants and I want them to keep me alive. But they're letting me down. That post let me down. This is not looking good. So what do you do when regular plants just aren't going to cut it? Well, here's where I may have misled you just a little bit. Not about plants. We're still going to do this with plants. But I already knew that snake plants weren't going to be enough. You see, I try and do a little research before I do a project, and I quickly found that you need a lot of plants to make this work. Which is why in the background, I've secretly been preparing a plan B that fits neatly to this little vial, Chlorella vulgaris, a plant that we've actually already started experimenting with in space. To the average person, this is just algae, the green goo that grows. It's still a plant, but with some very, very special attributes. You see, land plants like the snake plant have a variety of complex structures. Leaves, roots, stems, and shit. On the resource balance sheet, specialized parts just require more cost. It means they take longer to grow, and they only really produce oxygen when they're growing. Algae like Chlorella, they're just like cells. They're like the bacteria version of plants, reproducing over and over again, meaning they can produce way more oxygen, way quicker, and with way less space. But not everyone was impressed by the idea, or at least not impressed by my first small growing shaker.
You're just blowing bubbles into a piss bottle. When I get down here, I was expecting to see multiple fish tanks, but there's just this one little bucket with a piss bottle in it. That's all you have. You're gonna die. It's not even green. It's just
That's after a week of growth. Yes, 1 week gave me this yellowed bottle. I transferred that bottle to an even bigger bottle. And after another week, that bottle had turned into this bottle. That is green, which quickly became these bottles and were transferred to these bottles. Satisfying, isn't it? These 5 2-liter bottles in a 5-gallon bucket were my first prototype for a portable photobioreactor. Now, what is a photobioreactor? Well, it's a fancy word for something really simple. Photo refers to light, bio refers to life, and reactor, well, the life reacts to the light to convert CO2 to oxygen as it grows. And we maximize the CO2 that the life is exposed to by pumping air into the bottoms of the bottles. But just how powerful is this little glowing bucket? Well, there is a consumer product called the Arium, which is basically a photobioreactor marketed to the average Joe. With a tank that appears to be around the size of 1 2-liter bottle, they say that their reactor has the power of 25 plants. And that's using less efficient spirulina algae. So under optimal conditions, this little bucket could theoretically be more effective than 125 plants. But will that be enough? Time to go back to space and find out. Close the umbrella.
All right, the door is closed. Test number 4, our number 1 algae test. We're running the algae generator 1000. This is uncharted territory for me. I'm excited. Algae in a bucket. Mission log, day 4. You can look out this lovely window right here. I could look out this one. Yes, this window right here is quite lovely. All jokes aside, and as I slowly dissociated beyond the surface of Mars, I reflected on just how far I had come. That is, until I noticed a malfunction. Well, the pumps, we're only operating at 80% for this first test. That's just the way it's going to be. Not a big deal. We're doing multiple tests. But even with our 80% or 100 plant power, the CO2 still steadily rose in a surprisingly familiar fashion. Approaching 2,000 parts per million, we're approaching 30 minutes. Taken. Yesterday we tested with just 4 of the tanks bubbling. Didn't really notice a difference. I thought, wow, this reactor should really be like multiple times stronger than the plants. Well, this time I've taken a little that. So back before I multiplied my first 2-liter bottle, I began brewing a separate batch using 4-gallon bottles. This was a bit of an experiment since my 2-liter bottles started with completely pure distilled water, and these would use the regular bottled water that they came with from the store. I did aerate them ahead of time to try and ensure that any potential chlorine or chloramine was fully evaporated, and then I meticulously prepped the water with baking soda, minerals, and plant food. The same thing I had done with all the algae water up to this point. I then evenly distributed the algae and kept this batch running in the background in case something happened to the primary batch, or just in case I needed more. It was pretty clear by test 5 that I needed more. Here are 4-gallon tanks. I got a fan here, I'll pick a certain thing, this little fan, pulling the air through these holes. Even though yesterday the small photobioreactor was only running at 80% capacity, it still didn't show anything. So I didn't want to do a test where it just ran it at 100% capacity, just to show that it still didn't really do anything appreciable. So that's why right now we're running both systems. If this ends up being more than enough, then I'll just back it off and find out exactly how much I need. But it quickly became clear that backing off wouldn't be our problem. Seems like we're on track to have the same result. I just want to get to a point where, at the very least, there's a measurable amount. Instead of being only a half an hour in this room before reaching 2,000, it's 40 minutes. That would blow my mind. And of course, this is a laboratory. I'm the guy in my basement, but I want to demonstrate that it's possible.
Doran? Doran, are you okay? Does he need help? Oh no, Doran. Where are you? All right. Oh, send me a picture so I can send it in the group chat. He needs help. Okay.
I know. I'd advise that. Oh, no. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, thank you.
Now we're at 27 minutes and we're only 17 and 30. The plants run on CO2, so it's CO2 concentration. So growing faster. I ended that test with 41.6 ppm PM, the lowest ever. And when I ran the same test again the next day, 30 minutes and we were at 1805. That's pretty good. Checked in and we did 2000. 2035 minutes and 50 seconds. We were definitely in a downward trend, and this test had averaged an even 39.1 ppm PM. But these results could still possibly be within my margin of error. How could I without doing tests or growing way more algae? So remember when I said that I had the second sister growing? What wasn't the only other system that I had grown? Okay, so in my reading, I saw that the Russians had done something similar to this in the 1970s, and it required like a lot of algae. So I decided to grow a lot of algae and try and be smart about it. Giant clear containers aren't easy to find or cheap, but these 55-gallon food-grade barrels were less than $10 each.
Yeah, that just sounds like a lake kombucha.
Yeah, exactly. And algae needs a lot of light distributed as evenly as possible. But these opaque sides rule out an external light source. The only immersive algae light that I could find $1,000. So I decided to design it. Use some of the lights. Clear heat grade plywood. Materials for two of these cost me only 5% of that $2,000. The addition of some tubing and aquarium aerating stones to produce fine bubbles, they can now slide down the middle of the tank and shine out in all directions through the well-aerated algae. Even though these lights are quite bright, it didn't take long for the algae to make them much darker. The light is barely getting through, or for them to really start scrubbing out the CO2. I did it. I now have 100 gallons of algae. Tomorrow, I'm going to try breathe just algae. See, that's already in the room. And we are at test number 7, I think. It's a very special test. Now we have 100 more gallons of algae. It's crazy. I'm so excited for this one because this is the one where something's gonna happen. And I have this tube. My breath is the most dangerous thing in this room because it has the highest concentration of carbon dioxide. So this tube is connected to the intake of the air pumps. That way, it runs my breath directly through the algae, giving them more food and scrubbing out as much CO2 as possible right away. We got the BB going, the business cross, 1,500 territory, 1,500 minutes. I think we're doing really well. And now for the first time in this whole process, I'm surprised in a good way. Whoa, no way. No way. It's only gone up 75 parts per million in the last 6 minutes. How is that possible? 30 minutes and we're at 1588. I'm just gonna say you're bumping on this for a while. CO2 increase kept slowing down the higher it got. Maybe because the algae is getting more efficient, or maybe because we were approaching equilibrium. But either way, I wasn't complaining. Dude, we are at 39 minutes. We're at 1760. CO2 is rolling. It's at 99. We're at 99. I'm not feeling my head or anything. I'm feeling perfectly normal. 1,800. We just reached 1,800 parts per million, and now we're at 3 minutes. And just like that, the 40-minute milestone was in the rear view mirror. Can't believe I made it this far. Like 2 months ago, I was like, I should probably start growing algae. And while I was looking at that rear view mirror, I found myself reflecting. Now, I've got a lot of confidence lately. Like a rubber band car that only went, like not even 5 miles an hour. I'm gonna complain and say it's hard. Like obviously it's hard. So it makes a ton of work. But I'm glad I did this one. Part of me wonders, I don't know if this video will do well. It's pretty good. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. It's nice to breathe into it too. With our over 100 gallons of algae, it took us 55 minutes to reach 2,000 parts per million for an insane average ppm PM 24.5. And I have a plan to do even better. Okay, more air pumps, so we're going to let algae keep growing. It's again. I'm still working this too.
got another pump, and we're tubing and aquarium stones. I'm super excited. We're gonna double the airflow through it. Certainly, there was no way we were maximizing the surface area of that algae. This could make all the difference. This could be the final brick in the foundation of being able to breathe in space or in this sealed space in my basement. So, test number 8. Got 2 air pumps. I've got them both hooked up to this model. That's what we're feeling. This sucks to your face. 15 minutes. We're at 0 parts per million. It's so non-linear. It's really speculative. Like always, we probably wouldn't see a big difference until the levels got higher. It's actually stuck in my face. I didn't realize that. So I get closer and closer to the finish line. I'm going to have to spend a lot more time in this work. You see, as a differential approaches equilibrium, it slows down. Big gap, big movement. Small gap, small movement. So finding the level where the CO2 actually stops going up could take a long time. In order to devise this whole premise of these experiments, my decision is still a long time to sit in a room with a funnel on your face. But I had never been this close to victory and patiently passed the minutes to get there. 30 minutes, 1363. But since I was only measuring CO2 and not the oxygen in the air, I thought it would be a good idea to do a little research. Let's read symptoms of hypoxia: restlessness, headache, confusion, anxiety, rapid heart rate, rapid breathing, difficulty breathing, or shortness of breath. So if I get a headache while I'm in here, if I start having anxiety while I'm here, rapid heart rate, difficulty breathing, death rate, confusion, I'm always a bit confused. So in good health, I push forward, and man, will be going forward. Just runs across 60-minute line, 1,700 parts per million, going very slowly. It's not stopping. I wish it was. We're approaching 1 hour 20 minutes. 1831. This previous and also just 2040. So it's taking a selfie and all of a sudden move. But so 30 minutes had become an hour and 30 minutes. But that's just to 2,000 parts per million. And during my next test, I realized that my breath, after coming out of the algae, was being reduced by over 90%, meaning the room might stabilize around 3,500 parts per million. Most guys say that anything, so it's kind of right over my normal. And when we're reading right at the output, what I'm going to get is the highest concentration close of. Theoretically, this room shouldn't get any higher than that reading, but getting there could take a very long time. So the next test, I came up with a plan. Yes, that is a CO2 tank. And the plan is to jump the CO2 into the high 3000s and then wait and see. Does it go down? It's holding right around 3557. Let's see if we can make it go down. Once the CO2 is mixed evenly into the air and the meter stabilized, I started exhaling only into the funnel. Waiting. Dare speak and accidentally leak some CO2, but I checked the meter and timer religiously, waiting for the flip. Then it happened, and all I could do was silently freak out. But the battle wasn't over yet. I still had to make sure that this was really. But as the CO2 slowly began creeping up again, I checked the output of the algae tank, and it wasn't great. Because right around there, it's dropped, and it seemed like it's holding steady. But I will say that the air coming out of big algae tanks it's like 4,100, so it's elevated. The success is tenuous at best. It's probably just going to elevate over time. So it's underpowered. I'm thinking that like probably we need another 50-gallon setup. So I built another 50-gallon setup. No stability in the. So I added another 50 gallons, which seemed to stabilize in the high 2000s. But all of this was with artificially introduced CO2, and each test only took place over the course of an hour or so. It was like 29, 15, 14, 13, that's 29, 17, 19, that's 29, 10. And you know, I just, what?
This Nerf blaster fires faster than anything else in the planet. Usually I decided to fire normal Nerf darts. But then I thought about using, we could shove 6 of these into the blaster for every one Nerf dart. That brings
more than one M4, one A10, and two M34s.
Oh, fine. Granted, it only fires for 1 second, but still, first initially, screw the memory card.
Wait a second. What happens if I just hold that up there?
That won't work. And suddenly I made something that fires faster than anything on this planet, and of course. This Nerf blaster fires faster than anything else on the planet. Originally, I designed it to fire normal Nerf darts.
Certain that this really proved that it was working. Plus, up to this point, I had still never measured the actual oxygen levels of the room. And I realized that there was no way around it. I was going to need to get an oxygen.
Late in the afternoon, a trooper from the Indiana State Police Department clocked a vehicle traveling 105 miles an hour on westbound I-90 just outside of Chicago. The culprit continues to take off as the trooper meets several hurdles in the pursuit. As this trooper pursues, he notifies dispatch and other officers in the area of the vehicle. Which is now traveling at speeds estimated to be 140 miles per hour. One officer, who was seemingly in the middle of a traffic stop with an unrelated civilian while blasting Lil Wayne on his radio, quickly abandons their tasks to prioritize the deadly high-speed pursuit. It is later discovered that the fleeing vehicle almost struck this unmarked cruiser, which is operated by a federal agent. Once they see state police are in pursuit, they move over to let them take lead.
Just sensitive. People actually approaching 84.
So it's stop it.
Here, the trooper taps the taillight of the vehicle, leaving behind physical fingerprint evidence in case this unpredictable situation turns deadly.
Where's your license and registration? Both of you to get out of the car slowly. Keep your hands on. Both of you exit the vehicle slowly and step to the back. What are you doing? Sit down. Both of you sit down. Sit down. What are you doing? Did you get that Jeep?
As several officers rush to assist, one stops to clear large debris from the highway. Keep in mind that the fleeing vehicle reached 140 miles per hour before crashing into a clearly visible concrete wall. They are lucky to avoid unexpected hazards like this, which could have been potentially deadly.
Okay, there. You stand up. Everybody stand up. Put your hands on the vehicle.
Stand up, okay?
Put your hands behind your back. I'll take the where's off.
Lock me at the seat.
What'd you run for? See, it's the best thing to do. I freaked out. We got everything illegal. You can. So we figured the ultimate. It's just a function. It's just everything like it's gonna go. It's a cat. It's like that.
You get your parents. How do you know this guy?
What you had?
What's his story? Did you realize
He hit it right there at the end. Saw the smoke.
you want bathroom out for a dog off?
I mean, there's something just us. I can see what's going on. We're just gonna make sure we're valid. You not to listen to me. You know, right here, so I understand the picture. So I want to give you there. See now, I promise you don't see your car. This is your car? Is the rest of you, parents?
I didn't know it.
There it is. Stand up, right? Yeah. Just want to take it with the
two teenagers walking on the westbound side of the toll road of the 80. Received two calls and both callers advised that one of them appears to be trying to hold the other from walking in the traffic.
Although this unrelated incident is a distance away from the pursuit area, it is yet another example of an unexpected variable that could have ended the pursuit in tragedy.
Almost 140 miles.
The trooper just indicated that the pair traveled through this barrier at almost 140 miles per hour. He more than likely obtained this information using radar during the pursuit.
You see this one or?
Let's see which wall is there.
That's there. Well,
here's the shoulder. Now 7-1. You're not water right now. So essentially,
right. Okay. Faces.
Going way too fast and I passed him. I guess I just freaked out.
How many had to stand up or just gonna walk back somewhere the way to go?
Yeah, I kind of got like trapped between a truck. I kind of got speed. Stand right here.
He knew it was going too fast, he passed him, and then
I got to chase me.
I guess really. I don't think I'm a big fan of ever films. I don't know, school.
The K9 search signaled the possibility of drugs in the vehicle. Officers were likely to search the vehicle regardless due to the driver giving consent. Outside of this also being a search incident due to arrest and potential vehicle impound. Regardless, they now have an indication of what they may find.
This is also going to be 1050 subject that will roll and team with the exiting on the ramp, both sides are damaged.
I feel like I could leave off and
so, I mean, I believe.
right? Yes. So like for email, I'm not sure about your stuff, but for email, it's not very many things. Yes. It's like,
The Tungli powder officers are referring to as likely Tongkat Ali, an herbal supplement derived from a Southeast Asian plant, often used for boosting testosterone, enhancing energy, and improving libido.
Thanks, Jeff. It came into both after and during the time, so, but, okay. I think it's not bad.
Members to be transferred to board can be used in for no airbag component.
Six.
Jump in real quick and turn it. Make sure he can drive it. Is this your? He was, yeah. Okay.
When's the last time somebody smoked weed there?
Never. Ever? Do you have any friends who smoke weed right in the car or anything like that? No, never. Never been smoking. Okay. Do you have any friends who smoke? They ride with you or anything like that? But as you're ready to talk to you, just let us know, right? Okay, thank you.
I'll take this back. Thank you.
Take some of that here. No, no. You can take them. Scared himself to stop. That's what he said.
And all these cars are small, especially for 12 people.
I'm really sorry about this.
Hey, there's, believe me, the last one we had, like this, actually had somebody end up losing control and flipped it several times, so.
I'm guessing you're taking me in.
Yeah, so dude, the only thing you got is be dick.
He thought he was going to be home for dinner. Well, not anymore.
Hey, just go ahead and get the food whenever. I got to pursuit, so I have to take someone to the jail. So that's gonna be a while. I'll come home whenever I can. But
I'm sorry, am I allowed to ask questions? Yeah. Like, what I have to say overnight?
I would probably be prepared even if I stay and go on project. Is resisting with the vehicles of felony.
Does that mean like possible jail time?
Potentially. Like you'll have to go to court.
What's going on?
Don't see them necessarily like have to you for a long period of time. So how fast did you actually get up to? That was 150. I don't have a trouble catching.
I was going I mean 30. No, it's being up, but I don't get it all. Interstate something like that. So hope that he be there.
According to news sources, this suspect was initially charged with one felony count of resisting law enforcement. This charge comes with the possibility of 6 months to 2.5 years in prison and fines of up to $10,000. Our sources indicate that this charge was amended to a reckless driving charge, specifically for driving at unreasonable speeds. So to endanger safety, the amendment was likely part of a plea deal. The sentencing for his case is not publicly available due to court websites' failure to return information regarding his case. This indicates he has completed a sentence and his public criminal record removed. The lack of additional criminal records also suggests he's continued to remain a citizen. On August 27th, 2024, St. John's and Flagler County Sheriff's Office in Florida were alerted to a stolen Ferrari located via a license plate reader. The Ferrari 488 Spider, $300,000, was reportedly stolen at gunpoint 3 days earlier by 2 teenagers in Cranston, Rhode Island. Interestingly, a post-event police report from Florida mentions the prior events. Police department. They meant to type Cranston. Florida officials may have misunderstood a Rhode Islander pronouncing Cranston Police Department. Their feigned accent. For details, the teen allegedly broke into acquaintance's home around 3 o'clock, wearing ski masks, and held up an adult couple who were home with their 2 kids, demanding keys to the Ferrari and a Corvette, though they apparently only took the Ferrari. One teen drove it to Florida and was caught on the license plate reader camera and found to have stopped at a Circle K gas station, used his debit card to purchase gasoline and a beverage. Gas station as the sole owner of the Ferrari, while the other teenager was nowhere to be found. The Ferrari's high speed, which can reach over 200 miles an hour, made it difficult for officers across several states to apprehend the teenage driver without risking serious harm. News reports indicate the Ferrari was involved in chases out of Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and possibly other states before this pursuit in Florida began.
I want to just pass to southbound. Yes.
That I would like a canvas from you, like a canvas of each.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I got you. How big? How big? How? Oh God. Okay. I'll try. No, I got you.
Also make from you.
I can do that.
Too close.
Okay, sounds good.
Then maybe like
Um. All right. Well, I'm gonna get started. I'll see you. Good night, Sarah.
You know, they were biting their horns. You know, there was like hot boiling at the grains. Well, did you use that gun at all? I did. You did? That's true. You got the head. My mom and my sister. Everything. Oh, I'm slow. Come sit down. We're gonna talk to you in a little bit, okay? Stay.
Dead one day in the vehicle. The deputies returned to the residence.
Sheriff's office! Anyone inside? Come on out. Guns up, open and empty.
There's a lot of blood. Give us that. Their announcement goes unanswered. The deputies wait for backup to arrive. However, even from the doorway, it's evident that something horrific has occurred recently. Blood could be seen in pools and smears on the floor and stairs. When backup finally arrives, they prepare to enter the home.
You guys want to work with the shield?
Yeah.
How's the dog? The dog, oh, look at it. Okay. The sheriff's office, anybody inside? Come out, hands up, open and empty.
As the deputies make their way through the entirety of the home, they find more blood spatter leading up the stairs, soaked into the carpet, smeared on the walls, and trails of red into the bedrooms.
There's a knife too right there.
What's that?
Looks like someone was dragged.
In another part of the home, they find evidence that one of the family's dogs has also been injured.
I think this dog was shot too, so some of the blood may be coming from the dog.
With no sign of Adlai's family anywhere inside, they head into the backyard.
Is drag mark still here?
These are drag marks.
Sure. See a lot of stuff.
Seeing the daunting expanse of the yard, one of the deputies heads back to the vehicles to speak with Adlai, hoping he can narrow down the search.
Please don't kill me, officer. I'm not even killing you, but I need to know where they're at. All right, did you see that dog? I just showed him. No. Okay, so no, so are they inside the house or outside the house? They're in the backyard, so I was gonna bury them there. So that's so they're saying they're in the backyard. Get with the truth, and then you're gonna want to take a right, and there's gonna be another gate where you want to go down. I can make you.
The deputy passes the information to the rest of his team, and it isn't long before they find Adlai's father, David, mother, Nancy, and 17-year-old sister, Brayley.
Okay, I got it.
Off. 3 deceased, 1 possibly looks like a female.
With the confirmation that Adlai has been telling the truth, at least about his mother, father, and younger sister already being dead, the deputies search him again before transporting him for questioning.
Did you see their corpses? They're foaming out the mouth, but still convulsing back there. On the bodies.
Yeah.
Everyone's feelable. Is that normal? That's not normal. They're like black out the mouth. Y'all take a picture, and you see like grabbing his dog.
After he's brought to the sheriff's office, Adlai is escorted to an interrogation room where his erratic behavior will only escalate, resulting in a truly shocking and troubling interview.
Yeah, I'm sure you've noticed I'm wearing the same outfit, same clothes, because it's been over 24 hours since my last shower. I'm busy. What are you gonna do about it? Call the stink police? Get the odor officers out here?
So, where I think Gavin, no problem, right, you're gonna cut. Have your.
While this may be true for now, Adlai will eventually cause the sheriff's department significant trouble.
Go ahead, for me, immediately.
After some time alone, during which Adlai barely moved except to seemingly acknowledge something no one else could see, the detective returns again.
Like I said, my name's Cameron, with the sheriff's office. Here's something for the detectives. That's it. I'm here. Just gonna talk to you about what happened.
Almost as soon as the detective returns, Adlai launches into a rambling story.
So, you know, I'd like to ask you a question about what went down. So, first off, did running this your first running map camp, like based on like when so I'm staying at Bell Towers, Big Ben, Chopstia, and you're not that way that for her. So then I have only better for John and Ian. And that's some rain next you know, so it's not going to stop. They're only done like percent. Next you know, the south rain would start. And 9:30, will be just use first. Then around like 9:13, just finish over. And then so there it'll wrap this. If you look on police cams and thermal imaging, and it happens. So there's a major catastrophe. Sound like it. So let me just what's that? How many dogs? Maybe. I don't know. There's a can you write down? Sure. Yeah. Can I write some down? Sure. Around 8, 9, 7. Yes, yeah, I think that's it. Sometimes sure.
It's probably right around this moment that the detective realizes this interrogation will be unlike any other.
So before we keep going, I just need to make sure you understand the tone. Okay? This is why you're here. Okay? So we wrote you down the okay? I just want to make sure you understand it right. Okay? And we could have your
The detective then Mirandizes him, making sure to check that Adlai understands each of his rights before continuing.
Tell me what happened inside that house with that. Now we have one from services. A child. And more. Messed up. And what could you say you had to? Okay, you can tell me. Okay. They're ready. No problem. Double towers, top Big Ben, top steel. Then I was here now, a lot of side waves, and boom for her. So then I have the winner for only better for John, and we healed. And that's the Marine. Next thing you know, so the side wave will stop. But they only down. Next thing you know, the side wave would start. Family starts to move. Okay. 9:30, it'll be. Next round, not 13.
So. It's, it'll practice. If you look on police cams and thermal imaging, there's a dog that happens. So there's like a major catastrophe. So I'm like, well, let me just, we dog, many dogs, maybe died to I don't know. There's, can you write down? Sure. Yeah, can I write some down? Sure. 18 with the knowledge. 8, 9, 10, 8. There's the knowledge, that's it. I sometimes big man, big man. Sure.
It's probably right around this moment that the detective realizes this interrogation will be unlike any other.
So before we keep going, I just need to make sure you understand this whole thing. Okay? Just make sure. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure you understand your right. Okay, have you ever had your okay.
The detective then Mirandizes him, making sure to check that Adlai understands each of his rights before continuing.
Now, tell me what happened inside the house with your dad and sister. No, we have one. And when you say you had to, what did you have to do? Yeah. So you had to something? Okay. And we lost consciousness and I don't know what they do. They're raised. Half an hour later. Eating by. They're having no ideas. They're having third. And I have to shoot it up. Yeah, to shoot it up. No, I've been in that. Third thing.
During the clearing of the home, one of the deputies noticed something peculiar near the back of the house.
How much blood over here? This was cleared up.
Another noticed a blood-covered mop.
The bleach.
Adlai also mentioned that he shot one of the family's dogs. The animal was transported for emergency medical care after suffering from 3 gunshots. However, it could not survive its wounds and had to be euthanized.
So, where was your dad when all this was happening? In his plate? Maybe not. I see somewhere in the interior. Well, I'm just asking what you want. 55 in the room? 55 in the room? Yep, I've got it at the top. Where did you shoot that? In Olivia? And did you shoot it? Where did you shoot it? First off, I shot the head. But I kicked it. Where did you shoot it in the head? Did you shoot it in the foot? Oh, so what about your mom? Where did you shoot it?
Though deputies found shell casings at the home, they also uncovered other evidence at the scene, including a bloody meat tenderizer and a knife. After discovering the bodies, some of the deputies at the scene speculated about how exactly Adlai's family was killed.
Finally, there were shell casings inside the house.
In his interview, however, Adlai isn't adding much clarity about what happened.
Dad. Sure. So, shot her mom. Was she upstairs or downstairs? My sister saying, just got scared. I shot her well. She great. Shot her today. Great. And then where did you shoot your sister? Well, really going to my dad, my younger.
Adlai emphasizes that he's referring to his younger sister, as he also has an older sister, Nancy Jr. Investigators have tracked her down, and the morning after Adlai's interview, they have the daunting task of informing her that most of her family has been killed.
There's really no good way to tell you. So, your mom, your dad, and your sister are dead.
Wasn't expecting them. I was not expecting them.
And unfortunately, I arrested your brother. Late. Our deputies went over there. Your brother was there. You know, he clearly had signs that there were some things that weren't good. So our deputies went in. They located your mom, your dad, and your sister. So
Where were they in the house?
So it looks like they were actually found outside. Looks like it happened inside.
She dragged them outside.
Looks that way.
Where was the initial splatter?
It's hard to tell because it was everywhere.
I was expecting for you guys to tell me that he's dead, not that they're dead. I expected Mondays for you guys to come. I just wasn't expecting it to be my normal family.
Nancy Jr. wasn't the only one who had to be informed of the tragedy. The neighbors who initially called 911 were also told.
Basically, what we can tell you is unfortunately, David, Nancy.
Oh no!
What? Riel.
Really?
Really? Yeah.
Hey, wait, what?
They're all dead. I was the one I interviewed. Adlai. Adlai. And I arrested him for the 3 months.
What? Why?
I wish I had more answers. Kevin.
Day?
It looks like they were killed at some point today. We're not exactly sure. So
Whatever
it could have been. It could have been. I mean, there were multiple gunshots to each of them. So we're just not. So we have to wait.
Why would you not? I know.
So kill his sister.
No.
So girl, just to prepare you guys. Okay, the house, it's not good. There's a lot of blood everywhere. Just being honest.
As those who knew the Mestres reeled from this news, back in Adlai's interview, the detective continues to try and make sense of his story.
Where did you take them after you shot? Well, I buried one. So there's like a trail. Okay, take a break. On the trail. And why did you put it in the ravine? For broadcasting. Take a picture. Yeah, okay. We can lost you. Okay. How about a road?
In her interview, Adlai's sister elaborated on why he may have been referring to possession in his interview.
We're having a baby and he killed off everybody else.
This is ridiculous. Jesus. What a piece of, I'm sorry, but what the there's that's laws.
Yeah.
They just kept being brushed off.
My mom kept saying, I don't think he's possessed. He's not possessed.
It talks about possession.
It's clear that something else is going on with Adlai, and so the detective attempts to get more information.
Have you ever been to the doctor at all for
Any type of mental health issues? Oh, really? And why did you say that? Always been questions.
At the scene, deputies found discharge paperwork from September indicating that Adlai had received help for his mental health.
Telling them to surrender, elementary nations, hearing voices. Let's make sure we photograph that. September.
Suicide or suicide. Question.
Well, something changed, you know.
So he was hearing voices, mental voices. When was that date? It's August. September 27th, 2024. Adelaide's 24-year-old male admitted to psychosis, presenting with command arbitrary hallucinations. He states, I'm hearing voices and the women are telling me to surrender to the police force and come to my reality, and the men are telling me to kill myself. He stated the voices have been present for years, but he has not paid attention to them. The patient stated that he went to the police to see if they had intelligence about his reality and might be interested in employing him into the police force. He states that he has planned to apply to the police academy after discharge. Adlai's older sister also had some insight into his mental health.
I mean, did he have any
indications that he wanted to kill him? No.
Yeah, okay.
No.
No, so it was nothing. Okay.
Did he hear voices? Yes.
Yeah. Was he supposed to be taking medication?
Yes. And I'm pretty sure that's why. Because even I started getting on his ass about it.
Because he wasn't taking it?
Yeah. And I'm 100% sure that that's why, because they were all probably stressing him about that. My mom had found the pills in the trash. Like his schizophrenic break. It's been in the buildup, but he's been acting normal for months.
Perhaps realizing that the interview isn't going anywhere productive, the detective attempts to take a break.
What all happened? We got figured out. Okay. If you need anything, just knock on the door and just say hello. Back and help you with whatever you need. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Oh, okay. What else would you like to talk about? What do you got? Cameras travel. Sorry, sir. Check it. Person. Short person. So, yeah, you wrote that a bunch up there.
Once again, the detective attempts to leave the room.
Okay, please not alter. Well, not alter. You'll get a copy of the. You'll get a copy when we're done. Okay.
Despite being left alone, Adlai soon begins to talk to himself.
I know Adrian, don't try. But y'all go ahead. Pull in, post some restrictions. Make the officer, the sheriff, make it happen. Undeserved something like control over his catch. I ain't no officer Adrian. Let that Jesus, no such thing. Jesus was not cursing. No adultery, officer Adrian. But we live blood Jesus. So, officer magistrate.
As things grow even stranger, Adlai begins directing his ramblings toward someone that no one else can see.
Ain't no BAD. Have a BAD. Have a little BAD. Got it? Put it in the capsule. Put it in the container. Have a BAD. Order the I'm saying, like, and you know, right now.
Stress.
Okay. You should. No, you just gotta be out. God. You just gotta be out. You had those brain. That's what I'm saying. What is he doing? Hey, come on. Open it. So that's gross. That's all right. You should have told that deal because they give it back, bro. It's a okay. Okay. Brother, we got a lot to do, so just take a deep breath. Okay, you've been yelling a bunch. You doing okay? What's that? We need you where? We can. We can. So it's gonna be a little while. Hang tight, okay? Please. Are you gonna send more soldiers? We have no soldiers yet. Bro. You're gonna send more soldiers? Yeah, soldiers in the top. Heavy. Or are you gonna spend another? Like you're gonna spend the night probably in jail. Alright. Okay. We'll be back, but I just need you to simmer down a little bit, okay? Thank you.
Despite the perspective. But, yeah. This is what makes her.
Like the camera. Like the camera.
As soon as Adlai escapes from the interrogation room, he heads for the elevators, alerted by the sound of the wall breaking. It's only seconds before the deputies catch him.
No. We can't get we don't know. We don't have run around ticket. What's your name? That's way back. Okay, that's all right. Yeah. Take the whole group. Jesus Christ. Well, only have a bunch of energy that don't. Well, they're not be powerful now, okay? I just need you to relax.
Realizing that the walls in the sheriff's office are ill-equipped to hold Adlai, they decide to secure him in a police vehicle. After some cooling down time, Adlai is once again brought inside in order to be photographed, to give a buccal swab sample, and to have his clothing collected. He's then given a temporary suit to wear and is escorted to the vehicle again, then to jail. When they arrive, Adlai is led to a holding cell. Before his sister was left to grieve the loss of her family, Nancy Jr. offers a possible insight into what may have sparked this horrific event.
Like being on his house. Here we had some strife with my sister.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Over what?
Just because she's a teen.
Yeah.
She's a teen. She's a normal teenager. She has attitude. No, she did it. But for like someone who's schizophrenic and thinks that somebody's out to get him, and she's probably. That's why I asked if the door was broken, because if she was the first one, I would have known.
I've been a cop a long time, and I've been homicide for a long time. This one was definitely one I'll never forget. It was, it was insane. Yeah. When he was initially approached by deputies, Adlai had claimed that his family had rushed him, as was discussed by the deputies who first responded to the crime scene. That was a dumb story. Oh, they all came in. Took all different places in the house. Contrary to Adlai's claim, the evidence paints a haunting picture of his family's last moments. The autopsies revealed that David was shot in the arm, chest, and back of the head. Nancy was shot in the back and suffered blunt force trauma to her face, as well as contusions over most of her body. 17-year-old Rayleigh had a gunshot wound to her eye and blunt force trauma to her hand and face. Adlai Mestre was arrested for 3 counts of murder in the first degree, 3 counts of tampering with evidence, extreme cruelty to animals, escape from custody of officers, and criminal damage to property. He has not been convicted or sentenced at the time of this video.
Motorcyclist game direction. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. I don't know what I signed up for, but I didn't care.
I zip my belly. My God.
Are you gonna cut? What's up, boys? We're doing Superbike School. To get free of alcohol and go faster on a pace.
It's stuck, man.
Okay.
Give me
And I hate to see
It's right. So it's racing. I've been standing up. It's mentally in this riding position. Yes, solid calves, dude. So thanks. Don't work out us. No, got strength cells for I got. I'm good with it. Thanks. What's up, Lucy? 11. You got some solid calves, dude. So thanks. Yeah. Don't work out those cells. No, you got strength cells for I got.
Who's that villain in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
The shred.
The Shredder. I feel like the Shredder. Yeah.
So two-sided.
this. He's so sorry.
He says to everyone. I fucking thought I knew you said it to everyone. He said you look good to me too. Same way, same cadence.
I really like being called out.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Got you.
It's right up my dick. It just hits my left ball, my right ball like a father clock.
Oh, it's like keeping them like they've been bad and they're separated.
Yeah. I'm Ludwig.
I ran. Phil.
I like it.
I ran.
Ludwig. Nice to meet you. Like Beethoven, exactly right, yeah.
Morning.
Start off with level 1.
Right, right, have her part of it.
The six main controls, they essentially change two things, which are your speed, direction. So have to be able to tell me the name of it. That's
Dude, what he went through with the fucking formula was for the hypotenuse.
Sometimes when he was talking about things that you would never do, I would catch him saying some things I do.
Yeah.
I caught him getting a couple of those.
100%. I felt like a stone dead dumbass.
Oh, yeah. That looks awesome. Fuck yeah. This looks awesome, dude.
I kind of fucked mine. I beasted a bit. Am I gonna be an asshole if I'm in gear 4 the whole time?
No. We'll be faster off the line. We'd like to just feel it out, you know? Dude, these guys are going quick.
I don't know. I'm not. Are you nervous?
I'm not not as much as I thought it would be. I thought it would be quaking, but I mean, I think it's because I'm getting a constant hug. This is like a weighted blanket everywhere.
Right. I don't think I'm nervous because it's all beginners.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that definitely is nice. They got classes, right?
What's fucked up though is they're talking about how important it is to enter a turn at the correct speed, and there's a nice speed for every turn. But they've blocked off our speedometer, so I can't see how fast I'm going. I think it's less of a question of who gets a faster time. It's more important who improves more over the course of 2 days. You know, if I start faster, but then I stay at that speed, and then Michael's final speed is not faster than mine, but he improves markedly, I think it's more impressive, you know?
Hey guys, I am here with a quick word from our sponsor. When it comes to blocking out the noise and tuning into something great, Raycon's everyday earbuds have you covered. Aw, it's so cute. Use them all the time. And you can do videos. And the computers are also a game changer. Interactive. Which means that you're sure to favorite podcast, different songs, or even the odd times that plus their designs fit my ears so well. People are falling out even when I have to put an everyday earbuds in the same quality. Big guys are just half the price. Raycon has sold over 3 million of these earbuds, and it's easy to see why. 32 hours of battery life, they last all day long, and the new quick charge feature means 90 minutes of waiting, just 10 minutes of charging. You can pair them with 2 devices, multi-point connectivity, so whether I'm switching between my phone and my laptop, Raycon's covered. Raycons also come in a bunch of vibrant colors, and my personal favorite is Blush Violet. Your earbuds in small, there are protective case covers that can be used with wireless charging. This one neat, stylish, and adds a touch of personality. And if you haven't checked them out yet, now it's time. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/offline-TV for 15% off of your order plus free shipping.
Like a roller coaster that I ride. This is the best. Was it? Dude, I could do that all day. How sweet. If that was the class, I'd be like, yeah, hey, I don't think. What? How you doing? Oh, heck yeah. Right. Okay. It's right. So important. At the tail of my life, the things I need to follow. Okay. I'm afraid when there are fucking people around, you know, not because they're bad, because I'm.
fourth gear, no brakes. Obviously, the brakes are still on the bike. If you feel uncomfortable, need to use the brakes, use the brakes. Don't run on the racetrack.
Appreciate that.
Go ahead.
I'm fine. I fucked it up. Fucked it up. I fucked this one up, guys. I fucked this one up.
All right, I gotta work on this.
Did you turn on the turn point?
I started turning on the turn point, yeah, but I was going too fast initially.
Okay.
I felt like I came in too slow to turn two. I was like, well, what if I go faster? But I went too fast.
Okay. So make sure you stay off the gas and maybe make a little bit smaller changes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Shit. Man, how'd it feel?
That's fun though.
That was fun.
That was crazy. Dude, the no braking was hard.
I don't need a break, but I have a shyness to lean as much as they're leaning.
Sorry, guys. Nice job. All right. Every time we get together, I'm going to ask you some questions. How it went on the track, where we want to go. Is that good?
Sure.
Okay.
Kept thinking turn 9 was turn 10. So I'd slow turn 9. So then what I would do is I'd be like, oh, this isn't it. Then I would speed up. And I always entered 10 turn too fast.
While you're going out here, are you on or off the gas?
Off the gas.
What if you had a marker, something that told you, hey, I should let the gas off here so that I have the right speed to go through that?
I would love that.
If you went out and found that, could you enter that corner with the correct speed?
Yeah.
It's just gonna hit me when it's gonna say no. You? I did so fast. You found it.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Actually, that's funny. We turned two. We came in, rolled it off, got a good drive out of there. That's really good.
Oh, good. That's good. That fucked me a couple times.
Down turn 3. I'm seeing you way out there.
Coming out, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is the end of the turn. I gas and then
That's fine. Yeah.
Outside time. By the time you drag your knee, it should just be like, oh, nice and control. Not this. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Don't force it. If you're right here and you get hard on the gas, are you gonna go fly out? Yes, you're gonna go outside, right? But if you stayed off the gas, stay inside, right? Right. Just getting on the gas a little bit later out of turn 3. So stay on the line we want. I appreciate it. So you okay?
good, nice. Hey, I panicked. I pulled off the track.
Oh, me too. It was right in front of me.
Yeah, right off. That was sick. I got a Mario Kart shortcut.
What the fuck?
Dude, my coach, he was like telling me, dude, I thought he was gonna scold the shit out of me, but we just did a Mario Kart shortcut.
You're showing shortcuts now?
Yeah, so I didn't have to do.
Where was it? Just so I know. Not that I would use it. Oh my gosh, bro. Shit. Okay, tell me. Yo, I have your test results. All right.
Which lap?
All of them.
Oh, but 11? You bad bitch.
Look at the consistency between 5 and 6. You got 2 2-minute laps. Yell set. That was tough for you. Oh, 50 bucks. What? Well, I guarantee I quit.
God, I didn't know he was filming it. Shed.
Watch your butt. That's what. Yo, off that one seat. Yeah, starts in the bike. But that seat. How are you holding on the bike to get yourself?
Right, I have to be on the bars.
Bike steer efficiently if you're supporting yourself in the bikes. Sure. What you just did in the steering, really make that the focus this next time out. That we're pressing up space with these. Press up the bars.
Dude, it's fatality. What's the word for that? No, like when you're like gonna die. Terminal, yeah. It's turn.
Is that me? Yeah, I got it. I've been watching. Oh yeah? The whole time. Oh, how's he doing? Look at that guy in front of me. Look at him, man. The lean he does is crazy. Well, it's not necessarily about the lean angle. Sure, the line that we're taking, I think. But I think his line's only possible because it's lean, right? At least at his speed. So you can stay off the gas, right? Until your points down here. Run along the line. That's the time to start. All you need to do is wait for a little bit longer until you're pointed. Right. Right. Get online.
Thank you.
Say our illusions. Piece of shit if I don't buy it for the road. Yes. I have a secret. Yeah. Good shoot off 2 seconds. So we're gonna get faster. I think you're gonna see me fucking go crazy out there. Okay. Tucker Carlson, I'm coming for you. I'm gonna call it BT on Joe Biden. I'm gonna get fucking crazy right now. Let's go to remotes. The goal should be 1.4xx, right? Like it's breaking
150 barrier.
Yeah, and for our skill level, we need to break the 150 barrier. Excuse me, the 140 barrier. We need to break out of that. You want to see my strat? All right, we're gonna start today off right. It's called PEDs. We're gonna go fucking crazy right now, folks. Let's go. Let's go. Out is now in my helmet. It's on. Right. Like to repeat that. A little extra. Okay. My hand is fucking tired of shit. Okay, straight away. Fuck, I hate one of the best. I have to respect to this 17-year-old prodigy.
Dude, the Bulls kind of fucked. The Bulls fucked, right? And we're from 9 to 11. 9 to 11. The sequence of turns, I really do. I think that's my favorite part. In my mind, I was like, oh, apex is where the curve is. I was like, oh, that's where the pointiest bit is. I was like, that's it. It's not bad. I didn't. It's just a human reaction. I think it is. I don't see the rest of it. That's why I overturn, I think, into the inside. And I'm not like increasing this.
My first apex I'm steering it to, it's right there. That's kind of a faded line.
Okay.
And as it starts to come back, that's where I want to get close to.
Gotcha.
Once I get close to that, I stay pretty close. I start blowing on the gas there. Slowly. There's actually a yellow piece of tape right there.
Oh, really? I haven't seen it yet. That's crazy.
My yellow piece of tape tells me I can start getting away from that inside. Okay. And you can really roll on the gas to take to the outside.
Okay, gotcha.
That makes sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And so I ripped it fat. This exact one, actually, a coach was like, go, go, go. I was like, all right, go, go, go. And then I started ripping it. And then I got to the second turn, but I was like, no brakes.
Yes.
And so then I went super wide. I was like, that's fine. They told me how to say it. How do I get lines like yours? Coach, please.
So if you came in, say you rolled on the throttle just a little bit to get yourself up, then you roll the throttle back off. If you tighten it up with that string on that line, you better tighten
it would, that makes sense. Yeah. That's, all right. Yeah, I got weird shit. Sorry, class.
So the main thing we want to focus on with regard to braking right now is how you're releasing the. I already mentioned that the corner wheel presses brake. Yeah. So as we go from straight up and down, we can brake pretty hard while the bike is vertical. Correct. Can we brake really hard while the bike is leaned over?
Dude, man, we fighting off motherfuckers here. Time to break every turn. Dude, it's me, motherfuckers.
Yelling at me. I got him too. It was that turn on the pole. I'm like trying to figure out where I should downshift. And I lose my focus, I think.
You're downshifting in the right spot.
Okay.
You don't want to try to downshift against your steering on that game.
I learned that actually.
It's possible you did look at it. For that one, look at it long enough that you are confident you can hit that point. And when you are absolutely certain,
then my music in a way. Right.
You want to talk about the skip pad in terms of
I'm using this colorful thing.
using this little bit of curve.
Yes. And then the moment I feel like I'm close to it, I stop looking at it and I look at the second orange color.
If you choose your turn lanes, get us to the apex window.
Right.
So you're choosing a fairly deep. Just giving you time to turn the drive in from terms.
Later. Appreciate it.
All right, well, do give that a try.
I will.
Job.
Said good job. All right. 20 hours later, this is the one. We did 200 miles in the past fucking 2 days. On the track. 200 miles. It's real. You ready? I said it. On any words of advice for us? It's our last race.
It is getting cooler.
Oh fuck. That's a good tip. That's a good tip. I'd rather not fucking die. Really fast and die if you have to, you know? You should have seen us. There's a moment we're crossing the finish line. We're right next to each other. You see that? Low fuel. I went through 118 miles today. My gas tank's about empty. Yeah. Mark. Freaking awesome. Yeah.
All my regard for my Humboldt game.
I was behind you on a full run.
Yeah.
It looks pro.
I started killing him.
I came out of the pool and I was like, this is where I killed him too. And then I was like, why is he there?
Really nice.
I can see. Where would you like give us a grade, like amongst all the students you've had in the 5 years you've done this? Like, where do we rank? You guys are definitely up high. Most important, top 2 you've ever had. You're saying that's the words out of your mouth. Just confirming. Yeah. You know, I don't get my license. No, imagine. Right, come on.
I fucking adrenaline smear.
Come on, I fucking see it. All right, you did. This is today. This is our first one. 155. 55. I got a 152. Oh wait. I got a 150.32. Almost 3/10 of a second off. Sure. We recalculate. I got a 150.2. 153. Okay. So we both crushed 153s.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that was nice.
Is that your best overall? I don't know. 153.682. Your final time was your best time. That's actually pretty sick. If we look at our best time, day one, that was 150. Yeah. And then if you look at our first run, it was 220. Yeah. We had like 25 seconds.
That's not big. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
You know what? Give it a sense. It's fucking scam. It's a fucking shoe.
We can do drugs. It's
Patreon today, Michael. Teach me how to ride a bike.
thank you.
I went to college. If you blended up every living human.
Son, for every like this video gets. Think of me as taking hell. Another ring of the bell. So I had in the bag. Super spicy, it's a
How animals look without a shell. Turtle with shell. Turtle without shell. Snail with shell. Snail without shell. Clam with shell. Clam without shell. Hermit crab with shell. Hermit crab without shell. Conch with shell. Conch without shell. Lobster with shell. Lobster without shell. How?
Is that an eye? Can you really see? Wait. Each time the claws extended, they'd slice right through your skin, and this would leave open wounds.
What? You probably never meet Logan. It's my best friend, by the way. Guys, if you love Wolverine, make sure to like, subscribe, and type Wolverine to the comments.
Each time the
Try random thing. And so
Surprised I haven't.
Do you remember?
Are you too busy for God? If you have a few seconds, can I pray for you?
Who's your favorite character in the Mind? It's a. Try to get the waiter's attention by clicking it more.
I can see the inch.
I need something in my eye.
Let me get it out.
No, thank you. I don't want to die. Oh, sure. So he's blinking at me. Is this because your date is a freak?
Sorry, I didn't do it. Sure.
Don't turn around. I can help you. You take it in the butt. Any pain in my left. Are you worse?
Yes.
Just for clarity. It's carjacked, right?
Thanks.
Done. Stay here. This will take long.
Yeah.
This what every single time someone watches this video, it helps feeds. Sponsored by Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe. This is me about to place the final block on my real Minecraft house. No, that was so close. Because for the next 2 weeks, my only goal is to survive and collect enough resources to not only perfectly replicate this house, let's do it better than the Minecraft movie. The only problem is, not only does the movie come out in less than a month, but if the house isn't good enough, I've agreed with the owner of this forest that we can burn it down to save space. Stakes legitimately couldn't be higher, so let's get to work. Starting with the very first block. Oh. Essentially, we're building a hollow frame. We tried to lift a block this big, solid, I would die. Yes. No luck. Only rushing. Because just like your first night in the game, the sun was setting quick. Time to line it with bark. Eventually, it was getting so late I had to recruit my cameraman. And it's getting dark. Let me go. Night one. Get our piece on the side. Good. It's taken hours to get this far, and we're still on block 1. My God, 37. It was at this point I realized one fatal flaw. Even if we built over 100 blocks, how do you connect to them? There's no circle.
Right.
No curves. It is possible.
I just don't know if you're doing by individual block is going to be in the video game that works great, but in real life it just doesn't work.
But before we solve the block problem, we have to actually plan out the house, starting where we all started. I'm very curious to see how long this is going to take in Minecraft versus in real life. I designed the house with 3 main goals. First, it had to be something that wasn't too big, because as you just saw, Minecraft blocks are huge. Second, it has to be the most classic blocks. And third, it had to be physically possible to build in real life. But even at this scale, the real house would be massive, which is why before we build anything else, we have to find the perfect location. But starting with the person who owns this forest, my uncle. This is another area. I can see the vision. We're physically perfect. And then your question is, in the end, if we build it good enough, could it stay? The question, if you like it enough. After finding the best location, we had one goal: build the very foundation of the house. Because in the real world, the ground isn't perfectly level. First, we had another problem on its way.
Sounds good. Regular creates the best.
But today, we're finally fixing that and turning this bare plywood into plywood. Okay.
It's a mini version of the office to help explain all the projects. I was like, 3 days of work. Oh my gosh. The first thing I wanted to upgrade was this bare plywood floor. It makes the pod feel really unfinished, more like an attic than an office, and I decided to cover it with carpet squares from the hardware store. Now, throughout the first part of this video, you're going to notice that the lighting in the pod is horrible. I wasn't aware of how bad it was until after I looked at this footage, so sorry about that. But I brought up some filming lights after this, so now it should look better on camera, but getting the lighting really nice in the pod with permanent lights is going to be one of the major goals of this project. But first, I need to introduce you to my stunt double. So after I made the first office pod video, a lot of people commented saying they were worried about the fact that my chair sits on top of the trap door. I'm essentially blocking the only entrance. So if something terrible were to happen, let's say I passed out in the pod, emergency personnel wouldn't be able to get inside, which is a fantastic point. This thing needs an escape hatch. In the original design, I was actually planning on putting the main door on the side of the pod, but I decided not to because it would take a huge chunk out of the dome and kind of ruin the look. But a little emergency exit can easily be built out of the existing triangles, and it also allows me to access my storage loft directly from the pod. Oh, I was not expecting that to work so well. Wow. Amazing. Next up, it was time to get the pod looking fresh. Since brightening up the interior was a big goal of this project, I decided to paint the inside white. First things first, I had to remove the desk, and I wasn't actually sure if this was going to be possible considering I built the dome around the desk, but somehow there was just enough room to lower it to the trap. I removed all the windows and covered the openings with paper because I was going to be using a spray gun, and I wanted to avoid covering everything in my shop with a fine mist of white. Now, when I first saw all of these drip marks, the perfectionist inside of me was screaming. But then I took a step back and realized that I actually like how this looks. My original vision for the outside of the pod was to kind of have the color scheme of a concrete wall covered in graffiti, but it was actually too perfect before. All these drips and splatters give it kind of a post-apocalyptic character that is honestly so much cooler than what it was before. As for the inside of the pod, it feels so bright in here, like a completely different space from before. This made a huge difference. And it was about to change even more once I got the windows back in. But as many of you commented, this scratched polycarbonate looks pretty terrible. Just to set the record straight, I did get all of this material for free. That's why it's scratched, but it needed changing. And after working in the pod for a couple months, I realized that I never really look out the windows, but I still wanted ambient light from the workshop. So I decided to frost the windows. Figuring out how to do this was a whole saga. My original plan was to laser etch them with the Bamboo Lab H2D. The massive build area actually fits the windows, but the internet was keen to tell me that putting polycarbonate in a laser is a very bad idea. Then I took them to the CNC to try and carve a cool wavy pattern, but this melted and deformed the plastic. And eventually I realized that 90% of the time, KISS holds the solutions to your problems. And sanding each triangle with 220 grit frosted them perfectly. With the last of the windows in place, it was finally time to tackle the biggest project of the interior, covering this entire back wall in moss. If you watched my last video, you probably understand that I am a huge fan of green walls. But this time, instead of building an entire living ecosystem, I thought I'd achieve this effect with preserved moss. This is real moss that's had its water replaced with a glycerin-based solution, so it still feels soft and alive, it just doesn't require water. I got this preserved moss from By Nature Design, which is a local company here in Vancouver, but they ship all around Canada and the US.
The first step of building the wall was to make these cork panels. Sorry, Bamboo, but the H2D is a little too small for this, so I used the big laser cutter at my local hackspace. Now, before I started this project, I assumed I'd be able to just glue the moss directly to the plywood wall. But if you did that, the moss would just fall right off before the glue had a chance to harden. Better to work with gravity. This white stuff that you see me applying is tile glue. You spread this on the cork and then just press your moss into place. This works great for pole moss, which are the pieces that look like little pillows, and for the sheet moss, which, well, it comes in sheets. But the reindeer moss, which is that really fluffy stuff, the tile glue doesn't really stick to it, so I attached that to the cork with hot glue. Before I screwed the moss panels into the wall, I wanted to add an LED strip around the perimeter of the moss. I had a vision for how I wanted all of this to look, but when I turned on the LED strip for the first time, I could tell that this was going to be even cooler than I imagined. Okay. I was honestly quite nervous about mounting the moss panels. They're pretty heavy and awkward to move. I had spent days creating this pattern, and I didn't want to destroy it right at the end. But they went right up. Just took a little trimming, and dude, look at this. I mean, it looks so good. The light peeking out from the edges of the moss, like, so much better than I could have hoped for.
Wow, this looks so good. This looks like out of like a millennial girl's dream.
Don't show up. Don't come out. Well, I might have the taste of a millennial girl, but this still felt like a huge win, and it gave me the fuel I needed to wrestle the desk back into the office pod. Now, in the first video, I spent a lot of time trying to fix the sag in the desk with a plywood beam, and it did help a little bit, but hey, this is 2025. We've got stronger materials. So I went to a local metal shop and picked up this beefy piece of aluminum tubing. I couldn't just toenail this to the wall like I did with the plywood beam. Well, I guess I could. I just wanted something stronger and better. So I decided to design custom 3D printed brackets. I wanted the brackets to be strong enough to support the weight of someone sitting on the desk. So I needed to print them from an engineering material, which made them a great test for the sponsor of this video, the all-new Bamboo Lab H2D. This machine is an all-in-one personal manufacturing hub. You already saw me use the dual extruder 3D printer, laser engraver, and cutting modules to make the scale model, but the H2D can do so much more than create miniatures. Out of the box, it's ready to print high-performance filaments with active chamber heating and a high-temperature hot end. I wanted to use this carbon fiber reinforced nylon, but this stuff needs to be dried at a very high temperature, which is no problem for the brand new AMS HT. When Bamboo released the H2D, they also released the AMS2 Pro, which includes active filament drying. But the AMS HT, also brand new, this baby can pump the heat up to 85 degrees Celsius, allowing it to dry these high-performance materials and feed them directly into the printer. So even though these brackets are printed from carbon fiber reinforced nylon, I was pretty nervous about the strength. They're just not that beefy. If these were printed out of PLA, they would surely break. So I was curious to see how they performed.
The desk is so much stiffer. I really want to sit on it to test the strength of those 3D printed brackets, but can we just try it? Can we just do it for the content? Okay, yeah. Here we go. Feet it off the ground. Wow. All right. That's crazy. It can support my weight. That is so cool. All right.
So a few minutes ago, I mentioned that fixing the lighting in the office pod would be a major part of this renovation, and I couldn't hide from it any longer. I've been using this little filming light, and when I turn it off, you can see just how bad the light really is. My friend Joey from the YouTube channel Man-Made is really big on adding cool lights to his project. So before I started on the renovation, I gave him a call to get his ideas. What's up, dude? I'll show you the vision. This entire bare plywood wall behind me is going to get covered in preserved moss.
So I thought it would look kind of cool if, like, behind your moss, you put like those like little like twinkly fairy lights to make it look like it's has like dew on it. I don't know, like sparkly kind of.
Don't show up.
That might be a little more effeminate than you were looking for.
Don't come out.
But the other idea I had was, I mean, like I don't have a lot of great ideas, but the other idea I had, Gobi has rope lights. I believe they're called the Gobi rope light tubes or something like that. They bend in a way that you can kind of like write with them or like make designs, you know, like a big M or something, or you feeling egotistical, or you know, live, laugh, love.
Yeah, like the millennial wedding.
That's my idea.
Nice. I like it.
Do you hate it?
Well, it's nice to know that Joey is also a millennial girl at heart, and sometimes you gotta just lean into it. Honestly, the neon light nestled in the moss was a little too wedding vibes for me, but I was really into the fairy light. Obviously, they won't really add any usable light to the space, but that's next on the list. So at this point, it should be no surprise that I want to use this space for filming. I mean, look at it. But I don't want this to only be a film set. Most of the time, I'm going to be working in most of the time, I'm going to be working in here on my computer. And filming lights like the one I have there, they're actually really terrible for working because they shine directly in your face. In my home office, I have these streaming lights. Most of the time, they're facing the wall to create cozy ambient light. And then when I'm filming a talking head portion, I turn them around to shine into my face. Now, I could just use those streaming lights for the office pod. That's one of them right there. But I think I can design something way cooler. And each of these hubs has a 1/4-20 threaded insert. So I basically have this modular system to mount anything I want to the walls. Okay, so these lights need to achieve 4 objectives. Provide cozy ambient light and intense filming light. They need to be mountable on the hubs of the office pod. And the 4th objective, well, we'll get to that one later. My theory was that I could achieve the dual lighting objective through a 2-color rotating lampshade. I split the shape into 2 halves, one that is slightly thicker than the other, and I used the color painting tool in Bamboo Studio to get those 2 halves to print in 2 different filaments. Now, the thicker side is being printed from white PETG, and the thinner side, which is only 2 perimeters thick, that's transparent PETG. It was so cool seeing the dual extruder on the H2D go to town. It's actually crazy how fast it changes filaments. These wood PLA pieces make up the wall bracket, and designing these actually took a fair bit of engineering because the walls of the office pod are obviously not straight. But once again, having a 3D model of the entire space came in clutch because I could just measure the angle of the wall and figure out how I needed to mount the lights so that they would be vertical. The last piece to make was the thing that would hold the light. I decided to laser cut this piece out of this 3mm Sapele plywood. There's a 0% chance I pronounced that right. Sapele? I cut it out of this 3mm Sapele plywood to add to the warm, cozy vibe that I was going for. All right, I know I've talked a lot about the H2D in this video, but honestly, the fact that I could do all of these crafts on one machine that is user-friendly, fast, and safe, I haven't even talked about the smoke purifier or all the integrated safety features. This machine is really an all-in-one DIY power. If you have a lot of ideas and not a lot of space, or a kid with a lot of ideas, might be worth getting. All right, lighting reveal in 3, 2, 1. That looks so good. Dude, the light right in front of the boss. I didn't put one on this side because the trap door is right there. But I don't know. I'm split. Either I want it symmetrical or like the asymmetry is kind of nice. In this shot, the lights are all in filming mode, and when I spin the shades around, you can see how much the light drops. It's so warm and cozy. I don't think the video really does it justice because photographing lights is extremely difficult. Now, I teased a 4th objective for these lights, and you might have guessed from my love of plants and greenery, I want to have living plants in the office pod. And all of these bulbs are actually grow lights. My friend Brian from Lofted Goods designs beautiful 3D printable plant. So I downloaded some of my favorites and printed them from different colors of wood PLA.
Each of these pods mounts to the wall with a sliding dovetail. I actually modified this dovetail from my lamp design, which I think technically violates Brian's terms of use. So Brian, please don't sue me. Love you, bro. Each pod also has a secret removable bottom for catching excess water. The plants were looking great, but it felt like there needed to be more.
You think we need one? You think we need
I rode over to Home Depot, picked up this giant pothos, and planted it in Brian's biggest 3D printable pod. I wanted to drape all the vines over the lamps, but they weren't quite long enough, so I used those 3D printed cable organizers to attach vines to the wall, and it looks so cool. It's like there's this octopus alien on my desk. Part of me wanted to keep going and completely fill this space with plants, and I'm sure I'll add more over time, but for now, there were some more important finishing touches that I needed to do. I printed this really cool desk organizer, another one of Brian's designs, to try and fight my tendency to have an absolute disaster of a desk. I also designed this simple backpack hook out of a wall-mounted power bar, and I discovered that I really like working in here with the escape hatch open. So I added this pulley system so I can open it from the inside. One of my favorite movies as a kid was The Swiss Family Robinson. They have this amazing tree house with all of these mechanisms, and this really brings back those childhood memories. A lot of you commented that I should add a trash chute, but I'm happy to report that the escape hatch also solves that problem.
Toby. Oh my god, I actually got it. All right, all these little upgrades are cool and all, but there is still a giant, massive, and stinking problem with the Office Pod that I have been avoiding this entire video. This problem has been torturing me for the past few months. I carried out pages of engineering calculations, consulted with experts, tried to learn how to use brushless DC motors and giant pneumatics. All because the way I currently get into the Office Pod is so stupid. Not only is this step ladder ugly and inconvenient, it actually blocks my front door. And I know I can build an awesome way to get up here, but I think I need your help. Let me know in the comments your ideas for a better way to get into the pod. I don't want to say exactly what I was thinking because I don't want to influence your ideas, but if you go back and pause on my engineering calculations, you can probably figure it out. Aside from that, I am so happy with where the Office Pod stands right now. It's just such a conducive environment for focusing. Bro, I am locked in. Whether this is the first you've heard of the Office Pod or you've been here since the first video, thank you for coming on this adventure with me and allowing me to build crazy things like this.
Today I got recommended a YouTube dating show, and I thought to myself, well, doesn't that just sound jolly? I used to love watching goofy dating shows back in the day, and it's been a while since I've indulged, so why not give it a whirl? How bad could it be? Why not watch two people fall in love and have a ever after? How naive I was. Turns out it was cool, because this isn't really a dating show, it's more like a combat sport, but with horrors instead of fists. It feels like I'm watching a bunch of people get into a Twitter argument, or like a bunch of Redditors fighting over karma passive aggressively. It is so much dating show I've seen.
To the button. Speed dating show. With first.
Get out of here.
You have two people who last 10 minutes. What is now? That's a second date.
This comes from Cut, who puts out a lot of content. And the concept of the game, I don't even think is bad. It lends itself to be really silly right away because you just right to their face saying, I don't like you, get out of my face, I want someone else here ASAP. Just like a fucking ejector seat of Johnny English just kicks them down. Like, that's very silly, but it's also really uncomfortable. Show at all because we haven't even come close to a single actual interaction between two people. It's just absolute pandemonium here. You get better results if you do soft stoppers on their hands. Just like actually throw some haymakers in just an interview. But like this is coming out here so raw and aggressively. Just sits down and instantly says he's not my type. Like what? Alive? Like what do you mean? You didn't even get to know him. You can say you don't find him attractive, and that's fine, I suppose. But like at least ask a question. What do you think she got his name, or what do you think? It's to a dating show at that point.
Nice to meet you. I didn't get the memo about are we dressing up or
Yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm what do you call it, furry, and I just myself and I most people's faces. So
Do you have like multiple or is it? I only have one. I did it first. Careful.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't feeling that. She slammed that button like she was trying to answer in a question on Jeopardy. It's just one of those things.
Yeah. Are you a virgin? A virgin? No, I'm not. Are you a virgin? Oh, okay. You usually have to tell people that first off the bat on a date. Oh, you just had
This button is the worst wingman of all time. If this was a friend of mine, I would have beaten their ass. Oh, hey, I see you're talking to Charles. Are you a virgin? No? I mean, he is. Did you know that? Like, what the fuck? Luckily, the guy was able to press the button first because I think he knew instantly the second that question came up, it was going to be a deal breaker. So he tried to get out ahead of it and hit the button and beat her to the finish there. So very smart play right there. The tactics out of this world. The execution. So he lives to see another day and charges triumphantly into the next round. Hopefully the next athlete wasn't paying attention and didn't hear the last question. And hopefully the button doesn't fuck him in the face again. Bring up something even more not appropriate. Hey, did you know that this dude's dad is a cuck? Which led to a really weird family dynamic. I mean, ask him about his dad's cuckoldry. Just something off the wall.
I'm scared, but I'm excited.
Why are you scared?
First time doing this.
Can you tell me more about yourself?
I'm a student.
How?
I'm 23.
What's your dating age range? 25. Up in at like 36.
It was a good run from our boy here, but unfortunately, he just wasn't tall enough to ride this ride here, I guess. He was just a little too young, I suppose.
Do you like to dance?
I like to dance. What about you?
I just was like, I can dance.
Everybody can dance.
No?
Everybody.
I appreciate you. You are fun now. We could be friends.
Where did it all go wrong? Why is the Lord forsaken us? I thought for sure this one had a chance of lasting longer than 30 seconds. They even stood up and danced together, fucking throwing their ass in a circle, going crazy, getting wild on the dance floor. And then the second they sit down, she buzzes him. Doesn't even say why, and then just friend zones him in front of the whole fucking world here. Like, how did this happen?
Thank you.
He's here.
Sorry.
Haven't read yet.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is just fucking cruel at this point. This is just mean. This isn't dating. This is just how to make someone feel like shit as quickly as possible on video.
Yeah,
Yeah, like my hands were like freezing earlier. Just like so like ice cold because I was nervous. But
I won't make you suffer through any more of this. It is so awful. At the very end, two people do have like a normal conversation that lasts for longer than like 5 sentences, and they deem them the winners. They might or might not go on another date. Probably not. It's like they just gathered like the most awful AI together and then had them fight each other. Like, you know how when you need to confirm you're not a robot on those websites and you have to verify, like, click all the pictures of a boat? This is that, but in human form. click all the pictures of an insult and then do it right to their face on video for us. It's so wild to me. Like, none of these conversations even remotely seemed like either party wanted to even try. They just wanted to, like, shit on each other. But anyway, I had to watch this, so figured, why not you too? And that's about it. See ya. This video is blowing up on Twitter right now because it is just absurd. It's going to make a lot of people rightfully upset knowing that this is a cop and he almost executed a man over mistaking the sound of an acorn falling for a gunshot. So in a nutshell, what happened is officers arrived at the scene. They take a person, put them in the back of their vehicle, and as one of the officers walks by him, patrolling like an NPC out of fucking 007 GoldenEye, he hears a noise, and this noise startles him. It's like a dog on 4th of July hearing a firework in the distance. And he panics, freaks out, and does a double combat roll true combo. This man was looking for iframes, and it turns out that sound he heard that he mistook for a gunshot was the sound of an acorn hitting his patrol car.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
You can't even hear anything in the body cam footage. I don't even hear an acorn falling. This guy must have the most sensitive ears of all time. This guy can fucking hear the future, I guess, or something. So he hears an acorn fall somehow, and then he immediately does this like combat roll action movie stunt and unloads, just mag dumps into his patrol car with that individual inside. Now, luckily, the individual wasn't killed during this panic because this skittish douchebag has stormtrooper aim, luckily. So he gets to live to see another day. An acorn almost fucking sent him to the grave.
What?
The officer's fighting ghosts. He is actually fighting his own imagination right now. He thinks he got shot. There was no shooting. It was a fucking acorn. The only thing shot is this man's brain. It is rotted from the inside out. He's like, I've been shot. And then he goes, like he's doing the fucking Murloc sound effect from Hearthstone. It's all make-believe. Fucking SpongeBob and Patrick in their box couldn't drum up an imagination like this. But there's a very real person in harm's way that he is shooting at over nothing. So he's lying on the ground. I've been hit. Fucking continuing to pump lead into this vehicle on this guy who has done nothing to shoot at the officer or put the officer in harm's way. It's infuriating to watch. What kind of training did this officer go through? Because there's no way he should have ever been cleared for duty if he is this frightened by his own shadow. Then he starts like Rugrats Tommy Pickles crawling away, going like, oh no, you know, really going through it, thinking he's been shot. I gotta see him quickly again. Not like this. I won't go out like this. Not when my country's in danger. I'm gonna protect all of us. And he just crawls away. It's so fucking pathetic because it was an acorn that fell. Like, I don't know how you can be this delusional, dangerously delusional. Someone almost died from it.
I'm good. I feel weird, but I'm good.
Yeah, Goober, you feel weird because you drank a stupid potion at some point. This man's on the moron juice, thinking that he got shot. All because he heard the sound of an acorn falling. The reason you feel weird is probably because you're experiencing psychosis, is what's going on. Like, I don't like to use the word hero often, but I mean, look at the valor displayed by this individual here, huh? Yeah, this man deserves a Purple Heart, taking a shot in the line of duty, still returning fire. I promise you, my friends, that squirrel that dropped the acorn will never make that mistake again. It'll think twice about dropping acorns in the future look at the ramifications here, the consequences of your actions. This man waged war on the squirrels and came up victorious. Fucking champion. A patriot, even. Now I want to show you this from the other officer's point of view. Unfortunately, you don't get to see a super cool combat role. I still want you to see what it looks like from a distance. Actually, before I do that, I want to show you my stream reaction to it because I learned about it on stream last night. And I didn't show the shooting on stream because I didn't know how YouTube would respond to that being on a live stream. But anyway, I still want to put this out there. And then I'll show you the other officer's perspective. Shots fired! Okay, this I can show at least the first part of this. No fucking way. Officer Danger over here, Officer Action goes crazy. Shots fired! The double combat roll combo. I mean, you don't often see that maneuver. That man was hitting some Dark Souls rolls there. All because he heard an acorn fall on his car. And I couldn't even hear the acorn still. For the second roll. Oh, no. What? I'm good. I feel weird, but I'm good. Yeah, nobody can't pull it because they started shooting at that car. Luckily, no one gets hurt, but it looks like he thinks he got hit because he hit his knee on the concrete, from what I can tell. And then he just hits us with the Zoidberg and goes, like a fucking Hearthstone sound effect. He doesn't get shot. It sounds like they've never used a gun before. It looks like it too. But I mean, he's been practicing that combat role. That shit was textbook. This video was from November. The cop who dodge rolled was fired. Really? That's pretty rare. I guess it was so cringe they're like, shit, we can't keep you around. Absolutely not. So now that you got to see it firsthand, hardcore Henry style, let's go ahead and see what this FPS game looks like from the outside. Let's see what the other officer got to witness.
What? What's wrong? Right there? Jesse, are you okay? Get in the house! Jesse!
I love the way that he crawls away, just scurries away like a cockroach, and the way that he pretend gets shot. It reminds me of when you're a kid playing with your friends and you're just doing imaginary cops and robbers. You're like bang, 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 and then someone has to pretend they got shot. That's exactly what happens there, where the officer's just kneeling down, bang, 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 oh, and then capsizes and falls over on the road there, and then he just starts crawling away. Oh. Good Lord. That's so frustrating to know that there's an officer out there, like this, who can somehow hear an acorn fall and be like, we're in a battleground, it's popping off, everyone, shoot at my car, quick, kill him. And I just have to wonder, what do you even do when the dust settles and you realize, oh, that guy in the car never had a gun, never shot back. Oh, wait. Buddy, I'm so sorry. It looks like it was an acorn that hit the cop car. I'm so sorry we shot at you for fucking 19 bullets in a row. Yeah, what a whoops-a-daisy moment. Oh my god. Sometimes I'm just so silly. Anyway, let's head to the station. Also, we're going to add an extra charge there for putting me into a state of frenzy. That's going to be on you. If we didn't have to get called out here in the first place, I wouldn't have had to hear an acorn fall and freak out. So that's going to be an additional charge. What do you even do from there? There's nothing you can do from there. You almost killed this guy because you have superhuman hearing and thought for some reason an acorn was a threat to your life. I love this section too. Interviewed after the incident by Michael Hogan, an investigator, the deputy said he definitely heard a suppressed weapon firing. I felt an impact on my right side, upper torso area. My legs just give out, he claimed. When shown images from his body cam footage of the acorn hitting his car, Mr. Hernandez asked, "Acorn?" And Mr. Hogan confirmed, "Acorn." It's like a fucking skit out of a cartoon, except it's real life and almost cost someone their life. Almost just killed this guy over this fucking weirdo thinking an acorn was a suppressed weapon. Questioned if he could have mistaken the sound of an acorn for gunfire, he answered, "What I heard sounded what I think would be louder than an acorn hitting the roof of the car. But there's obviously an acorn hitting the roof of the car." Oh my god! What the fuck? There's gotta be some better training. There's gotta be, right? Is this like a course they're gonna have to take now? Like distinguishing gunshots from acorn sounds? Like ambient noise and the difference between gunshots and that? Like, it's wild to me that we almost had someone die because a fucking acorn fell in the car that they were in. Scary stuff. Mr. Hernandez did resign, which is good, no longer an officer. Hopefully never will be again. Hopefully won't ever have a firearm to their name again because they are not safe with one, clearly, if they're willing to just discharge it upon hearing an acorn. But yeah, I just had to share this a bit because, man, that is some silly shit right there. Luckily, the individual in the car was not killed from it. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Learned about an extremely degenerate cop today that had a video surface with his behavior. That's probably more embarrassing to the department than that cop that started going like G.I. Joe mode and just mag dumping after an acorn fell on a squad car. Officer Anthony Hare of the San Diego Pussy Department found himself in hot water after he was caught red-handed in the back seat with a female arrestee after she said she was down to fuck. So, one can infer from the context here that they weren't back there playing any Magic the Gathering. They weren't having themselves a commander night. There was sin and semen that contaminated the vehicle. He laid down more than justice that night. He's since resigned, but you can scrub away the cum, but you can't scrub the video footage because it has surfaced. Not of him actually, doing the dirty deeds here, but of him being caught because he locked himself in the back seat and thus needed assistance. And speaking of assistance, I bet you need help drinking beverages in a better way. That's what this Moist GamerSupps Waifu Collab Cup is all about. It's still available for about 1 more week, so go ahead and get this puppy right now. It's the finest goblet you'll ever drink out of. I'll put a link to it in the description. But anyway, let me go ahead and show you the video here as we go over the more particular elements of the case. So there was an officer in San Diego. Here, I'll just play the video. You don't even need to read the breakdown. I'll just show you the video real quick.
I say that right now. I said don't say that right now because everything's being recorded right now.
So this opened my eyes to a problem that I talked about a lot. That cops have full control over when they can stop recording something. So he mentions right there, this woman's like, "I'm super down to fuck." And Anthony, he's pitching a tent. He's like, oh. He's like, wait, don't say anything because this is still recording right now. He hasn't had a chance to turn it off. But he does. He does get that chance.
What's going on?
So then he takes her down here and they slam hand. And he gets locked in the back seat of the car. So he pulls over here. He and this woman, they do the hanky-panky in the back seat of the police cruiser. And Goober's stuck. So then another officer gets to the scene to free him. In front of a house. Yeah, that was another thing. The place he pulls in front of is just a fucking house. Like, imagine you see the police car pull up, you're like, oh god, what's happening out here? And then you see this officer fucking in the back seat of the car here. Like, he didn't even go anywhere secluded or anything. He literally just slabs up in front of this house. I also just learned a little, I guess, a little hack here for police cars. You can open the back of the back door with that. That's a little trick.
We're fixing out. We're code for it. Just wait. Okay, let me my camera.
Isn't that fucking awful?
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it's not full trick.
Wait. Before you confess to all of the awful shit you just did right here, let me turn off my camera. So that way there's no evidence. You turned off your camera, right? Okay, good. Just making sure. That's so dumb. If you can just turn it off whenever, it's so fucking stupid. Typically it was like, oh, the camera malfunctioned, but here it's just like, wait, let me turn this off. Like, what's the point? No, he got fired, or resigned, or whatever. His claim is that he was just checking on her and that everything went wrong. You can see him like saying, like, everything just went wrong. I'm just being such a gentle sir. I went back there to make sure everything was okay. You know, I was kind of Moonlight is a gynecologist, and she was having a medical emergency with throbbing pussy syndrome. And I went back there, and one thing leads to another. I'm stuck in the back seat, and now you're probably getting the wrong idea about what happened here. It was totally professional. The semen was there earlier from a different suspect. You should have seen this fucking maniac. This degenerate was jerking off in the back seat, fucking blowing loads all over the place. It's not my semen. And if you can trace it to me, it's because it's because he got some of my hair. He got some of my DNA. Oh, he was looking for contraband. So true. Keeping the streets safe. I was back there purely to make sure there were no drugs. She obviously planted the evidence on his belt. Now, the official explanation here from the source itself, Mr. Anthony Hare, says that he went back there because he believed that the woman was having a medical emergency. I'm actually inclined to believe Mr. Hare on this claim because I think there is a very high chance she was suffering a medical emergency. Cock withdrawals. This is a serious medical condition. In fact, it claimed the life of one of my buddy's grandmothers when we were growing up. She actually passed away from wiener withdrawals. If left unattended, the symptoms can be severe and even life-threatening. So, Mr. Hare was just following his code to the letter. Protect and serve. Peace. And he didn't want to do it. Brother was a hero. He shouldn't be forced to resign over a misunderstanding. He should have been given the key to the city, I'd say. This whole thing is a classic example of it's not what it looks like, you know. He did what he had to do in the moment. And then, if we go back to the explanation, it all makes perfect sense. When he was getting out of the car, it accidentally knocked his body camera off, which is just a pure coincidence that the body camera, went dark after she had made the statement about being down to have sex, and after him mentioning that the body camera was recording things. It's just really just unfortunate timing that he happened to have knocked the body camera off and it went dark right after those things had been said. But it could happen to anybody. According to the other officer, Mr. Hare was pretty embarrassed, refusing to elaborate on exactly what was happening and why he needed him out there and why he was asking about like a master key to the vehicle and stuff like that. And the woman was also, interviewed by investigators, and she claimed that he had asked for her number and to meet up when she was released from jail, saying he wanted to get with me when I was done with the warrant or whatever I got arrested for. She told investigators there was never any sexual contact between her and Mr. Hare. Really? You sure about that? What happened? Was there ejaculation showers that night? Why did he have to come on it? Where was that? Did someone drive by and throw him a cum potion? How did that happen if there was no sexual contact? Who am I to question the official story, I suppose? One thing I would like to see a little bit more elaboration on is why the officer who showed up told him to stop talking so he could turn off his body cam and then continue the conversation. That's a little weird, right? If it was all just a big misunderstanding, wouldn't you want that on record so you could clear up all of the misconceptions about it? It just seems a little suspicious. I just think it's super dumb that at any point in time an officer can just turn off their body cam and that doesn't lead to a lot of questions about why. I don't know. That just rubs me the wrong way. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of it, really. I wonder how often this happens. Probably more often than you'd think, I guess. I would guess. You remember, I actually made a video on this one like a year ago. There was a cop who stopped up in front of a school. I think it was a high school, and had a woman come into his police cruiser so they could fucking clap cheeks, so that way they could steam ham together in the back seat of his police cruiser in front of the school, and then he would kick her out. So they were like having an affair, and they do it in front of a school. So it probably happens a lot. In general, is it illegal to have sex in a car? I'm gonna Google it. Because I think it would count as like public indecency or something, right? Wouldn't it, if you got caught? Like you can have sex in a car in your garage or something. Like if it's on private property and not in public. Like I think you just have to be out of view of the public. Generally, it is illegal to have sex in public if a reasonable person believes that someone will see them. Therefore, if you do not have reasonable expectation of privacy and you decide to have sex in your car, you can be brought up on criminal charges. Yeah. So you can if it's not in public view. So somewhere private. Which makes sense. Thanks, membership, Bricky. Though I like the idea that there's just a blanket illegality to it, like having sex in a car will have you in jail no matter where you do it. It's like you park your car in your garage, you fuck your wife or whatever, and then all of a sudden sirens are blaring like, get the fuck out! Get off the ground! We know what you just did here! You're going to the slammer! Having sex in a car! Have you no decency? If you fuck in your car in the garage, do you leave it running? Educational question. I guess it depends on how long you last. If you're a one-pump chump, you could probably get away with leaving your car on, but if you actually go for a while, like maybe there's a carbon monoxide risk, potentially. Doesn't depend on how long you do it. I would say you probably want to turn your car off just to be safe. You could at least leave the electrical on, have the air blown. Probably don't need the whole car on. If you die mid-nut, will the semen that comes out still be viable? I don't see why not. Last week I watched a police chase on YouTube that I was convinced was the slowest in the history of law enforcement. They were chasing a Tahoe that was driving under the speed limit, using their turn signal. And it was honestly just like a really polite chase, if you can even call it that. It was more like a motor cavalcade. And I thought to myself, golly, this is what it's all about. You know, this is speed. It doesn't get better than this. The intensity was off the charts. The adrenaline was pumping throughout my body just watching it. I can only imagine the rush of the officers as well as the woman driving the Tahoe. And I just didn't think it could go slower. Until today. I watched the video where the police chased down an Amish buggy. And it's as thrilling as it sounds. Bodycam shows police in low-speed chase of drunk Amish guy driving horse and buggy. That goddamn menace. Okay. Just when you thought it was safe to go back on the road, now you gotta look both ways just in case Abraham comes around in the horse and buggy. And he's been drinking. Whoa! Hey! You put that shit in park. Good Lord.
There's a Bud Light can sitting in there and he's just clean out. He'll go home. The horse knows how to get home. I'll see if I can get in front of him and slow down.
Well, you're going to scare the horse if you do that. What is that plan? You better hope this guy hasn't tricked out that buggy with nitrous oxide boosters. Oh, boy. Oh, now look what you done. You knew he was asleep and you parked in front of him. What do you mean? Yeah, this guy just got Amish pit maneuvered here. This is entirely the officer's fault. He even said the guy slumped over, passed out, and then he still slams up in the middle of his, path. Stop your horse! What? Stop your horse! We just put it in the park real quick. Stop your horse! Get your horse! What do you want me to do? He doesn't even know where he is right now. Man, just fucking peel out of there. The cops will never catch you. The old-fashioned Wild Western chase here. Okay. Arrest that horse as well. Let's breathalyze it. Might be drunk. I got around him and had him stopped. No, why didn't you talk in the road? And then when I got out, he went to go around me and just rammed his rifle. And he's got fucked his head. No, I don't think that's what happened at all. What? Pardon? What incarnation? This guy was asleep. I don't think he made like a conscious decision to go around. I think the horse itself panicked because of your fucking lights pulling up out of nowhere in the middle of the night, and the horse tried to get around you. Not the driver coming up with a conscious decision to try and drift around you. But let's watch it back. Maybe I missed something. We might have a stop. Disregard. It's like stopping Santa's sleigh. Like, you just put a roadblock in front of the reindeer. It's your fault. And even here you said we might have it stopped. And then afterwards you're saying I had it stopped. But you didn't. You never had me. You never had your car, as Dominic Toretto said. Granny shifted, not double clutching like you should. And he stopped in the road. And then when I got out, they found some road spike traps to stop it. He's got get the spike tarp out. I don't know. And I started walking around the corner of the car to grab the reins. And that's what took off. What? I watched your body cam. What? And you get side of him, he'd freaking speed up. It's an animal. You scared it. The dude was asleep. He passed out. You said so yourself. This man just made up his own fanfic on camera. Check the comments. No way the comments aren't calling that out. I love that the horse knows exactly where it's going, like a self-driving Tesla. Comments are kind of slapping. He fell asleep in the wagon. Horse left for home. He technically wasn't driving. The horse was on autopilot. Don't see what's wrong. Drunk guy has a designated driver. He's a passenger in an Amish Uber. Yeah, now the comments calling it out. Anyone else catch the cop changing the story? Yeah. Yeah, this was pretty interesting. This was some of the worst police work of all time. Throughout my entire academic career, I got consistently decent grades because I did the bare minimum of just turning in assignments when they were due. But of course, I'd occasionally slip up, you know, I'm human, everyone makes mistakes. And in those situations, I always did what every cornered animal does. I lashed out. I showed my teeth and I threw the Hail Mary. So I'd always try and weasel my way out or buy extra time through a little white lie, coming up with an excuse. I'd always try the classics like, hey, professor, I'm sorry, my report's not ready today. I'm going to need a little extra time. Last night, I found my brother lying face down in a pool of his own vomit. As you know, he struggles with alcoholism and he was about to meet his maker, so I had to improvise a saline drip solution in order to save his life, and things just got away from me and I ran out of time. You know, I just try it because why not? There's no reason not to at least try and come up with an excuse to get a little extra time out of the assignment. But you know what there's never an excuse for? Drunk driving. Yeah, you bet your sweet baby. All of that was to say I have no fucking respect for drunk drivers at all. I think it's inexcusable. I think it's unforgivable. Like, there's just never any justification for driving drunk, especially not in today's world where there's like Uber, Lyft, there's like 1,000 ways of just getting a ride home. Like, Jesus Christ, you could probably find someone on Craigslist that's giving piggyback rides out for $10. Like, there's just always a better way that doesn't involve driving drunk. And the reason I'm talking about that today is because a TikTok star named Amanda Caravala just lost her whole influencer career because a very embarrassing video has now hit the internet of her DUI that she received last year. It's fucking rough. I just saw a lot of people talking about it. I don't know the TikTok star, but it's apparently a pretty goofy video. So I wanted to at least see a little bit about it. It's nothing crazy. Okay, I'm still gonna give it a chance. This intro is going so hard for no reason. Makes me feel like I'm watching Miami Vice. What seems to be the problem, officer? How long are we just gonna stay? I mean, I think we can safely assume she's sleeping here. Maybe knock on the window. we timing her? Yeah, it looks like everything's okay here. Oh my god, wait, there's more police officers. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, my webcam. There's more police officers right here. Man, this whole block was popping off here. Damn. Everyone's catching the heat out here. I think we can establish that this is no condition to be driving in. She's missed a full cycle already. They might run if he wakes her up. That's a really good point that I didn't think about. That was actually a good point. So what's the proper protocol here? Slash her tires so she can't? Like, we're gonna have to wake her up eventually. We can't just let her sleep here all night. Oh. I see, so that was the play. Wake up! Put in park! Damn. She's like a zombie. Police department, put the car in park! Holy shit. What is happening in there? It reminds me of the scene from the Resident Evil movie where there's that guy who says, "Don't open the door," right before he gets like his head blown off. Yeah, Amanda's having a real tough time here staying in this corporeal realm. Every time she starts dozing off, her jaw just falls to the floor like a Dementor about to suck out some happiness. It is like actually kind of disturbing to look at. I've been super drunk, like turbo intoxicated, and I can't recall any videos of me ever looking like that. Like that is a different level where like your jaw muscles stop responding to you. So this could be more than just alcohol. Of course, I'm not there testing her blood or going over toxicology reports. I'm just speculating as a pea-brain fucking idiot observer over here. It just looks really weird that her jaw is doing its absolute best to escape her face. She starts looking like the monster from the Amnesia game. Man, this is rough. Holy shit, how long do we stay in this standoff? Would you mind opening the door for me? Break the window. I'm surprised they have. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Go. It's the police department. Hey, what's going on? Sit both off. How fast was I going? Is that where you're at?
They're both here checking out for seats. I think you guys are like.
What?
Relax, Tristan. Do you know where you're at? Where?
At the decision.
At the what?
No, we're not.
At the what?
At the decision that.
Go step over here.
We're gonna go over.
What is it? The Abbott Simon? Holy shit. Damn, she is fucked up.
Orange cap card.
Nice. Astute observation. Maybe she's sober.
What's your name? Well, that's Amanda. What's going on here?
He's talking to her like a dog.
How?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Me? Yes. How much have you had to drink tonight? How much have you had to drink?
Nothing.
Be honest.
What time is it?
3 o'clock.
Okay, it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah. How much have you had to drink?
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock to drink tonight.
So my question.
Can't argue with that, to be fair. That was a pretty good checkmate.
Anything wrong with you? Are you diabetic?
Am I supposed to check your finger with just my eyes on my kids' colors are moving?
Sorry. Yeah,
What is she seeing? My kids' cars. This is like in Looney Tunes where when someone gets hit with a mallet over their head, they're seeing like stars and little Tweety birds flying around in circles. This is what the fuck? Yeah, this is like beyond faded. No, I'm sorry for the mistake, ma'am. Please continue on your way. Seems we were wrong.
No shit.
Oh,
No shit.
now we reached that stage of being drunk where it's just loud and well, she either got banned or doesn't have an account on here anymore. Now, Amanda Caravala wasn't like a super duper TikTok star, but she had almost 2 billion views on the platform before I'm assuming being removed from it, or maybe she got laughed off the platform once this video was released. I'm really not sure on the timeline there. But if you want a little more information on the case, this video is actually from 2021, and she pled guilty and was sentenced to 12 months probation and 6 days of community service, and then paid about $2,000 in fines. So overall, she got off pretty easy. Even though she wasn't involved in an accident or there are no victims, at least not that we know of, I still think that this is light sentencing, but of course it could be my own bias because of how much I despise the act of drunk driving. It's needlessly dangerous and endangers not only the driver's life, but anyone in their car and anyone in any car around them. It's fucking ridiculous. So she got off super easy. Like, I mean, goddamn. When I asked her how much she had to drink, her reply was 3 o'clock. She's had 3 o'clock to drink. Do you know how much that is? If you convert that into fluid ounces, that's like 5,000 beers. Like, that is an incredible amount of alcohol she's consumed. Like, her BAC must have been like a 10.0. Oh yeah, I also didn't show it in the video here, but I'll just explain it to you. Towards the end of her arrest, she kept asking for someone named Mike Davis to show up to the scene, as if she was like trying to summon Batman. Like, she repeatedly asks for some vigilante named Mike Davis, who apparently works for that police department. And that got a big giggle out of me, because I love to imagine, like, Mike Davis hears his name being called somewhere, and he hops in his car and his cruiser, turns on the siren, scoots in sideways, and gets out like an action movie hero and says, "All right, boys, I've got it from here. You're safe now, Amanda." Like, I just have to imagine, like, she must have known of someone loosely in the police department and just tried her best to, like, get out of this by dropping his name, to no avail, still getting arrested. And then she makes a huge hoopla in the car on the way there. But yeah, I just wanted to show this because I think this is an instructive moment on how your entire online career can be undone with one horrible decision. And not only that, a decision like drunk driving could just straight up end your life. One bad decision like that could just straight up fucking kill you. It's not an exaggeration. That shit happens all the time. Fuck drunk driving. Don't do it. Little PSA. That's about it. So yeah. It really takes a lot to surprise me with stupidity in this day and age, because we have easy, unlimited access to the loony bin called Twitter 24 hours a day. It's like a zoo, like a little SCP containment facility for all of the dumbest and weirdest creatures that evolution and inbreeding has ever produced. And yet today, I watched a video that left me stunned by an evil imbecile. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this because it went viral earlier this week, so I'm definitely tardy to the party, but I'm just seeing it now. It's a drunk driver from Illinois. She killed 2 people and couldn't stop giggling about it and couldn't register that she wasn't going to be able to go to school the following day or get her car back. So there's body cam footage that has now just come out, even though this incident took place last year. She received 14 years for this, which I think is just not enough. I've been very vocal about my disdain for drunk drivers. I hate drunk drivers more than Garfield hates Mondays. It is a purely unforgivable act. It is selfish, dangerous, and there's no excuse for it ever. Especially in today's society where there's Uber, Lyft, a taxi, calling a friend. You can easily find transportation to get home that doesn't involve putting everyone's life at risk on the road. And this lady killed 2 people while drunk driving. Just normal, innocent people that did nothing wrong, and not only did she kill them, she couldn't stop laughing about it, just having a giggle fit like she was in a tickle fight. The body cam footage released, and it is disgusting.
That's right. Okay, that's good. I'd rather hear the Quantos. Okay, cool. Get your head straight, just look up with your eyes.
She's reacting to a fatal accident like a child reacts to a clown at a birthday party. And she was informed that 2 people involved here died. And she truly just couldn't give less of a fuck about any of that.
Oh, okay, maybe I'm answering the thought of it. That's good to hear. So, how do they get like longer? There's the cornerstone. Cornerstone.
They conducted field sobriety tests, all of which she failed because obviously she is completely hammered. They then get to this point in the video where the officer and her in the room, and she doesn't like the silence, so she says that she's going to start singing. So she starts flexing the golden pipes with some of the worst fucking singing you'll ever hear. It's not really singing, it's more like some kind of Gregorian chant if it was being farted out of a walkie-talkie, and she starts dancing like she's in some kind of trance. But regardless, she starts boogieing down and singing. She's treating this whole situation like she's at fucking Mardi Gras. Like it's like she's celebrating that she had just killed 2 people as if it was some kind of fucking sacrifice, and she's happy about the whole situation. It's not even that she's not registering it. She actively doesn't care, which is completely different. Yes, she is beyond drunk, clearly. But she is aware of what has happened. He has told her multiple times she understands why she's there and just actually doesn't give a fuck. You brain dead fucking worm. Obviously you're not going to school tomorrow. You just killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident. This isn't GTA where you can just reset and undo what happened here. You took 2 people's lives away because you're a fucking ridiculously stupid idiot. Like, holy shit. And the only thing that she can even process is that this might be an inconvenience to her because she has school tomorrow and she doesn't want to miss class.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You're going to jail. You don't have a bond. You killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand. You do not have a bond. You are not to be out of jail. Your car is property of East Carolina Police Department because it's a crime scene. You killed 2 people tonight. You are close with that clearly. I already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of
How this officer didn't just stand up and flip a chair over out of frustration is beyond me. Just watching this had me want to flip a table like I had just lost a game of chess and got upset about it. He just laid down all of the brass tacks here, explained the situation for the fucking 50th time already, and once again, she still only cares about her standing, about being able to go to class. So then she says, well, what about Tuesday? You know, like as if she thought she'd only spend like 24 hours in jail or something after killing 2 people. Like, okay, you know, I'll do the time for the crime. Okay, I get it. Punishment is necessary. So 24 hours, right? Tuesday I can get my car? We can just go ahead and magically put my car back together even after it's been totaled after my drunk driving accident that took away 2 people's lives? Do we have a Magneto on board who could fix my car up so I can get the class on Tuesday?
You just heard what I just told you. Did you hear what I said? Jail at Rubber Dover. Did you understand what I told you? You killed 2 people tonight. Yes, I'm just wondering when I can speak.
Once again, she is hearing him loud and clear. She is acknowledging that she is hearing that she is responsible for the death of 2 people. She just doesn't care. They could have brought the corpses in, and she probably would have let out a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus. She doesn't fucking care. She didn't know them personally, thus their life is meaningless to her. The only thing that matters is now it might be somewhat of an inconvenience because she thinks she might not be able to go to school tomorrow or even on Tuesday now. So now she's starting to get a little panicked because, oh, she's going to miss her fucking Tuesday night class. Not because she just killed 2 people, it's just she's going to miss her Tuesday night class.
Your own body and being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You can care less. That's fair. Pathetic. I'm saying, you say it's very care.
I'm not the officer on the scene here, but I can answer the question for you. 14 years, and you can go back to school. And hopefully, if you do go back to school in 14 years, everyone bullies the shit out of you and never lets you forget this moment and never lets you forget what you did. I don't think you should be able to go back to school in 14 years. I think that is way too lenient of a punishment for what you've done. I think the sentence should have been much longer here, for sure. But I wasn't the judge on the case, so it's clearly not up to me here. I think she is irredeemably stupid, and I do think stupidity can reach a level where it is dangerous, like in a case like this, where you become a danger to everyone around you because you are such an absolute bumbling fucking moron. Now, she was singing a bit of a different tune here, talking about how remorseful she was, saying she's sorry for everything and she'd never commit anything like that again, hasn't drank since that day and doesn't plan on drinking ever again. However, the judge was implored to just impose the maximum 28-year penalty, which I do completely agree with. But unfortunately, she only received 14 years. I also find it very hard to believe that now she's starting to feel remorseful. Only now that she realizes she's not only going to miss school for those couple of days, she's going to miss school for 14 years. I still don't believe she has any level of remorse for the victims here. I truly don't. I understand she was drunk, but I used to get drunk a lot. And if you told me I so much as pushed somebody and hurt them, I would have been inconsolably upset that I was responsible for something like that, even while fucking inebriated. It's not like when you're drunk, all of a sudden you become a callous statue that can't process emotion or process any level of information. Because she acknowledged multiple times that she understood 2 people died from what happened. She just still didn't care. She kept singing and dancing and just talking about school and how it might be an inconvenience to her. So I really do think that even while sober, she just doesn't fucking value anyone's life that she doesn't personally know. I know this is me getting very like armchair psychologist about all of it, but it's just the impression I get from the body cam footage as well as reading the rest of the story. I think she is irredeemably stupid and evil and dangerous. So just wanted to talk about this story a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. To many people, Florida is an incomprehensible wasteland, almost like something out of a fantasy novel, like Narnia, if Narnia was infested with drugs and human trafficking. But for me, I call Florida home. I've lived in this utopia for all 28 years of my life, and I've got to tell you, I swear with my hand on a stack of Bibles, there's nowhere else I'd rather live, being completely truthful. Born and raised from the womb to the tomb in Florida. Well, I guess not womb to tomb because I'm pretty sure Florida is going to be underwater within the next 20 years. But hey, we're on a tight schedule, I guess. We're on the clock now, and that only makes the time we have with Florida even more special. What's that expression? The star that burns brightest burns out fastest. That is very applicable to Florida. It is a shining star of a state. That little hemorrhoid on the USA. That's right. That's Florida, baby. So anyway, I was feeling awfully patriotic today, and I wanted to celebrate some Florida enthusiasm by talking about a few stories that I've just been thinking about a lot over the last couple of days since I learned about them because they're so wacky. Florida has a reputation for producing the most outrageous headlines ever, which is why Florida Man has been like a coined phrase for quite a few years now. Florida Man is just always referring to the crazy stories that could only really happen in Florida. And there's just some that I've really been thinking about that have happened recently. The first story is almost wholesome in its stupidity. So a man stole an electric scooter from Target and then assembled it outside the Target he had stolen at. So he was out there assembling this electric scooter for quite a long time, which gave the police ample opportunity to show up and arrest him.
What's going on, man? Stop. Stand up. Stand up. I'm gonna detain you for a second. Come here. Put it down.
That's it. Jimmy Neutron's already been hard at work assembling this device. You can see the electric scooter box right next to him. So he's taking it out, he's following the instructions and putting it together. And usually these aren't exactly quick projects. So the authorities would have had plenty of time to not only receive the call from Target, but to then go ahead and stop for lunch if they wanted to, and then still show up in time to arrest this guy. He was out there for quite a while building the scooter, so the police showed up and probably were beyond surprised to see that he was still there. This was probably like a jump scare for them as well, that this guy who had stolen a scooter like 30 minutes ago was just outside putting it together.
You know why I'm detaining you? Well, okay. We get the money, I'll explain it to you. We'll get it all figured out, all right? All right.
Confounding mystery, no doubt. Why would this good Samaritan just casually putting together the electric scooter he just stole possibly be getting arrested or detained here? It's something that science can't quite explain, I suppose. I just really like this whole idea here. He steals the scooter and he's like, all right, great. Oh, man, I can't ride this. It's in the box. Well, guess I'm going to have to put this shit together like it's some fucking Legos. And he just does it outside the Target he stole it at. He could have taken that anywhere else. Literally anywhere else. He could have taken it to like a nearby park or even just on a sidewalk somewhere and started putting it together. But instead, he puts it together at the danger zone, the hot spot where he had just committed a crime.
Buy the scooter? You don't want to answer that question?
Caught him with his hand in the cookie jar with that question. He asked if he bought the scooter, to which he receives no reply. So then the reality starts to sink in for this guy. I'll go ahead and break down the story here, though it's not super interesting, very generic. Target employees saw him grab the Razor electric scooter, so then they just called the police on him, who then showed up and arrested him because he was outside fucking building the thing. What I really love so much about this one is the fact that this is actual, like, Skyrim in PC behavior. So this guy committed a crime. He takes the scooter, he steals it. And then the second he leaves the store, he must have forgot how he acquired that scooter and thought it was totally okay to just go ahead and start putting it together there. That item he just stole. The next story I want to share with you all is actually a really interesting crime plot. This one's got a lot of layers to it. This one's like almost a huge scheme. It's a $1 million plus milk theft. It's actually like a whole crime group, like the fucking Milk Mafia. They got together and hatched the perfect crime, like Ocean's 11. They decided they were going to steal a fucking ton of milk, a lot of dairy products. It actually goes pretty deep. So the 6 suspects were employees of Island Dairy, a milk distributor that worked with MacArthur Dairy, a milk and dairy products company, and they were arrested as a result of an investigation dubbed Operation Got Milk. This is already a lot to take in. So you've got a lot of players at play on the chessboard here, a lot of pieces in position. When I first saw the headline, I expected it to be like 1 or 2 men that thought they could steal a lot of milk and sell it. So they stole $1 million worth of milk, and I was like, holy shit, they just made $1 million. It took me a minute to register in my fucking smooth little brain here that who in the world, who on God's green earth is going to be buying $1 million worth of milk? That's not exactly a product that you could turn around and immediately get your money out of. You'd be squatting on a massive, massive fucking inventory of dairy for years before you even remotely started to be able to sell some of it. I don't think there's like a booming black market for milk. So it's not like you're just going to immediately be able to turn it around and sell it on the fucking Grand Exchange like it's RuneScape or something. And I've got to be honest, I'll admit my ignorance here. I don't know if Big Dairy buys from random people, right? So if you have $1 million worth of milk that you have stolen from these trucks, how are you going to try and sell it to a different distributor or a different company? I just don't think they'd be buying your, truck of milk, right? You pull up behind an alley and you're like, all right, I've got a fucking product here. And they give you money for the milk. I don't think a huge market to be able to immediately turn these products into money in their hands. News stations reported that suspects were delivery drivers and dispatchers for Island Dairy. Since 2015, the suspects systematically pilfered more than $925,000 worth of milk from MacArthur Dairy, along with around $350,000 worth of crates. So obviously we're dealing with a lot of milk here. This is more than a Morton Joe was able to harvest in Mad Max Fury Road. The men would allegedly manipulate the ordering system, causing extra dairy products to be loaded onto the distribution delivery trucks. Police said that the delivery drivers would deviate from their pre-assigned routes, meet with another individual, and transfer the extra dairy products to their delivery truck. So they even reveal the method here. They're just giving away the formula that they used. One suspect allegedly sold each stolen milk carton for $10. Let's pump the brakes for a moment. Who the fuck is buying that? Not only is the price not great, but it's also extremely sketchy just to be buying a carton of milk from a stranger. Who would do that? That shit could be poison. It could be just fucking liquid cyanide in there. Like, what? Why would you do that instead of just going to Walmart and getting a carton of milk for like much less than that usually? It just doesn't compute. Who would treat this guy like he's their drug dealer, like their plug? Like, passing out free milk cartons like, hey, come here. I've got some milk cartons in the trunk of my car. First one's free. But if you ever need your fix, you can meet me by the CVS dumpster. I got plenty more milk cartons where that came from. Like, I just can't even imagine that world. That's so wild. This was an organized crime, basically, where they were working in unison to steal products from a company, and obviously the person receiving those products was selling stolen goods. Officials told WTVJ that Island Dairy conducted an internal investigation that uncovered the irregularities and identified the potential suspects. Police were then contacted and began surveillance on the suspects. Hours later, investigators said they captured the transfer of stolen dairy products on video. So they got him. They got him. This is actually a pretty sizable theft here. $1 million plus worth of milk is fucking crazy. So yeah, I definitely wanted to share that one because wow, what a plan to steal and sell milk of all things. Anyway, these were just two stories I had read recently and watched, I suppose, since there's videos of both that have really just stuck with me. I keep thinking about them because they're so goofy. So I just wanted to share that. That's really about it. So yeah. I saw a body cam video floating around today that I would have sworn was from Florida, but turns out it's not. It's a gentleman being arrested for driving a Power Wheels battery-powered car while intoxicated.
I got a male adult on a Power Wheels. I stopped him driving down 2nd Street. No lights on or nothing like that. What's my grounds if I get any impairment off of him?
Standard protocol dictates you give him an apple juice and let him know he needs to install headlights and some neon on that motherfucker, and you send him on his way. And just be thankful you ever even caught him in the first place. He must have been granny shifting, not double clutching like he should. Lucky he didn't blow the welds off the intake. That puppy can get up to like 5 miles per hour, and you'd never see him if he decided he didn't want to be seen. That baby hauls.
Yeah, man, it's a battery-powered Jeep. No, it's not the pink one. It's just like that, but it's blue.
The police decide that the Power Wheel still qualifies as a vehicle, as it's not self-propelled, and the officer proceeds with the usual traffic stop protocol.
Would it have changed anything if it was the pink one, I wonder? Like, the pink one, that's totally fine. That's textbook. But the second he received the report that it was blue, he just fucking goes ballistic. He loses his marbles. Not the pink one? Jeepers, creepers, what in tarnation? Did you pit maneuver him? Is he still breathing? From the sound of it, you caught Cobra Commander. Excellent work, officer. Yes, throw the book at him. I understand that it is dangerous to be riding around on anything that doesn't have lights, but this could easily have been a warning as opposed to, what can I get him for? You know what I mean?
You stand about there for a second real quick, bud? I mean, that's on anything like that? You take it off down in the Jeep for me real quick. You didn't drink or anything tonight?
Please present your license and registration as well as the Toys R Us receipt for this vehicle, please.
No, not all? Okay.
The officer begins to administer some field sobriety tests to determine if the influence of drugs or alcohol could have made John think that driving a children's toy through town was a good idea.
It's silly and weird, sure, but it's not some horrific idea either. If Uber's not an option and no one can pick him up, it's significantly better than the alternative a lot of people turn to, which is driving themselves home in a state of inebriation. Also, let's just state the obvious. This thing isn't very fast. It doesn't have a lot of big load to it. It is slower than just walking. The Power Wheels doesn't come equipped with a V8 and NOS boosters. It is literally slower than me just walking. So it's probably less of a risk anyway because it's so goddamn slow. Twice. Plus, from the traffic stop here, it doesn't seem like he's riding the Power Wheels on the main road. It's not like it's Mario Kart out here. He's not driving the Power Wheels around, drifting around corners, throwing banana peels behind him, disrupting the traffic flow or anything. But here, it seems going through driveways and through the grass, which is what Power Wheels is made for anyway. I really think this could have just been a warning, and they both laugh about it, giggle, and he just doesn't do it going further. You know, maybe he's like a repeat offender who always finds creative ways of getting home when really drunk or something. So, you know, next week maybe he straddles those Amazon Prime delivery bots, mounting it like a horse and has it ride him home or something. Like, that could be a totally separate issue, but this, it just seems highly unnecessary to make him do a field sobriety test and treat it like a normal traffic stop violation that leads to infinite. It seems like overkill when I think that could just be better fit going after people doing actually really harmful bad things as opposed to this guy on his trusty steed, the Power Wheels.
The officer proceeds to conduct additional tests. He gives him multiple opportunities to pass different versions of the straight line balance test, but John does not pass with flying colors.
He failed the field sobriety test harder than me failing in a tall man competition. So they do get him for that, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, even a tiny one.
Making the officer question his fitness to operate a motor vehicle, even a tiny one.
They speculate that this guy's on meth and decide that it's worth taking him in for this Power Wheels violation. And that got me kind of thinking here, up here in the noodle. Let's say someone is tweaking out on meth in a big way. They're insano style on meth. If given the choice, I would much rather they do that in a Power Wheels vehicle. Because if they decide to chase me for whatever reason, I feel confident I can outrun a Power Wheels car. I'm faster than Power Wheels. But not even a goddamn U.S. military fighter jet is faster than someone on meth running on foot. I'm sure some of you have seen those videos of how fast people on meth can run at top speed. They go 0 to 60 faster than a Cybertruck.
This may come as a surprise, but under Indiana code, Power Wheels qualifies as a vehicle. In addition, state code forbids an individual from operating a vehicle while intoxicated. The location where John is driving falls under the definition of a highway or street, according to law. So arresting John for operating a vehicle on a highway while intoxicated is entirely within the officer's authority.
And also just entirely unnecessary in my opinion. Like, I feel bad for anyone that gets in a situation like John where they're turning to drugs or alcohol to the point where they're taking a Power Wheels ride. You know what I mean? Like, that's sad. And this absolutely could have been one of those situations where the officer has some empathy and just lets him know, like, hey, you can't really be doing this, you know? But instead, they slap him with charges, throw him in the back of the police car. The fate of the Power Wheels is unknown. I don't know if they towed it, put a boot on it. It's really to say.
However, given the circumstances, it does seem rather petty that the officer is going forward with the arrest.
I was pretty surprised to hear the narrator say that because it is petty to go through this arrest. He then goes on to say that it raised some additional questions like, what if a child is driving a similar vehicle on the road instead? Or what if someone was operating a lawnmower or like a riding mower or something like this as well? But yeah, even though the officers legally can make this arrest, I think there's a strong argument for why they shouldn't make this arrest. Like, I can shit my pants right now. I am holding in a fart that I know is packing a little extra punch. But I really shouldn't. Like, I'm not going to gain anything by doing that. I'm going to waste my time and my riches doing it. It's one of those things where even though they can do something, there was no reason to. This could have just been a simple conversation. Hey man, I don't know if you're going through a rough patch or not. Really can't be taking the Power Wheels for a spin while you're drunk. You know, keep that puppy locked up in the garage and, you know, wish you the best of luck. This is just a warning. So, you know, be a little more careful with it.
Still can't hear my own.
So the officer's saying that he was on the road with this vehicle, which does change things a bit. That does make it much more dangerous. However, in the footage here, there is a short moment before he gets pulled over where he is slightly.
Where do you live? Want to know where you live? We know where you live, and we can informant you. The pick me final box has arrived. This is not like any material. It's just literally material. It kind of reminds me of certain YouTuber slithering his way to steal my content. Where did you say he owned it? I joke. To some degree, I like it. You know what? I'm not the psychopath. It's kind of like you didn't wake up tomorrow. I also believe your time is too long with my day. Something's useless, you throw it away. What are you gonna do about it?
What am I gonna do? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I believe that in life, people get exactly what they deserve. And in the case of Sniper Wolf, we're witnessing a deserved downfall that's just as much about karma as it is the inevitable result of countless controversies. You see, in the digital world, horrendous actions like Leah's have some sort of a magical way of catching up to you.
I feel like everything bad about my reputation is based on lies that other people made up. Imagine if people made up lies about you and they attack you based on those lies.
Ironically, that's the biggest lie of all time. Everything bad about Leah's reputation is based on definitive truths, and her constant gaslighting, just like that, is the exact reason why she has 34 million subscribers, yet the only people who defend her are literal children and the simps that buy her atrocious merch.
Yeah, that's Brother Scott.
And although some might think that Leah is too big to fail, she's not the exception to actions having consequences.
The fact of the matter is, she's too evil to continually succeed, and people are finally starting to notice.
What? It is the consequences of my own actions.
For years, Leah has been one of the most influential people on this entire platform. And her rise to the top over the past few years hasn't just been about numbers. It was about intentionally crafting an image that even YouTube themselves was more than happy to endorse. And as a result of this, she's been touted as YouTube's golden girl, and she's been promoted to tens of millions of children across the world as some nice, innocent woman who can do no wrong.
Just because someone's nice doesn't mean they have good intentions.
Even salt can be made to look like sugar, and this is where YouTube's so-called golden girl becomes the golden problem. Because ultimately, no one can get away with doing the things that Leah has consistently done to people over the course of her career and not eventually fall flat on their face. You cannot steal content from others without even thinking about crediting a single person for years on end. You cannot dox a creator's home and make them fear for their safety. You can't file false copyright strikes on everyone you personally dislike. You cannot accuse others of stealing your entire personality while knowing for the fact that you've stolen theirs. And most importantly, you can't be a role model for millions of children out there if you're going to be as evil as Leah has time and time again been proven to be.
But my daughter, my 10-year-old, loves Sniper Wolf.
Sniper Wolf? That is a problem. And I think it's time that I take care of this problem.
All you care about is money. This town deserves a better class of criminal. And I'm gonna give it to them. Creeping to
Right off the bat, I want to talk about Leah's track record of being placed in a cage. If you didn't know, Sniper Wolf has been arrested not just once, but twice, which means that Leah has literally sat in a jail cell by herself on numerous occasions based strictly on behavior that she chose to do as a fully adult.
It's a way to live. It's called being a criminal.
Now, these mugshots are from a while back. They're 10 and 7 years old, and obviously everyone makes mistakes in life. Ideally, those mistakes don't get you placed in a cell, but either way, if you're like most normal people, you typically learn from your mistakes and become
Tengo que ir a nosotros. Mira, quizás no están ahí. Mira, estoy de target.
Here are disturbing moments when creepy cops were caught on camera, starting with this rookie cop who got into real big trouble. On January 5th, 2019, officers from the Louisville Metro Police Department pulled over Collie Coates, her boyfriend, and a few family members. While speaking with Coates, rookie officer Tyler Gelnat reportedly perceived the smell of pot and ordered them out of the car for a search. However, what started as a routine traffic stop quickly got very personal.
Hey, bring her back here, okay? This is one time, and it's best to bring her back here because of the traffic bringing it, right? Hey, stop. Time out. Go back there. Go back there.
To search in other places. However, the other officer did everything he could to better the situation.
I'm sorry. It's just the way I do it. She please, officer. Don't have anything on there. Only a female officers. If they else being searched, females, but we're just got on there. That's all. Stop talking a little bit. It's all being recorded. I want to let you know that. Be sure of that. Okay. Is that your daughter in the car? So please. I will worry. Want to let her know everything is okay. You can. Yeah, I need to check your prescription because you don't know one in the car. You already told me to stop smoke earlier. Right? You see, you want me to do that. Be on your way, okay? Okay.
It's aggressive.
It's just
As soon as I saw it, that's why I stopped. I just want to apologize to you. Fired me.
The officers searched their vehicle and released them after finding no traces of pot in the car. But the situation did not end there. Miss Coates filed a lawsuit against Officer Tyler Gelnet and the Louisville Metro government. It turned out that Officer Gelnet did not learn his lesson. A few months later, he seized pot from some citizens and then gave it to a friend. Following investigations, he pleaded guilty to 1 count of first-degree habitual misconduct, and the charge of trafficking in less than 8 ounces of pot was dropped. He was fined $500 and was given 2 years of conditional discharge. If he commits any violation during this period, he faces a 90-day jail sentence. He ultimately resigned, and in February 2022, the court awarded Miss Coates $50,000.
let's go.
In 2019, Miami Beach police officer William Beaker landed in trouble after appearing in an influencer video featuring Playboy models.
Too much stress, but you can't keep us from having fun. So let's go.
Beaker was on duty, but that didn't stop him from faking an arrest for the models. Officer Beaker's Playboy stunt cost him his job as he was suspended without pay. But instead of taking the L, he sued the city, claiming unfair treatment. The court, however, didn't buy it, and his case was swiftly dismissed. Officer Beaker merely participated in the video, but this cop took things a step further by actively touching them. On April 27, 2024, the internet exploded over a viral video showing a woman attempting the most textbook get-out-of-jail-free move imaginable.
Everyone too fast. Nobody listens to me. How do you think that you're going to get sick of show? I'm not going to do that. You're not going to be. James.
How's the Johnson thing?
No.
Well, how you go 65 and 45 there, okay? Do you have license registration?
Actually, don't have it in this car, but what if I show you the? Oh, what if you text them?
Sure. You know what? All right. Why don't you go to one?
Seatbelt. Sitting.
What the
These make life.
Sure, it's an OnlyFans skit featuring model Jordan Sweat. But the real concern is that Officer Johnson wasn't just playing pretend. He's actually Officer Sean Sherman of the Metro Nashville Police. As if it couldn't get any worse, he was actually on duty while filming. And when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Officer Sean lost his badge and was charged with 2 felony misconduct charges. While this might have been staged, a very similar thing actually happened. For real, on August 14, 2023, Officer Anthony Hare of the San Diego Police Department responded to a call to help some officers arrest several people for suspected car theft. After the arrest, Officer Anthony was mandated to take the female suspect to the Las Colinas Women's Detention Center. However, halfway through the trip, the officer lost his way.
Yeah, that's like.
This is not ridiculous. Why do you want to do this? What do you use? Oh, you're not on your dating. Look at that.
That's your bags and all of that.
I mean, I think that's
so it's like. It's your second. Okay. So that several pictures.
While in the vehicle, the family suspect suggested a few things to the officer. Then, a few minutes later, another officer receives a message that Officer Anthony is stuck in the backseat of his car.
Say that. I said, don't say that right now because Americans are retarded right now. Why not? It's just
It turns out that Officer Anthony wasn't exactly lost. Following suggestions from the female suspect, he had parked in a dark alley and gotten to the back of the police car with the female suspect. He would have gotten away with it, except for one tiny problem. The backseat door is designed to only open from the outside, which is why he had no other choice than to call his supervisor. The dude had planned his way in, but never thought about the way out. While it was pretty obvious what happened, the officer had a different version of events.
How you got how you ended up inside. So I guess so she was saying out the police was over there. Stay here. I was like, yeah, at first I was like, hey, wake up. Hey, it's okay. So her head was facing towards that way. And this is when I was shaking her. This is when I went in, but then I don't know if I put my hand next to this. And then it put the chat. And then when I was in, and that's when I was waking her up like this. I'll say this waking her up. While her up, I hear the door behind me.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I was like this. And then when I found out her foot was clicked behind me, I was stuff like this. And I already knew that there was no door handle, but I was just like frantic. I was like, I can get out of here. Okay. And then that's when she was being sit up here. And then you can stay there. Blah blah blah. So I was just like not like this. So let me go to the other side, then you climb back in. And I was like picking her up. That's when I noticed that this door closed on me. And that's when I was like trying to kind of open the door, but I didn't let her slow. I just was open her. And then from then she was able like so I was like this majority of the time. I was trying to get her up because her face was right here. Okay, right here, and then I was trying to like wake her up to get her up. And then next thing I heard the door closed on me. I was frantic, I was looking, and then that's when she started to kind of like, I guess, wake up and get dazed off, whatever. Then
While bodily fluid on Officer Anthony. The suspect also maintained that nothing happened between them. Unfortunately, no one else believed them, and our officer resigned the next month. Detectives discovered traces of bodily fluid on Officer Anthony's belt, and the body camera picked up moaning from the back seat. An internal investigation found that the cop violated at least 7 department policies. While Officer Hare was invited by the suspect, our next cop invited himself. On May 21st, 2013, Officer Dustin Fetz of the Lakeland, Florida Police Department pulled over Zoe Brugger and her boyfriend for driving with a broken headlight. Usually, the officer should have given her a ticket and sent her on her way, but not Officer Dustin. He decided to search her for illegal substances, and he has a specific place in mind where he thinks this imaginary contraband might be. The officer searched her car too, but nothing was found. Following the incident, Dustin was handed a 1-day suspension and retrained on the arrest procedure, but he was not found to have violated her rights. However, Zoe Brugger disagreed and sued the city and police department. She received a settlement of $25,000. However, just when you thought you had seen it all, another officer surpassed Officer Dustin's weird behavior. On July 25th, 2016, Amanda Houghton called 911 after a car reportedly hit her from behind during a stop. Soon after, officers from the Layton Police Department, Utah, arrived. They noticed that Amanda was jittery, so they assumed that she had a DUI or was on controlled substances. So they cleared the sidewalk for her to take a sobriety test.
Factory line in front of you. I had to put it on the line. Put it on the line. You right there. Up. You make a turn, you can put that. You do it like this. 1, 2, 3. Step on 5. On the 5th step, I want you to keep your left foot planted. Make your feet all step around it. Then I want you to come back. 1, 2, 3. Give it a shot. No. Smile. Because the actual can find and analyze everything. Yeah, England is worried about it. Playing time with Steve. Johnny. If you're too lazy to edit clips for your
Funny. See, how was that so hard? Got it. Hi guys, how are you? I'm just here by myself. That's just a tiny little goblin here. Oh my goodness. First secrets. Fine. See, how was that so hard? Got it.
Technician of the they work with the ground. They do it for my consider to say fantastic. Yeah, Steve Knight to taking the minds of and we have musician aerospace members and the air brothers iron. This means 300 millimeter ground cables, just a little bit. If you want more information, please go to rocktraxing.com. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Is that $100? Oh, cool. Is that $100?
You don't have to be the bad guy. Trump is now instructing members of his cabinet to wear a golden pin of his head on their clothing. This is a picture of FCC Chair Brendan Carr wearing a gold Trump head label pin on his suit. That's right. On an American flag, a golden button of Donald Trump. By the way, these are the same people who said that kneeling during the national anthem was disrespectful to.
Be careful how you make your invoices.
See that? Is it? You think he's friendly? What a spirit. Stop doing. Yeah. Okay.
Can't stop her photos every time.
He's a real Trump. I think he likes me, so I like balls. I like balls. Listen to me, burger. Oh, that's not problem. So, you're all right.
I feel like when your husband starts to look too good, thanks to Susan.
Sure, let's speak. Everything you do. Why are we? Why are you here about the whole person? Are you here about the corporate? Mission, like,
Yeah.
to charity, like, feel like that's not true.
Well, and something that's answered tonight. I mean, I think it's a good question to ask because it goes to like what at a foundational level, less than